Hello, 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 folks. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started here in about 1 minute. Alrighty, welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hey, Copper Lily. Hey, All Too Swift. Ice Fire. Celeste. Backtick. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? Hope everybody's having a good weekend. It's hot AF. It is raining. It's been raining all day where I live. Hey, Disrupt Dev, welcome to the stream. Buenos dias. Elephants, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Glad you could join us. Hey, Saywan. Hey, 4LPH, welcome. Hey, Rex. Good to see everybody. Amari, welcome. All right. Got a lot of new folks today. Great to see you all. Hey, KR. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? How's my audio? Hey, Raytheon. No worries. Good to see you again. I'm doing well. Excellent. Glad it sounds good. Good stuff. Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, it has been pouring rain all day here where I live. So it's a perfect day to be inside and streaming because it was just coming down earlier. And my hair is, because of all the humidity, my hair is like going poof. So enjoy that. Hey, Nino. Good to see you again. Alrighty. So we're gonna give folks a few minutes to get in here, but I'm really excited about today's project. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna adjust my camera here just a little bit. There we go. All right, Ninja Codes. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and also Danielle and I am Tululups. Thank you for the follows there in the last few minutes as well. Hey Adner, good to see you. Yeah, so really excited about today's project. We are going to be building Minesweeper, which I'm sure many of you know what that is, but some of you may not, depending on what era of computing you are from. Some younger folks may not have ever played Minesweeper. So I'm curious, real quick in chat. Um, how many of you just say yes if you have played Minesweeper and no if you haven't? The OGs, no. Yeah. Okay, seeing yeses. And it's okay to say no. No is a valid answer too. Camaflora, welcome to the stream. DBM Coder, welcome to the stream. Okay, so lots of yeses. Good, 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 good. Yeah, it's one of the all-time classics. Windows games used to be included with Windows 95 all the way up through Windows XP, I think. Right? Was XP the last version of Windows that had Minesweeper? AKA the last good version of Windows, because after that they discontinued all the good games. Yeah, that between that and Solitaire and Space Pinball, that was I spent many an hour on those. Win 3.1, yeah, Win 3.1 I think was the first one that had it. Yeah, Disruptive says I think that was the last one. Yeah. Space Pinball was the best. Yeah. So yeah, after that, Windows lost their mind. Microsoft just completely went off the dome and stopped including these wonderful games installed on Windows by default for some reason. And XP was the last good Windows period. Well, I mean, I don't know, Disruptive. I don't know if you've seen my desktop background, but I do somewhat echo that sentiment. Copperly says, "Yeah, that was me about 30 years ago." Yeah, totally. So yeah, today we're going to be building Minesweeper in React. Oh, thank you for that, Tame Mister. Yeah, I know that there's some web versions of it too, and so we're essentially going to do the same thing with Minesweeper today. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to invest in rebuilding Space Pinball, so we're going to do the next best thing, which is building Minesweeper, which is still pretty good, I think. So real quick, just going to do a quick run through on the gameplay. KR says, "Is React complicated to understand for someone just starting with JS?" It's going to be a little, if you're just starting, it is going to be a little challenging, but that's not to say that you aren't welcome to join us and code along. At any point, the finished code will be available for you to look at, so you can go at your own pace. You can always, this stream is recorded, so you can always stop, you can rewind. The recording is actually available live while we're streaming, so at any point, you can literally pause this stream and go to the videos tab on the channel and just literally like get the recording from the live stream as we're going, and you can rewind, you can go forward, you can look at the finished code, so whatever you need to do. So it's going to be a little challenging if you're just starting out, because there's going to be some concepts and stuff that you may not have fully internalized yet, but anyone is welcome to follow along at any time. Windows ski game, yeah. Does anybody remember in Windows 95 there was a game where you were like a mouse and you had to like get cheese and you had to push blocks to get cheese, and like you had to like stop a cat from catching you. I used to play that one a lot. I don't even remember what it was called, but that was like the game I probably played the most. I don't know why it didn't carry forward into other versions of Windows like Minesweeper and Solitaire. Yeah, yeah, other people remember it, but nobody can remember what it was called. Yep, exactly. I spent so much time playing that game. Yeah, I had to push the blocks. Anyway, I do see that we got a lot of new folks on the stream today. So, real quick, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm Mindwolf. I teach educational content related to web development. I'm associated with 100 Devs, which is a volunteer nonprofit that teaches people how to code for free. You can do exclamation point 100 Devs in chat if you'd like more information on that. Yeah, if you don't have to follow along, you're welcome to just hang out, do whatever makes you comfortable. Absolutely. Rodent's Revenge, that's it. Thank you, Tame Mister. Yes, that's it. Rodent's Revenge. It was great. Loved it. Anyway, so yes, welcome to the stream, everybody. And also too, just if you're new, don't be afraid to ask questions, participate in chat. We're a positive, helpful community. So if you have a question, ask it in chat. If I don't answer it, somebody in chat probably will. Just try to keep things vaguely on topic to the project that we're doing so things don't get too confusing. But there's no such thing as a stupid question or a silly question. That's not a real thing that exists. If you have a question, that probably means at least one other person. If that probably means at least one other person has that question. So feel free to ask it. Mohammed says, as a native English speaker, which one sounds more natural, concentrate or focus? They mean roughly the same thing. It just depends on what you're trying to say. It probably need more context to how you're trying to use that in a sentence. Yeah, just depends. They're both good. They're both perfectly valid words. Orange juice from Focus. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, so let's play a quick round of Minesweeper just to kind of remind ourselves of the rules. DBM says, are we starting from zero? We are starting from zero. We're going to be starting from scratch. The way that I do my streams is I generally will show you the finished product first so you can get a sense of how it's going to behave, what characteristics it has, what it's going to look like. And you can kind of get a mental image of how we might structure the application. And then we're going to start over from zero, from scratch, and we'll build it from the ground up. Hey, Seiwan, I see that you're sharing your portfolio multiple times in chat. You've already shared it several times. I would really prefer that you don't spam the link over and over again. I know that you're very proud of it, and I'm sure it's great, but there's really no need to keep sharing it in chat. So thank you. Let's just try to keep it on to the project that we're working on today, okay? Thanks. All right, so let's play a quick round of Minesweeper and to remind ourselves of the rules. All right, so with Minesweeper, essentially you click on a random cell And oh, that's a great one to click on first. So what happened here is it's going to reveal all cells that do not have a mine nearby. Oh, I love Pollen. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Holly. Look, good to see you again. Great to have you back. Ooh, we got another returning chatter. I'm good. How are you, Holly? You were very helpful last time. Thank you so much, Holly, for coming back. All right, so we clicked on the first cell here and it revealed all adjacent cells that do not have a mine next to them. And the reveal stops at the point where a cell may have an adjacent mine somewhere within its grid. So, for example, this one right here with the 1 could have a cell anywhere in these two unrevealed cells. Okay, so it could have a mine here, it could have a mine here. We don't know. It can't have a mine here or here or here because those cells are already revealed. So it's not going to count. It's not going to count that. Now this cell here with the 2 could have a mine here, 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 anywhere in its, I guess, immediate neighbor. So anywhere up, down, left, right, or any of the diagonals right next to it on that sort of 8 square grid around it, it could have 2 mines in that case. So same here. So essentially the way you play is you click on the cells that you know don't have mines, and the ones that you think might have mines, you can right click to flag them. So to reveal a cell, you left click. To flag a cell, you right click, and it puts, essentially makes that cell uh, marked. And the goal is to either reveal all the non-mine cells on the grid, or reveal all the non-mine cells on the grid and have all the mines flagged. So you don't have to flag them all, but it's helpful if you do, because this means I can't accidentally left click on it and reveal it. So I'm protecting myself by flagging this cell. Yeah, folks are remembering now. Oh yeah, I did play that game. Yeah, it's a classic. I feel like most people on the planet, if you are probably over the age of 20, have probably played it at least once. All right, so I'm going to keep going. We'll keep going through the game. Celeste says, "Do you have a limited amount of flags?" No. But you'll notice that as I flag things, it's going to count down the number of mines remaining. That doesn't mean my flags are correct. The goal with Minesweeper is that you're guessing. So this is just reminding you how many mines you have left to mark. Yeah. Yeah, Holly, we were actually talking before you joined about how it's not a default game on Windows anymore, which sucks. And so, that's part of the reason why we're building it today. Because, yeah, it stopped being a default game with Windows XP. So anyway, let's keep going. So I know that since I flagged this, how did I know this was a mine? Well, it's on a diagonal to this 1 square here. So this 1 square, all the ones around it here have already been revealed. So the only one that could possibly be a mine is this one. So now I know for this square right next to it that this one cannot be a mine because this one already is. So I can click this and it's fine. And then this is a bit of a hard configuration, so we'll see. I might lose. That's okay. I'm going to have to take a bit of a guess here. I'm going to click this one. Yeah, I lost. Okay. So you see when I lose, it reveals all the mines on the board and shows you exactly where they are, and then, obviously tells you that you lost. So let's reset. When I reset, the board resets and the configuration resets. So it's a new randomized layout. I'm going to try to win at least once here before we get started. We'll see if I can. There we go. Okay, this is a pretty good configuration. I'm going a little bit fast here because I just want to show you the win condition. But there is logic behind where I'm clicking. I'm just looking at the layout of the numbers and what can and can't be possible based on the values. So it's a bit there. Yeah. Yeah, you like the look of the bombs. Those are literally emojis. We'll when we get there in the code, it's literally an emoji. You can look at the repo right now, and it's literally just emojis. It's great. I love it. Ah, I lost again. I was so close. All right. I want to get a wind condition here so I can show you. I'm going to guess. Yeah, there we go. There. I got to do it at least once. This is a better one, I think. One, two, three, three. Doot. Almost there, baby. Come on. Oh, I have to guess again. Oh, wait, nope. There. Yeah. Yay, I won. All right. So the win condition you can see is different. It shows 0 mines remaining, and obviously different color. And it also still reveals the board. So you can kind of get a feel here for how the app behaves, and the types of things that it does, right? Yeah, thanks. It's getting a bit nervous there. I was like, what if I can't win? But yeah, the bombs and the flags are both just emojis, so nothing special there. And last thing before we get started, I do want to give credit. So obviously there's some logic here, right? There's a little bit of mathematics involved with the logic behind things like calculating the number of neighbors, how you traverse this, because this is essentially a nested array. This game board, as we'll see, is essentially a nested array with rows and columns. And how you traverse that array can get a little complicated. So I do want to credit this blogger right here, Ivelo Pavlov. And they built a Minesweeper game using React hooks. This is pretty old. I did not copy their code because it's not really, it's pretty out of date. I guess this version that they built is pretty out of date, but that doesn't mean that their logic is bad. They just were, they did this 4 years ago, and things changed very fast. So I essentially rewrote the whole thing, but I did use their mathematical logic for traversing the array and building the nested array. So I did want to give them credit where credit's due. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Kylondo. Wow, good to have you here.
Subscribed with Prime.
I don't know why I got like a double audio thing there, but thank you so much. You're very cool, Kai. Appreciate it. Hey, Lawandra, good to see you. You're very cool, Kai. Thank you so much. So I'll put a link to the blog article that I used as inspiration. They have a repo with their GitHub code. I wouldn't recommend necessarily like trying to build their version, just again because it's fairly out of date. But we're going to be building a version with modern React, modern components. But I did want to give credit for the mathematical logic for traversing the array, because I am not that good at math, and so I appreciate when someone else figures that stuff out for me. Oh my goodness, Janet, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Janet. My goodness, folks, you are just in time. We are just getting started. Big raid. Wow, Janet. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. You're very cool. Hey, Janet, what were you doing today? Mines, Maxwell. Yes, we are building Minesweeper today in React. So I'm showing off the finished project first. We'll play another quick game here while folks are coming in. Oh, I lost immediately. Let's do one more. Closure, chatting, getting angry. Hey, that's fair. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, if you're interested in React and building Minesweeper in React, feel free to stick around. My name is Mindwolf. And I'm an educational streamer. We do fun coding projects on my channel, and they are all projects that you can use and add to your portfolio and make your own. I claim ownership of none of these projects. So if you need some good projects for your portfolio, feel free to check out my archive on YouTube. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat for my YouTube channel, which is ad free. Feel free to check that out. If you're just looking for a good project and you want a little help getting started, I've got over 2 years worth of projects on there right now, so check it out. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. I want to give you a quick shout out there, Janet. Shout out, see if I get this. Janet A. Carr. Yeah, that worked. All right. Yeah, please give them a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. But yeah, so I build educational projects here on my stream, mostly related to web development. I am a SQL developer by day, but on the weekends I do web dev for fun. I'm also associated with the 100 Devs nonprofit, which teaches people to code for free and has a very vibrant online community. a Discord with like 30,000 people in it. It's pretty fantastic. So if you want to check that out, you can do exclamation point 100 devs in chat. That's exclamation point 100 DEVS in chat. Give you some links there, and you can take a look on your own time. Mad Plus says nonprofit use saying no, I'm just a volunteer and I like teaching people to code for free because honestly, if you want to learn something, I feel I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't have to pay for it. Education should be free, and it should be free and accessible to everyone. And so, yeah, education should be free is pretty much my personal motto. And so that's why, I spend time doing this stuff. It's fun. Oh, thank you, S9. Thank you for the follows, folks. You're so kind. It's good to have you all here. Fospec, Augustin, S9, Fear of Code, Mad Flash, JT, Afrogara. Thank you all so much. Free education. Let's go. Yeah, totally. All right, let's see if we can finish this game of Minesweeper. I almost said Minecraft. That's a totally different thing. We'll get there. All right. I'm going to ace this, guys. Watch. Oh, we're cooking, baby. I used to play this just for hours as a kid with no internet. Almost there. And then I promise we'll actually start writing some code. Yeah, I won. Nice. We did it, baby. Spinning tactic. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's still going, definitely. It's more nerve wracking watching someone else playing this. Yeah, disruptive. Feel free to post the link to that if you have a JavaScript study group. Go ahead, definitely. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the follow, Serotonin. Oh, I love your name, Serotonin. All right, so we are going to be building this very project today. And we are going to build it using React. Most folks here probably, or at least have a basic level familiarity of what React actually is. Essentially, it's really nothing too crazy. Some folks were asking me sort of before the stream started, oh, do I need to have React installed before the stream? What kind of setup do I need to do? And the answer to that is really nothing. As long as you already have Node installed, which I assume many of you do because you've already built web apps in the past, maybe with vanilla JavaScript. As long as you already have Node, you will be able to run React. And the way we're going to set it up is going to be very simple and very easy. We're going to use a tool called Vite, which we're going to just run from the command line, which is going to set up our React app for us and essentially get us all the files and packages that we need in order to successfully run the application. 100 devs crew, light it up. Absolutely. Yeah. Puffkina, thank you so much for the follow. And Smack My Peach, thank you so much for the follow. All right. So, how do we get started with React? Well, first thing you're going to need to make sure is that you have a folder created to put your project in, and which I didn't do. So give me 1 second to do that. That's one prep step I missed. 2 seconds. All right. And I'm going to pop this bad boy open. There we go. And switch to streaming mode. Make everything a little bit bigger for you. Okay, cool. So I'm now in my folder where I'm going to put this project. And then we're going to use Vite to kind of stage our React project and make sure that we have everything we need in order to run it. So, yes, it is Vite, as in VEET. Yeah, they actually even have on their website, on Vite's website, they even have a pronunciation guide, and it is indeed Vite. I did check, like the French word for life, I guess. Yeah, no worries, Potato Ops. Great name, by the way. So you can go to vitejs.dev. and check out their getting started guide if you want. But really, it's extremely simple to start your first React project. It's one line. In the terminal, you'll just type npm create vite at latest, and then it'll walk you through the setup. So we can copy it, and I'll even put it in chat for you. Oh, vite as in fast. Okay. I don't know French, obviously. And depending on what package manager you're using, npm, yarn, pnpm, bun, any of them, you can just click on these tabs and get the right start script for it. All right, I'm gonna move this over, make our code window nice and big. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Matzeldan and Potatops, thank you. All right, I'm gonna open up a terminal, and we're just gonna paste that in and hit enter. All right, and it's going to ask us to name our project. I'm just going to call mine Minesweeper demo, but you can call yours whatever you want. And package name is fine. You can just hit enter. And then it's going to ask us to choose what framework we want to use. So you can see that they offer a lot of options. So depending on how you like to develop, you can choose which one you want, but just use the arrow keys to navigate to React. And then we're just going to do ours with vanilla JavaScript. But if you are already skilled with TypeScript and you prefer to use TypeScript, you can. We'll just choose JavaScript for ours. All right, and it's essentially done with the initial setup. So something to observe here is that it has created a subfolder for us. We're not quite done yet, so don't go away from the terminal yet. And notice that it's created a subfolder for us and it's put a bunch of files in there. So a lot of these you'll probably recognize, right? We have an index.html, package.json, and we have public and source folders as well. So it's essentially scaffolded the structure of our project for us already. But there's a couple other things we need to do. And it's telling us the exact thing that we need to do here in the line above on the terminal. First, we need to cd into that folder that it created. Minesweeper demo. And then we're going to run npm install or npm I, which is going to install all the required packages. And it's going to take a minute depending on how fast your machine is. What's JS plus SWC? If I recall correctly, I believe that is their Vite's what is it called? Transpiler. I was trying to, it's like a compiler or a transpiler that helps compile the code faster for larger. I think it's more like supposed to be more efficient or something like that for larger applications. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a while since I looked at that. Yeah. All right. So Smack My Peach says web components. We're going to be building a React application with multiple components today. So we're going to walk through what each of those are and how you break a project up into multiple components. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Holly. Appreciate that. Protein, thank you so much for the follow. All right, so now it's done with the package install. And the last thing we can do is just make sure that everything is working correctly. So if you want to try to do a test run, you can do npm run dev, just like you would for a normal node project. If you had a dev script, and you can see that it's opened up in a new tab over here. Oh wait, sorry, that's not it. That was the React docs I was looking at. You have to, in order to actually open it up, you have to click on the link that it creates in the terminal. So this is what the test project looks like. You can see it's working. It's keeping track of this count. We've got our fun little animation here. So everything seems to be working correctly. It's basically Webpack written in Rust. Okay, thank you for that, Holly. Yeah, like I said, I looked up the definition of that a long time ago, and I could not remember what it was. But yeah, for a small app like this, we don't need to do anything special. We're just going to use straight up React, straight up JavaScript, and just code it out. All right, so now that everything's installed, we're essentially ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and kill the app for now. and we'll fire it up again later. So again, it's created a subfolder for us, and it's installed everything. We've got our node modules. We've got a git ignore with all of our bunch of stuff already in there, so we don't need to set up our own git ignore this time. And yeah, we essentially have all the basic files and folders that we need in order to make sure that our app is able to function correctly. Disrupt says, you just installed Vite or also React? Really? So essentially, what we did there is we installed Vite, and then Vite set up the project for us. So there's nothing to, we don't need to like really install anything. Vite is taking care of all that for us. That's why Vite is so nice, because it makes sure that we have all the packages we need, the basic structure that we need. There's nothing extra we need to do here. We just said, basically ran one line, which is create Vite at latest, and Vite took care of the rest. Yep. Celeste says, don't forget to git ignore node modules. Well, looky here. They did it for us. Isn't that nice? Yeah, it does it for you. Isn't that nice? Yeah. So Vite makes it really easy. If you've ever used Create React App in the past, Vite is kind of like a newer, better version of that. So Create React App is fine, and you can absolutely still use it, but it's kind of considered discontinued at this point or deprecated. I would suggest switching to Vite. It is really easy to use. It's lovely. It walks you through it. And in my opinion, the basic structure that it configures for you is cleaner with less sort of extra files and bloat. There's still some extra stuff, right? But there's a little bit less initial cleanup and setup. And it's faster too, yeah. Okay, so we got our git ignore all set up. We're good to go there. Essentially, we're ready to start cooking. So, one second here. All right. So with that in mind, let's do a little bit of the cleanup that I mentioned. First thing I'm going to do here is I am going to get rid of this image that's in the public folder. And you don't have to do this stuff necessarily, but it just makes it cleaner when you're trying to work across multiple files. I'm also going to go into assets, and I'm going to get rid of this image as well. And then I'm also going to get rid of index.css. We won't need that. And I'm also, let's see, I think that's really it. And then the other thing I'm going to do here is, yeah. Yeah, it's okay to use anything. Yeah, if you're building a small application, it's okay to use anything. Disruptive says, we're using vanilla for the framework. Yeah, so we're using, you're gonna choose React, and then you're gonna choose for, if you want to choose between JavaScript and TypeScript, you'll just choose vanilla JS. So React is our framework. React is our framework. And then the language you're going to use is just JavaScript. If you already know TypeScript, you can use it, but we're going to be using JavaScript today. Yep. And if you screw up, if you screw up during the setup, you can always just torch the folder and start over. Yeah. And then once I see some folks are still going through the setup process. So again, remember, after you go through all the menus and choose your options, it's going to ask you to do 3 things. So do those 3 things. Just type in the exact commands it tells you. You just cd into the folder, and I should be able to pull up the terminal back up here. You'll be able to see that. So after it finishes scaffolding the project right here, you can see the exact choices that I made. Project name, package name, framework is React, and variant is JavaScript. It's going to ask you to do 3 things. So you just do those things in order. You'll cd into the folder. You'll run npm install, which will take a minute. And then you can run npm run dev to test it and make sure it works. Sayvon says, so React is a framework. I thought it was a library. Yeah, the official React docs say library. That's all I'll say on that. We can absolutely debate terminology, but the official React docs say it's a library. But hey, I still like Vite no matter what they call it. Printf hello, yeah. So just make sure you do all those things, and then you'll be ready to go. Okay. All right. So again, we're going through here and we're doing a little bit of cleanup before we get started. So we've removed the image from the public folder. We've removed the image from the assets folder. The other thing we're going to do here is we're going to go into the source folder. We're going to go into the source folder here, open that up, and we're going to create another folder inside of it. So inside of here, we're going to create a folder called components. And this is where we're going to put components. So components are those kind of modular bits of code or bits of the UI that you can sort of encapsulate and reference multiple times throughout your app. So it could be something like a button, right? You might create a button component that you use 50 times in your application, or a menu bar component, or it's essentially just a piece of the UI that you want to reuse more than once. Okay? So components, we're going to create that's where we're going to put our components. And then we're going to keep our app.css here, but we're going to go ahead and clear it out for now because we're going to replace all this styling. So clear that out. And in our app.jsx, we're going to clear that out as well. And then main.jsx, you can leave that alone. Yeah, and whatever framework you use is perfectly fine as long as it gets the job done, right? There's always a new framework out there. There's always the new next best thing that everybody says you're supposed to use, and it's important, especially if you're a newer developer, not to get too bogged down into what other people say you're supposed to use. That's why a lot of the projects that we do here on my stream are just vanilla JavaScript. Sometimes vanilla JavaScript with something like EJS on top, or just basic React, right? It's important to remember that even as a brand new developer just getting into JavaScript, you already have the power to build full stack applications. You don't need to learn an advanced framework just to get something out there, to do some work for a client. Is learning new frameworks fun? Absolutely. It absolutely is. But it's important to not let that be a limiter in the type of work that you want to do. So you'll see that, again, you'll see a lot of the projects on my YouTube channel, vanilla JavaScript and nothing else. Or, vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, like that's it. Sometimes we might use Bootstrap or EJS or, React like we're doing now, but it's not a requirement. Yeah. Yes, Mern is Mongo, Express, React, and Node. Yeah. Yeah. Holly says, where is Next.js and Mern then? It's not officially part of the definition. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow, Pass. And yes, we got to hydrate there as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mern is essentially a tech stack. Hey, Rower, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Dopato, thank you so much for the follow. Akira, thank you for the follow. And Crayon Chewer and Awara, thank you so much for the follows. Hey, Past KJ. Aw, thank you, Emerald. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Good to have you here. All right. So going back to it, we're going to keep main JSX and leave that alone. Thank you for the stretch. There we go. Null Many says, is that me or is the cup gigantic? It is. It's gigantic. I love it so much. It's huge. Oh my gosh. I'm about to run out of tea, y'all. All right, that's the last hydrate I'm doing for a minute because that tea has to last until the break. Sorry, Past. I know you redeemed it, but no more right now. That tea's got to last until the break. Go big or go home. Exactly. Yeah. No worries, Past. I promise I'll take a drink after the break, but I'm gonna need to refill first because I gotta space it out. All right. There we go. Posture check. Okay. So essentially we're gonna leave main JSX alone. Because this is what's going to actually help us render our application. So main JSX is going to render our application. The only thing we're going to do here is we're going to get rid of index.css because we actually got rid of the file and we don't want it to give us an error. We won't need it, but we're going to get rid of index.css. So you can go ahead and save that. And what this is going to do here is it's going to essentially take our React components and it's going to hook it into the HTML root div. So this file here is going to attach to our index.html right here in this root div. And then in the browser, everything's going to render out just like HTML. So it's important to remember that even when we are using something like React, the reason it's important to remember that even though we're using something like React, it's going to still render into the browser as HTML. So if you were to go to the finished product, the finished Minesweeper game in the browser and do an inspect on it, do this inspect here. I'll pull it over so you can see it. You'll see that everything renders out as regular HTML tags. Nothing special. That's just what it is. Yeah, it is interesting, right? It's, the fancier you get in the browser, everything is going to look like HTML. Yeah. At the end of React strict mode, we have an extra comma. Nope, actually, this is just everything is default. So there's no need to change any of this. The only thing you need to change is just remove that extra import statement. So this is just how everything renders out. It's likely that this create root element actually has a second argument, but which we're just not using. So no need to edit anything here. We will come back to this later, but for right now, there's no need to touch anything here. Just get rid of the extra import statement for index.css since we deleted the file. Okay. All right. So we've got our empty components folder as well. And we've already cleared out our app.css, and then app.jsx we've also already cleared out. So app.jsx is where we're going to kind of be developing our parent component. Disrupt says, have you added any folders aside from components? No. Nope. We haven't added anything other than our components folder. Everything else is empty. And if you're wondering about the structure, if you're struggling with the structure, feel free to also look at the finished repo. You can do !project in chat to see the finished code if you need a little help looking at the structure and figuring out where things are supposed to go. After everything is HTML, CSS, JS. Yeah, that's the important thing to remember. No matter how fancy you get, when it renders out in the browser, what you're going to see is HTML. Exactly. Johnson, welcome to the stream. Have you ever worked with Angular? Nope, I have not. Yeah, so my day job is I'm actually a backend developer. I'm actually a backend developer by day. I work with SQL and databases. I am exclusively backend in my day job. So when I do this web development stuff on the weekend, I tend to stick more to basic frameworks like React and stuff like that, just because, for this kind of stuff I want to do, nothing crazy, it works just fine, and I can do fun stuff with it. Definitely. Not to say there's anything wrong with those, but just not really my wheelhouse. Yeah. All right, so we've cleared out these folders. We're ready, or we've cleared out these files. We're essentially ready to go. Now let's think about the structure of our components. So again, if you're familiar with React, you can see that React is made up of essentially of nested components, nested and repeatable components, right? We need to think about, out of our finished product here, out of the finished design of our product, what components are reusable and repeatable in this design? Or what components serve a separate function within the UI? How do we break this apart so it's not just one big, massive component? So I want you all to look at this layout here. Look at this layout here and tell me what you think might be some good candidates for individual components within our application. What might be some good candidates for individual components within our application? Either things that are separate parts of the UI or things that might be repeatable. Ninja says the reset button. Yeah, that would be a great candidate. JB, welcome to the stream. Coming in hot with the right answer. Yeah, that's great. Every tile, right? Every single tile in the game is a repeatable component. It has the same style. it has the same behavior. It doesn't really matter whether it's a mine or not. I would consider I would consider the mines to be a characteristic of the tiles, right? Let's think about this. A tile in the game can, I'll use the word, can change state during the playing of the game, right? Every tile starts out in a non-revealed state, and when we click on them, then it's going to change. But the tile is still going to be there, but its appearance is going to change. It's going to be revealed. It might have a number in it, it might have a mine in it. But each of the tiles themselves all have the same behavior and then different characteristics depending on the user interaction. So that's a perfect use of a component. Is it's repeatable, it has different states of being, it affects the game. Yeah, exactly. The grid. Yeah. So another, yes. So all right, let's think about what are some other things that we could classify as components. So we have the button, we have the tiles, and then I also see Smack says the grid itself, right? The thing that's holding the tiles. I would say that's a great candidate for a component as well. So this grid component, and you'll see in the application, we're going to call it the board. So the board is going to contain multiple instances of the tiles. And it's going to pass certain characteristics and behavior to those tiles. What's another component? What's another thing we could classify as a component? We have the button, we have the tiles, we have the grid or the board. What's something else? Something we haven't yeah, the header, exactly. Whatever we want to call this. You'll see in the application we're going to call it the game info, but you can call it whatever makes sense, whether it's a header or whatever. Yeah. We're going to call it the header, but this header also has behavior, right? Chet says, aren't components supposed to be reusable? Not necessarily. They don't have to be. That's a great thing that they can be. That's sort of a benefit of them, but they don't. Components do not have to be reusable. A component should really denote a self-contained, and if you can read the official definition in the React docs, but it's like basically a self-contained element of the user interface. Yeah. Yeah, and so you can see that as I'm flagging these mines, the count goes down. So these components, our grid, our board here, well, essentially, our cells are talking to the board, right? When a cell changes appearance, it's passing that information, and then that information needs to get passed into the header to make sure that count goes down. So our components are talking to each other. But that doesn't mean they have to be within that doesn't mean that these elements have to be within the same component, because we can share state between multiple components. Yes, while we're playing, it'll constantly update itself. Exactly. Yeah. So that changes, and we already saw that when you win a game, the header turns green, and when you lose a game, it turns red. So again, that's another change. So we're sharing multiple pieces of state between the cells, the board, and the header, and the button itself is even talking to the other components, right? The button is talking to the other components because when I click the button, what has to happen? What happens when I click the button? You don't have to give me the technical definition. Just what do you see? What do you see when you click the button? It changes what shows in the header, and it changes what's in each cell, right? It changes what's in each cell because it's going to remap all the mines. It's going to remap everything, and it flips it flips the board back to its initial appearance, right? So it resets the mines. It remaps all the mines that are hidden behind the cells. It randomizes that again, and it resets the appearance of all of these cells. Yeah. So if we want to get technical, essentially the reset button is just changing all the states back to their initial state. So all these components are talking to each other, even though they're separate from each other in the code. So if you are familiar with React, how do we have these components talk to each other? How do components talk to each other in React? Are they allowed to talk directly to each other? Are they allowed to share state between each other directly? How do we do that? How do they talk to each other? That's okay, Jibota. You're allowed. Yeah, no, I'm not expecting that everybody here is familiar with React. No, absolutely. You're allowed to say, I don't know. That's fine. Yeah, so we can pass them as props, but how do those get shared? How do we coordinate multiple sibling components? Hmm. How do we pass state between components? With stores, state, yeah. Ah, there we go, Elf. Yeah. So in React, one of the rules is that components cannot talk directly to each other. State must be passed between them with a parent component. Okay? So, and this will make more sense, I promise. Once we start setting up the structure of our application, this is going to make more sense. But I'm kind of getting the ground rules of how we're going to have to structure this. So, we have individual components for our header, for our grid, and then the cell components are inside the grid. Oh, thank you for the follow, Deos. Welcome. Good to have you here. And then our reset button is also talking to the grid. So essentially we have sibling components in the header up here, in the grid, and then in the reset button. All those three things are siblings to each other. And so the way we make them talk to each other is we store their state in a parent component, one single parent component, and we pass that state down to the children. Exactly. The kids are grounded and told us that they can't talk to each other, so they use their parents. Exactly. The kids are grounded, so their parents have to pass messages between the children. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in this case, we're going to use our app.jsx as the parent and store the state there and pass that state down to the children. Okay. So our structure is essentially going to look like this. I'm gonna head over to Google Sheets here. You can see I already kind of have something prepped for when we're gonna have to talk about some mathy stuff later. So, but our overall app structure is gonna look something like this. So our parent is going to be our app.jsx, and then the children are going to be the banner up top, which we're going to call game info. And then the next child is going to be the grid, which is going to be our board. Oops. The board, the game board. And then the next child is going to be the button, the reset button. And that's actually just going to be a button. It's not going to be an actual component, but you can think of it as a component for now. And then inside the board, that is going to have multiple instances of a cell component. So each one of these is going to be just one component repeated a bajillion times. So the structure of our app is kind of like this. The parent is app.jsx. The children are the banner, game info, the board, which contains child cells, and then the reset button. Okay? Give grounded for life a new meaning. Yeah. Smack says, what if they have an irrelevant div container? It shouldn't really matter. No, as long as you're sharing the state properly and passing it around, what styling elements they have or what HTML tags they have doesn't really matter. I'm not quite sure I fully understand the question, but maybe if we once we get into it, if you see a specific example that you're wondering about, feel free to ask. Yeah. Okay. So this is what our structure is going to look like. So with that in mind, let's go ahead into our components folder and start creating individual files for each of these components. Okay. So inside of here, we're going to create, well, let's go ahead and start with our game info component. It'll be gameinfo.jsx. And JSX is really just a markup language. So essentially, you're going to still be writing everything in JavaScript. But JSX is the markup language that we use with React that allows us to build in something that looks like a mixture of JavaScript and HTML. So visually, that's what it looks like, even though it is just a markup language for JavaScript. All right. Yes, and you can also right-click the folder as well. So however you like to do it, if you like to click the icon or the folder, either one is fine. You can right-click the folder and do new file. Sometimes that's easier if your structure is complicated. Board.jsx is going to be our next component. And then we're also going to have a cells component. And then we aren't going to do one for the button because, like I said, that's just going to be a button, but it is going to still talk to the other components as well. All right, so these are going to be all of our components. And then I'm going to have you add one more file. This is just going to be a regular JavaScript file. And this one's just going to be called utilities. And this is where we're just going to put some helper functions. Some of the mathy stuff that we're doing, we're going to have specific functions to help us do that stuff, looping through the arrays and things like that. And it's just going to clutter up our components if we have it in there. So we're going to put those functions in a utilities folder or file, sorry. And then we're going to export those functions and reference them in our components. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It's important to remember that JSX is just a markup language. It's just an extension on top of JavaScript. And really, React is just JavaScript wearing a fancy hat. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing, you know, super alien or weird or exotic. It's just JavaScript wearing a fancy hat. All right. Okay, so we've got our basic structure set up here. We've got all of our components. We've got our apps. We've got our main file. I think we're good to go here. DBM says how to decide between JSX or JavaScript. You mean as like your file extension? As a beginner learning React, I created only JSX to avoid errors. Technically, actually, it'll work if you do everything in .js as well. It really doesn't. It's not going to hurt anything, whichever one you choose. In my case, I'm using JSX for the files that I know are actually components and will contain both JavaScript and HTML elements, actual React stuff. And then this one here is really just going to be JavaScript. And that may not even be true. I was moving stuff around a lot. It's not going to hurt anything. Yeah, it's not going to hurt anything, whichever one you use. You could build the whole thing in .js files and it would still work. Yeah. Good question, though. Yeah, you don't have to get too hung up on that, which one you use. It's going to work either way. Yeah, exactly. As Holly, yes, you're still writing JavaScript, no matter what you're doing. So what you title the files really isn't going to matter. Okay, so let me see here. I'm just getting back around. Copybar says, does JS files auto import React? They may not. That's a good point. I used to just, oh, what is going on? What? Sorry, behind the screens, behind the scenes, OneDrive is doing something weird. JSX files do auto import React, yes, but I don't know if JS files would. But yeah, you no longer have to do an explicit import with React. With newer versions of React, it's not required. I do not know what my OneDrive is doing. It's behind my video. You all can't see it, but OneDrive is just being a pain. Okay, there we go. Oh, geez. Gotta love it. Microsoft. Thank you, Microsoft, for being excellent. Okay, so now that we've kind of broken our application down into its individual components, let's think a little bit about, sorry, OneDrive, stop it. It keeps trying to download files I think I already have, and so I have no idea what it's doing. I'll probably have like 16 different duplicates of the same file, but that's okay. It's fine. I got a big hard drive. It'll be okay. All right. For being Microsoft, not powered by yeah. So let's kind of work from smallest to largest here, and we're going to do a lot of kind of commenting out this code and then coming back to it. But for now, we're just going to kind of think about behavior a little bit, I think. So let's think about behavior a little bit, which we talked about before. So I'm going to move this back over. And we kind of talked about this before, but each time I click on a cell, Smack says, do you not go node first and React second? No, you don't have to. We're using Vite. So Vite is scaffolding everything for us. There's no need to do anything manually in Node other than set up Vite. Vite is going to handle all the, the setting up the server and stuff like that. We don't need to set up our own server or anything. All of that's done through Vite. All right, so as we were looking at these cells earlier, we kind of talked about this. Each cell can kind of have multiple modes of behavior, right? So, what are the states that a cell could potentially be in? Let's think about that. What are the states that a cell could potentially be in? Each time the cell changes appearance, we're going to call that kind of like a state. Blank, sure. Number, bomb, flag. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, and I'm loving these answers, right? Because I'm going to say that the numbers themselves don't really matter, right? But whether or not a cell is empty matters, definitely. So what number it shows doesn't really matter. It's a little, the color doesn't matter, anything, nothing like that matters. It's more of, is it truly empty? Is it truly empty? Also, has it been clicked? Right? Is it revealed? We're going to call that revealed. Is it revealed or not revealed? So I'm going to start making a few notes of these. I'm going to say I'm going to go to cells.jsx here. Inside cell.jsx, I'm going to say, all right, so we've got some states here. We can say like, is, we're going to say is revealed is a state, right? Revealed. That's going to be, true or false, right? Could be, something like has mine. That could be something that could change its appearance, whether or not it has a mine, because when you click on it, it's either going to be, empty or have a number or have a mine. What's another potential state? Uh, trying or lost. I wouldn't say that's a state of the cell. That state I don't think belongs to the cell. That is a valid, potentially a valid state. Is is the game still going or has it ended? But I wouldn't say that's a state of the cell. A state of the cell might be, yeah, flagged, right? Yeah, number flag bomb, sure. Yep. Yeah, so does it have a flag? Something like that. Flag, that's a potential change of state. What's another potential one? Something else that we could potentially be tracking? You discriminate between products of revealed and flags. I'm not sure what you mean by products of revealed, but I mean, yeah, these are sort of things we would probably want to keep track of because it's going to change the if it's been clicked. So that's essentially revealed. Is revealed. We're kind of tracking that there. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, these are the kind of things you think about when you're first starting your project, as far as what do I actually need to track? I don't need to track everything. I don't need to track every single possible, like, the number one doesn't need to be its own state and the number two doesn't need to be its own state. But, maybe empty could be a state. Maybe, uh, let's see, I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything here. Yeah, so various things that could potentially be states. It has mine near it, yeah, so maybe whether it has a neighbor, those things could be, that could potentially be a state. And then what we could also do here is, since all of these things, so, yeah, empty is, could be a state, has neighbor, could be a state. Since all of these things kind of work together to control what happens when the user interacts with a cell, we could actually even maybe wrap these into a single state variable and track that state variable as an object with multiple potential properties in it. Since all of these things have to do with the cell's appearance, we could maybe track them as an object inside of a larger state variable. Like, we could call it, game data, and track all of these things inside of it. That could be. Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe we wrap all of these things up into a single object and then track that as the current appearance of the cell. And that'll also, that'll also potentially change what happens when the user interacts with it as well. Definitely. Hey, no worries, Icon. Good to see you. Okay, so with that in mind, as thinking about that type of thing that we're going to be checking, now let's start kind of building out our cell component. Um, Cell state, yeah, or whatever you want to call it. And I'll give you a little preview here. Game data itself is actually going to be a state variable that's tracking not only the state of a single cell, but the state of all the cells on the grid. Yeah. But we'll get there in a minute. So if I want to build out a new component, I can just declare it like I would a regular function. This is modern React syntax. Older React syntax would usually use like classes to set up components, which you can absolutely still use, but all the modern React docs use like regular, newer JavaScript functions, ES6 functions, and arrow functions to control behavior or to declare components. So our cell here, and we can potentially pass some props into this cell, or essentially arguments into this cell, but we'll get there in a minute. And so inside this component, I can do some logic. And then if I want to have a valid component, so we'll put logic here. And then what's the other thing, for those of you who do know React, what's the other thing my component needs in order to be valid? If I want to create a valid React component, what should it also have here? Yeah, it needs a return. So just like a function, just like a JavaScript function, we want to have this component return something. So in our case, we want it to return an element of the UI, which will create a single cell. Return exactly one HTML. Yeah. In this case, it's going to return a single HTML tag, which is going to contain everything we need to generate a single cell on the board. So in this case, we're going to have it return a div, which meets the requirements of returning a single HTML element. Oops, I screwed that up. Hang on. There we go. And this div is going to contain everything we need in order for the cell to function. So inside this div, if I was just setting up an HTML tag here, just a regular div, or say a span or an H1 or anything like that, what goes inside in between the two tags here? Just in general, if I create a tag and I put something in between the two tags, what is that going to render as in the HTML? That might be a bit too confusing. That's styling. So styling is going to create a box. Yeah. So essentially what we put in between the two tags is some content, right? We're going to put content in between the two tags. But my problem is that I can't hard code anything in here, right? Because I don't know what each cell is going to look like at any point in the game. And the content of the cell is going to change. The content of the cell is going to change depending on where I'm at in the game, right? So all the cells start out having no content. And then if this cell still has no content even after I clicked it. This cell suddenly has content. And if you were to do an inspect on this element, you would see that it has updated itself. I gotta find one that's actually populated. There. These cells don't have any content. Their div is empty. But then this one does, right? It has a 1 in it. So the content is going to be dynamic. And some cells are going to have mines in them. Or this cell now has a flag. And if you were to do an inspect on that, I'm actually going to do that. Show you what that looks like. Because I think it's funny. Oh, come on. Let me drag you down. There we go. Okay. We head down here. This one literally has a flag in it. It's a little flag emoji. So essentially, what we're saying here is we have to, as exactly as Elf says, we have to bring the content from somewhere else and dynamically insert it into the div for each cell on render. So we can't hard code this. So we're going to have to use logic. We're going to have to use JavaScript logic in order to get the right value for each cell when it renders. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting guess, Elfenth, but we'll think about that. Why we can't have the contents of every. Well, actually, I want you to think about that. We're going to take a break soon. Think about that a little bit. Why we can't have the contents of every single cell just be random on click. Because that won't work within the logic of the game. We have to keep track of the state of every single cell from the very start of the game. And you can think about why that might be. So that's going to be another piece of state, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. So we're going to need some JavaScript here. And so if I want to put JavaScript inside of a React return statement inside of HTML tags, I need to wrap it in curly brackets. That's just tells React that we're going to do some logic here, and so it needs to execute that logic before it renders out the HTML. So curly brackets, and then we're just going to have a function that's called get value, and we're going to build that function in a minute, and then we're going to take a break. Yep, not that. Get value. We're going to call that function get value. And what that function is going to do is it's going to calculate the right value for each cell and then render that out as HTML in the browser. Okay, and now let's think about the rest of what each cell is going to need. So we're going to have to do a little bit of additional work in the tag itself. As you know, you can give an HTML tag specific properties, right? Disrupt says hard code means code that's static. Yes, exactly. So the contents of each cell cannot be static because they have to be updated depending on where you're at in the game, whether there's mines near them, that type of thing. All right. No worries, Emerald. Thank you for stopping in. So inside of our div, we're going to have to add some additional behavior to our cells because our cells need to respond when the user interacts with them, right? So what's a way that I can manage interaction? Let's say if a user, I'm going to actually put that in spec back. How can I manage interaction when a user clicks on a cell? What do I need to add to my div to make it be ready for clicks? What attribute? What attribute should I add? Yes, exactly, Tame Mister. We're going to need to add an on click, right? We need to tell our div something is supposed to happen on click. On click, then do something. And you can see it added the brackets for us there. So on click, do something. We're going to also need to add some styling. So I'm going to add a class name because remember, our class name, our styling is dependent on whatever state the cell is in, whether it's been clicked, whether it has a mine, whether it has a flag, etc. And then I'm going to add one more thing, which you might not be familiar with. So I almost said Minecraft again. In Minesweeper, how do I add a flag to a cell? If I'm just playing Minesweeper, or you're playing Minesweeper, how do you add a flag to a cell? It's not a code question. This is literally just a game behavior question. In Minesweeper, how do I? Yeah, we right click, right? And so we need to make our our div listen for right clicks. Do you know how to do that? Because I didn't. I had to look it up. What attribute can we add to an HTML tag to have it exclusively listen for right clicks? Well, turns out there is one. It's called on context menu. And it's a specific property that you can add to an HTML tag. And this is built in. This is not a React thing. This is a built-in attribute of an HTML tag. This listens for left clicks. So on click listens for regular old clicks. On context menu listens for right clicks, which I think is pretty funny. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could use a button for this. I use divs because I didn't want to deal with all the default button styling. Yes, and that's true. Buttons do, listen for clicks automatically, but I use divs here because I wanted to just style everything myself and not deal with any of the defaults that comes with divs because I don't like CSS. So yeah, you definitely have your choice of tags here. All divs will definitely work for this, but you can change it to a button if you want. So we can do on context menu and handle right clicks that way. And then we're gonna be passing individual functions into these. So it's essentially going to say on click, do a specific thing, depending on specific logic, style style of the box based on whatever state the cell is currently in, and then on right click, essentially add a flag. Renate says right click opens a menu in the browser though. Yeah, isn't that interesting? I'm going to right click on a cell right now and I'm going to show you what happens. It adds a flag. No menu opens. How do you think we might do that? What's something we've talked about a lot before that makes it so the stuff that you think should happen doesn't happen when you do something? That menu is the context menu, yes. Yeah. We're gonna be doing prevent default here so that we control the behavior of this div when we click on it. So instead of, I can open a right click menu here elsewhere in the app, I'm not preventing it everywhere, but within the cells, I sure am. So prevent default is our friend in React because it allows us to explicitly control the behavior of every single tag, whether it has default behavior or not. We can suppress that and create our own behavior. Okay? Prevent default is great. It is your friend when you're working with React. You will use prevent default to prevent pretty much any default behavior that an HTML tag has, because we want to control that stuff, not the tag itself. Okay, so this is essentially going to be the structure of our cells, and we're going to populate this stuff in just a minute. It's essentially an override, but what it does is it prevent default is a specific method that you can call on an interaction event. So any type of interaction event, you can call e.prevent_default, which you'll see in a minute, and that literally prevents any default behaviors that tag might have. It suppresses all of them and allows you to control every single action that tag takes. So that's what you'll see used most often with these. All right, so we've got our cell set up. We're gonna fill those things out a little bit later. I said we were gonna be leaving some holes here. We're gonna be populating these out as we go, kind of. So, I want to make sure I'm inside my component. Sorry. So now let's start working on the logic a little bit. All right. So if let me think about how I want to talk through this. P the salty baguette. Thank you so much for the follow. Profit LTU. Thank you for the follow. Well, you might have a missing Icefire. You might have a missing parenthesis or bracket somewhere too. That could be another thing. So let's start working through this logic. So I'm gonna set up my get value function. Get value, and this is not going to take any arguments. This is just like a regular JavaScript function. And what this is going to do is it's going to determine what is going to end up inside of each cell. So what are some, we already talked about some of the things we want to track, right? One of them is whether or not the cell should show a flag. So how about we figure out when the value of the div should be a flag or not? So, well, if we're tracking that as state or as a state element or a property of our state, we can just check and see, does that state value for the cell have a flagged property? And if it does, then we show a flag. Else, don't show anything. Same for mines, right? If it has a value, if has mine is true, then show a mine. Otherwise, don't. Okay, cool. So if we want to retrieve the value, first thing we're going to check is we're going to say if the cell, if value dot is revealed. So if the current value of the cell is not revealed and somebody clicks it, then we want to check and see, is it flagged? Then show a flag. If it's a mine, then show a mine. Otherwise, it should show whatever value is currently in there. Thank you so much for the follow, Effie. All right, so we'll talk through this logic a little bit more once we code it out, but I'll get it on paper first because I know this is hard to think through. But we're gonna say value is flagged, and then we're gonna return a flag, which I'm gonna copy. All right, so if it hasn't already been clicked on, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, well, is it flagged? Did the user click on it to flag it? And that value is true, then show a flag. Otherwise, don't. Right? Because if they haven't clicked on it yet, or sorry, if they haven't, if they haven't revealed the value that it contains, so if they haven't revealed that it's a mine, or they haven't revealed that it's a number, or they haven't revealed that it's empty, the cell is going to be this dark gray, right? These cells, all these cells here, all these dark gray cells have a status of is revealed, false. They haven't been overturned yet, or they haven't been flipped yet. However, these cells also have a status of is flagged. So they are both not revealed and they are flagged. So is revealed is false and is flagged is true. So that's the check that we're doing here. We're saying, hey, it's not been revealed yet. So is it flagged? Check that. If it is, show a flag. Otherwise, just show the plain dark gray cell. How do you add the emoji? Yeah, you can copy it from the repo, or I'll drop it in chat for you. Oh, and yes, DBM dropped it as well. But I'll spam it a couple times for you. There you go. Red flag, red flag. Okay, so that's our first check. That's gonna control the value of the cell. If the value of the cell is a mine, if value of the cell is a mine, and by virtue of the order of our logic here, it's been revealed, right? Because we've already done this check. We've already said if it's not been revealed, then do this check and return. And so anything going into the second if statement is going to be revealed. So if their value is a mine, then return the mine symbol, because that means it's been revealed and it contains a mine, so we better show that mine. And I'll put this emoji in chat too. Bullseye says, is this JavaScript? Yes, this is JavaScript with React, using React on top of it. But it is just JavaScript. We're coding specifically in a markdown language that React uses, and that's called JSX. But it is still JavaScript. So nothing exotic. Sorry, I'm flipping through Windows here. JavaScript with a party hat. Yeah, it's just JavaScript wearing a fancy hat. That's all it is. All right. Then our final check that we want to do for appearance is we want to say, if it's not a flagged cell and it's not a dark gray cell that hasn't been clicked on, and it's not a mine cell that's been clicked on, then really the only other things it can show is either a plain empty cell that's been clicked on or a number. So plain empty cell or a number. So the next thing we want to check and see is if it has any neighboring mines. So does it have a value to show that there is a neighboring mine. And we're going to call that is neighbor, or sorry, has neighbor. L1, I'm not sure if you're a bot or not. The hat. Don't know what that is. First time chatter, sketchy link. I'm afraid I'm going to have to kick you. Oh, JavaScript the party hat. Okay, I see where you're going. All right, I'll let you. I'm going to assume you're not a bot. It's an image. Okay. That's the sketchiest looking thing I've ever seen. Okay, all right. 'Twas a large hat. Okay, I trust you. That was hella sketchy though. Yeah, we can do. Windows does have all the emotes, but yeah, I would suggest just get them from the repo. Go exclamation point project, and then you can grab the emotes from or grab the emojis from there. Okay, so our next check needs to be, does the cell have any neighboring mines? So we're going to say if value dot neighbor is 0, then show a blank cell. We'll just return null. So no value needs to be added, or no value needs to be shown. They've clicked on it, but it should still be empty. So we return null for the value there. And then finally, the only remaining possibility is that they have clicked on the cell, it does not contain a mine, and it has neighboring mines around it. So in that case, we should simply return that count. Whatever that value is, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It doesn't matter what the value is. We're just going to show it inside of the cell. Okay? So we're doing sort of 3 layers of checks here. First, we're saying, okay, they haven't clicked on it yet. So if it's flagged, then show a flag. Otherwise, don't need to show anything. It's just going to be dark gray and empty. If they've clicked on it and the value is a mine, we need to show the mine. If they've clicked on it and it has no neighboring mines, we just show an empty cell. And if they've clicked on it and it has neighboring mines, then we just want to show whatever that count is. And we're going to come up with that count somewhere else. We don't need to worry about that right now. But that's what we're going to show for the actual value inside of the cell. Mashiko says, how do you know if it's a neighbor or not? I promise we're going to do that calculation in a little bit. That's going to require us to actually traverse the grid and find and literally count the number of mines around each cell. We're going to do it with a pretty nifty function, but we're not there yet. We're starting slow. We're taking off slowly on this runway because it's a long one. All right, now we've determined the contents of the cell. Now I need to determine how the cell is styled. Yeah, that's the math, exactly. When we get into that part, that's going to be the mathy part. But it's not going to be too bad, I promise. I literally have illustrations in the code that are going to show you what each step is doing when we get to the math. Because I don't like math either, so I want to make it easy. I made ASCII art, you guys. I made ASCII art for you. All right, so we've figured out the contents of the cell. Now we need to figure out the styling. We need to figure out how it's going to be styled in our CSS. So essentially, I'm going to say let class name equal cell. And that's just going to be basic cell styling that every cell has. It's going to be, whatever that basic styling is. And then I'm going to chain some class names together. So I'm going to say we're going to check value.is revealed. And if it's not revealed, we just want to use the default cell styling. It's going to be dark gray. So no class name needed there. However, the default cell styling is light gray. And if it's hidden, we're going to say class name of hidden. And make sure you put a space there. So if value is revealed as true, then we're going to use default styling. Otherwise, hidden. And then chaining another thing together, we're going to say value.isMine. Then is mine. And I honestly forget what the styling is for this, but you can look at it. You can look it up yourself. add some styling there. And then value is flagged, because I did mess with the styling quite a bit on this. So, but really, all we're doing here is we're determining for each cell what styling should we add, what CSS should we hook into for each cell, depending on what it has inside of it. And then finally, Moshka says, I hate math and algorithms. Rex Riker says, that means a lot coming from a statistician. Well, yeah, I do have a degree in statistics, but that didn't mean I liked it. Because I very much did not. All right, and then finally, we have to determine what happens when a cell is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, right? We have separate colors for each number. So again, I'm not tracking specifically what, I don't have separate pieces of state for each number that the cell has, right? I don't worry about that. I'm just storing all of that in this neighbor property here. So if I want to figure out how to style it independently, I'm going to need to check value.neighbor multiple times. I'm going to need to check value.neighbor multiple times and assign a different color for each number. So I'm only doing numbers 1 through 4, but in JavaScript, just in general, this is not a React thing. In JavaScript, if I want to check the same condition multiple times and return a specific result if that condition is true, essentially break after that condition is true, what's probably the best JavaScript structure to use? I want to check the same condition many times. I want to check the same condition many times and break once I hit true. Yeah, we're gonna use my favorite thing, which is a switch case. Yeah, we're gonna use switch, baby. Now, do you have to? No, you could do multiple if statements. That's fine. But we're gonna use switch because I like it and I don't care what anybody says. I'm a SQL dev. We use case or switch or case statements a lot. So we're gonna check value.neighbor, and depending on what number it has, whether it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4, we want to set the appropriate color. So switch, and then we're passing value.neighbor in to each case. And so our case 1 is going to be return blue, and then etc. Case 2, case 3, case 4, and then case 1 return blue, 3, 4, and then what's the last thing I need what's the last thing I probably want to have in this statement? 2, 3, 4, and I'm using a slightly modified switch statement here, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Yes, the last thing I want to have here is a default, because let's say I change the size of the board and I add more mines, I could potentially have a cell with 6 mines around it. So anything else, I'm just going to say return purple. Yeah. And you'll notice I don't have break statements here. And that's because I'm being sneaky. So in order to make this work properly and render out just, and essentially do this comparison and return this value in the way that I wanted, instead of putting it in a variable first, I just wanted to have it be part of this single variable declaration. I've actually enclosed it in an anonymous function. So what you see here, the blue there, this is an anonymous function. And what all this is doing is it's allowing me to immediately return the result of the switch statement and add it into this variable declaration I'm already doing. So instead of having to do it separately and then put it in here, I just wrapped it in an anonymous function, and then I can immediately get the result and add it to this chain of text. So that's why it looks a little bit different, and I don't have a break because it's a function. And so as soon as I hit this case, I can immediately return the resulting value. So I don't need a break here because I'm inside of a function. Nifty. Blue, red. Let's see, I have blue, green, red, blue, and purple. Okay, great. Being a break. I know we need to take a break. We are almost done. I promise. I just wanted to grind through this and get it done. But yes, we're almost done. We have like 2 more lines to do. All right. So with cell. Okay. Class name is cell. All right. And so now I've essentially created all the styling for each individual cell, and it's going to evaluate conditionally for every cell on render and give it the appropriate contents as well as the appropriate styling. All right, so I'm going to write down in here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be class name. This is going to take in this variable that we've declared here, and it's going to apply it as styling. It's just going to render out as a string, so it can hit the CSS and get all the appropriate styles. And then I still need to populate my on click and my context menu, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to declare those functions inside of this component. I'm going to pass them down from the parent component. So for those of you familiar with React, if I want to give a function, let's say I wanted to transmit the what this cell should do on click and what it should do on right click, want to pass those functions down from the grid, from the game board, from the parent. If I want to pass those down from the parent to the child, so from the game board to the individual cells, how would I do that? What do I do to pass a function or a piece of state or anything that I want to send from the parent to the child? What do I do? Yeah, I pass them in to the component as props. And the word props literally just means essentially it's a thing that you're passing into a function. So it's essentially equivalent to a parameter, right? So what do I need to pass in here? Well, I need to pass in the value of the cell. And by value, I mean this is going to be the properties, the current cell properties. Is it revealed? Does it have a mind? Does it have a neighbor? So we're going to pass that in as a prop. I also need to pass in the on-click behavior, and I need to pass in the right-click behavior. So we're going to call this on-click and C menu. And remember, this just means left-click, right-click. So what should it do on a left-click? What should it do on a context menu click or a right-click? So these are going to be passed into our component from the parent, just like you would with, parameters in a JavaScript function. And then I can reference them inside the component. So C menu. All right, great. So now our component is done. We are done with setting up every single cell that could possibly appear on our game board. We're using the properties to determine what should be in it, how it should be styled, and how it should behave. And so that's essentially done. We're done with the cells. Next thing we're going to do after the break is we're going to come back and we're going to do the actual actually no, what we're going to do next is we're going to do we're going to do the game board. I think we're going to go ahead and do the game board. So the parent component of these cells, the grid that contains the cells, we're going to set up the game board. Yeah. Oh, and the last thing I need to do here, good catch, is I need to export this component so I can use it elsewhere inside of the export defaults cell. So now that I export it, I can reference that component in any of these other files. So you'll see that I'll import the component into our game board, and then I can reference it as many times as I need to. So that's how React works. It's these self-contained little components. And you'll notice up here, I didn't need to import anything because this cell is just taking in props from its parent. We aren't doing any logic here. Well, we're not doing any, we don't have any child components here or anything like that. We're just taking in some values and 2 functions, and then we're using that data to calculate what should appear in each cell. Rosso says props are just objects with the data, right? Yeah, so in this case, we have a mixture. Value is an object. You can see it's got properties, right? Is revealed as a property, is mine as a property, neighbor is a property, and we'll see what those are in after the break when we work on the board component. And then on click is actually a function. going to cause something to happen when the cell is clicked. So it's a function, and so is cmenu. Cmenu is also a function. All right, break time. We are well overdue. I'm going to save this. Don't forget to save. And then we're going to take 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back, and we are going to start building out our board, or we might build out game info, one of the two. We're going to build out another component when we come back. Okay? Actually, we might do game info. That's a small one. All right, cool. 5 minutes, and then I'll see you back here. All right. See you shortly. Okay, folks, we got a little bit less than a minute in the break, so please come on back if you're coming back. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're getting up and stretching. It's important not to stay still for too long. Pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant others, with their permission, of course, and then come on back whenever you're ready. Ruined Matter, thank you so much for the follow. Voxelays, Dragon Bean, Vianichi, thank you so much for the follows. Alrighty, we are back, folks. Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you back here. We are prior to the break, we finished out building our cell component, which has some logic to determine what should be in each cell. Should it be a flag? Should it be a mine? Should it be empty? Should it have a number? And then we also did some logic to figure out the styling of each cell. Should it be dark gray? Should it be light gray? Should it is it does it have did it have a mine in it? Did it have a flag on it? What should it look like for the user when they interact with it? Okay, so we figured all that stuff out, and now each cell is going to render and do its own independent logic calculations depending on the properties that it has. Hey, Mark White, good to see you. Now we're going to move up one level. So we're going to move to the parent of the cells, which is the grid where they sit, right? Each of these cells sits on a grid. And so we're going to move up one level to the board, which is the grid where they sit. Now, in general, if I am working in JavaScript and I want to render quickly, or I should say, I want to quickly dynamically generate a grid, or even like, let's say, a nested array, what would I do that? How would I do that code wise? Doesn't have to be with React, just in general. If I wanted to generate a sort of like a square or rectangular grid, how would I do that? We're getting a little mathy here, but not too much. It's kind of a Code Wars question. If I wanted to generate a grid, how would I do that? Loops, yeah, definitely. We would need at least one. We definitely need a loop of some kind, definitely. But a loop, let's say I'm generating, let's say my grid is, 8 by 10, right? 8 across, 10 down. A single loop would allow me to generate the grid across. It would essentially allow me to generate one row or one column, but then I need that second dimension, right? So once I've done a single loop to generate, let's say, one row, then I need to do it again on the second row and the third and the fourth. So I need to not only repeat adding cells to the row, I also need to repeat adding rows to the grid. So that's 2 loops. And in our case, it's going to be the outer loop is going to generate the rows vertically. So row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the inner loop is going to generate the cells within that row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's going to look something like this. I'm going to, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import my cell component so I can use it. I'm going to say import cell from cells. So that's just grabbing the component so I can use it. And then I'm going to comment out the logic first, and then we'll actually code it. But this is a really common kind of like a LeetCode, Code Wars type thing. So when somebody says, how would you generate an array? Using just JavaScript functions and JavaScript methods, you would say, well, I could do it with nested loops. Especially a grid of dimensions, X and Y, you would generate with nested loops. So my board, set that up like this. And essentially all I'm going to do within this component is just that. I'm going to generate the board. I'm going to generate the grid. So I'm going to say return. We don't even have any extra logic here. It's all just going to be happening inside the return statement. I'm going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name of board, just for styling purposes, to make sure that the cells are spaced apart and that kind of thing. Not capitalized. Board. Oops. There we go. And then inside of here, I'm going to essentially have two loops. So the first loop is going to be, I know it's not going to like these comments. The first loop is going to be our columns. Or sorry, first loop is going to be, I'll say this. First loop is going to be vertical. And then the second loop is going to be horizontal. So the first loop is going to, the outer loop is going to generate row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5, row 6, row 7, row 8. And the inner loop is going to generate the individual cells within the row. Okay? Oh, Lumore, thank you so much. I love this shirt too. It's a really fun one. Yeah. As soon as the Loki series came out, the first season, like I immediately bought the shirt because I love the logo so much. TVA, baby. All right, so we'll code this out and then we'll talk through it and make sure you understand the logic because it's a little gnarly if you haven't done this before. We'll talk about exactly how it works. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Lumore or Lumori. So outer loop is going to handle each of the rows themselves. So we're going to take some data, and if I want to, I guess I'll ask this: what's a quick way for me to loop through an array? If I want to loop through an array quickly and add stuff to and modify it, what method would I use? Use for each, definitely. In this case, we're actually going to use map. Yeah, we're going to use map for this particular task. So each row, a while loop, not in this case. No, I think map is going to be good here because what we're going to be passing into this is a predefined like nested array. So I don't need to use a while because it already has a beginning and an end. So I can just do a map right through it. So for each data row, I'm going to do another map and pass in each item. So every single data row is going to contain multiple items. And for each one of those, I want to generate an individual cell. So essentially, I'm passing into this a nested array containing the rows, columns, and data that I want to render out as individual cells. So I'm going to parse out each row, and then inside of each row, I'm going to look at each item and render that as an individual cell. Yes, exactly. For each doesn't return, but map does. So I'm going to indent that in so it's a little bit easier to see. All right. Each item in each row is going to render out in the browser as a div. Oh, come on. Emmett, don't fail me now. All right, there we go. So each item in each row is going to render out as a div. And each of those is going to contain a cell. Specifically, a cell component. Because we've already created the cell component and we've imported it. So essentially, I just want to say cell, 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 cell for each row in the grid, as many rows as we need. Okay? Now, in React, what I'm doing here is I'm essentially looping through a list. Essentially, I'm looping through a repeating list of HTML tags that I'm rendering out. So I'm rendering the same tag a bajillion times. I'm rendering the same tag a bunch of times. And they're essentially indistinguishable from each other, right? Each of these is going to be a div with a cell in it. It's going to have different properties, but it's essentially the same tag over and over and over again. So what do I need to add here to stop React from yelling at me? If I'm iterating through a list and applying the same tag multiple times, what do I need to stop React from yelling at me? Yeah, I'm going to need to add a key value here. Because if you're doing something like this, where you're looping through a list and performing the same action against that list multiple times, React needs some way to tell these elements apart. React needs to be able to tell the difference between this div right here and this div and this div and this div. So it needs some kind of truly unique identifier for each element. Why does it need that? I know some folks have said in the past, yeah, React really doesn't like it when I don't have a key, but I don't know why. So does anybody know why? Why does React ask for a key? Why does React ask for a unique identifier for identical elements in a list? Lamori says to identify the node in the tree. Yes, but why does it need to know that? That's what it's for. But why does React care? Regular JavaScript doesn't care. You can loop through you can dynamically spit out as many divs as you want, or as many identical elements as you want in base JavaScript. Why does React care? Exactly. Yes. And Strain and Lamore and Celeste, you're all exactly right. Yes, all of you are exactly right. React needs to know if, let's say, here's an example. If I flag this particular cell right here, boop, that's the only cell that changed, right? None of the other cells changed. React needs to know that I changed this cell, this iteration of the cell, but not any of the other ones. It needs to know which specific element to re-render. Even though they're all technically identical, it needs to know I clicked on the cell located at position 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and position 0 on the x-axis. So position 3 on the y-axis and position 0 on the x-axis is the specific unique cell I clicked on. We don't, because if we don't have a key, React won't know which one you clicked, and it's going to refresh every single one every single time, which is not what you want. Yeah. Okay. So that's why we need a key. Now, and I just kind of gave it away a little bit. In this case, what is a way that we can uniquely identify a specific cell on the grid? We don't have to generate, we don't have to install a package to generate unique IDs for us, because we already have a way to uniquely identify every single cell on this grid. Yeah, it's coordinates, right? Where it lives. Each cell only occupies one space on the grid, and that space is unique. So we're going to use that. We're going to say, what's its XY position on the grid? And if you're familiar with middle school algebra, you should know that on a basic graph, the vertical axis, the up and down, is the y-axis. The horizontal axis, this way, is the x-axis. And so we're going to use that same coordinate system. So our key here is going to be, oops, if I could do it right. Our key here, oh, come on, is going to be, I can't win. Our key here is going to be the y position, so the up and down position, and the x position of each element on the grid. All right, and we're going to pass those in here because we're already going to be tracking that information. I'll just tell you that already. We're already going to be tracking that information as a part of our state. So I can just say get data item dot y and data item dot x, and that's the unique identifier for each cell. Okay, that's our key, and we're good to go. Now React is going to be happy, and it's not going to re-render something that doesn't need to be re-rendered. Now I'm going to call upon my cell component, the one we created before the break. So this component right here. I'm going to reference that component as many times as I need to generate the grid. Awesome. However, I can't just reference it and be done. If I tried to run this right now, pretending that everything else was done, if I tried to render this right now, React would give me an error. What else do I need to add to this component reference in order to make it work? What's based on how we declared this component before the break? What's missing? What do I need to give to this component in order to make it actually work? Yeah, I need to give it the props. I need to give it the things it's expecting. So if you were to think about a JavaScript function, just a regular JavaScript function, because remember, this is all JavaScript. It looks fancy, but it's JavaScript. So if I were to declare a JavaScript function with 3 parameters, when I call that function elsewhere in my code, what do I need to give it? If I declare a function with 3 parameters, what do I need to give it when I call that function later? Yeah, I need to give it arguments, right? I need to give it 3 corresponding arguments. Exactly. And it's exactly the same with React. I've declared this component with 3 props, and so I better be passing in 3 props into that component whenever I call it later. And what is it expecting? Well, it's expecting 3 things. It's expecting value, an on-click function, and a context menu function. It's expecting those 3 things. Yep. 3 arguments in order. Yeah. And actually, I just noticed that I didn't actually. It's still going to work if they're not in order, because I just realized I did that. So you get to see how it still works when they're even when they're not in order, because I just realized I did that in the finished code. So cool. But anyway, we're going to pass in, and you can see it's already expecting those 3. So I'm just going to do it the way I did it in the original code, just for funsies. But you should probably put them in the right order. But we're going to pass in these 3. We're going to pass in on-click, cmenu, and value. And fortunately, those things are going to be passed into this component itself as props. I'm just going to give you that for free. So we're going to be passing in the data element. Yeah. We're going to be passing in the data that we're reading from. So this is the whole grid. And then we're going to pass in our handle cell click function and handle context menu function. So these are going to be passed in from the board's parent, and then we can in turn pass them right down into the child cell. So I'll go through this again as soon as I'm done coding it out. We'll talk through exactly what's happening here. This is a common thing that happens in React. So I'm glad I got the chance to kind of show it. All right, so on click, we are going to pass in handle cell click, and into handle cell click, we're going to pass in the y and x coordinates of the individual item we're looking at right now. And just bear with me for a second. This probably doesn't make sense yet, but we'll talk about it. Item.x, pass those in. And then same for our cmenu function. I'm going to say handle context menu, do the same thing. And this one gets 3 arguments. It's going to get E, data item Y, and data item X. And then finally, value is just going to be data item. Let's give up on our dreams and become plumbers instead. No, I like coding. Coding is fun. Okay, so let's talk about exactly what is happening here. Our board component is getting essentially the layout of the entire grid and all of the properties of every cell in the grid. So this is a nested array. It's got rows and columns. So what we're doing here is we're getting a nested array with information about every single cell in the grid. Does it have a flag? Does it have a mine? Does it have neighbors? And it's all bundled up into this data object right here. And then we're also getting our handle cell click and handle context menu functions from the parent, and we're going to declare those in the parent and pass them down. And then we're taking that nested array and we're looping through each row. And inside each row, we're getting information about each item, and we're turning that information into a div that contains a cell, which is going to, get all the contents and properties assigned in its component. But each item on the grid is going to contain a cell, and into each cell, we're passing in what should happen when that cell is clicked, what should happen when that cell is right-clicked, and what the individual value of that cell should be. So for that one individual cell, does it contain a mine? Is it flagged? Does it have neighbors? Is it revealed? What's the status of that one individual cell? Okay. So we're taking this nested array and we're breaking it down into the individual rows and then into the individual items, and we're passing that item data into the cell as an object so we can do those calculations that we already set up. Okay. 2x says making games in React has to be some form of self-harm. No, it's great. It's fun. It works great. So essentially what we're doing here, the reason why it doesn't have to be in order is as I think, now somebody else may know better than I do, because I didn't even notice I did this until just now. But the fact that I'm explicitly declaring, like I'm explicitly doing these assignments, I'm not just implicitly implying which prop goes with each input. I'm explicitly declaring that and saying, and I always do this. So I don't know. I think that may be the difference. I always explicitly declare, which data input belongs to which prop. Like I'm saying on click equals this. C menu equals this, value equals this, versus just passing them in and saying, yep, they're in the right order. This one belongs to this one, this one belongs to this one, this one belongs to this one. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the reason I'm vaguely remembering that from the docs, is that you don't necessarily have to declare them. But if you do, that'll make sure you get the right data input assigned to the right prop. Sean says, I have to make a column index. Is there a script that can do that? I need to find out. Yeah, you can install a package which will generate a unique identifier for your items. I would prefer, so it's generally not considered best practice to use like an array index, like a single array index for your key. You can, but if your array elements get swapped, then you're going to have a bad time. So generally you can install, I forget what's the package we've used in the past to generate unique IDs for things in React. We've done it before. We've done it a few times. What is it called? And I can never remember. If anybody could drop it, the npm package in chat if they think of it. UUID, that's it. Yeah, so you can install it. Just Google that, Google UUID, and that will help you generate unique identifiers for your React keys. Oh, great, cool. Holly Lex, well, is use ID truly unique, or is that just grabbing the array ID? I honestly don't know. I'm genuinely asking. Oh, I see. Okay, you're using SQL. Okay, I got you. So, Sean, what you could do there, and this is purely a SQL thing. I don't know what you're working in or whatever, but you could potentially generate an MD5 hash based on the. I would suggest maybe generating an MD5 hash based on the unique key combination of the row in the table. So see if you can generate MD5 based on your row data, and then that would give you a unique identifier for each record. Yep. Hey, Isomorphica, welcome. Okay, so we're essentially done with this component. This component's function is fairly simple. All this component is meant to do is literally just take in a nested array containing literally the entire contents of the game. So the status of every single cell, all of its properties and it breaks that out into the rows and columns of our game board and puts that information into individual cells. So that's the purpose of our board component here. And so if you'll notice, we didn't actually declare these functions. We didn't actually declare these functions inside of this component, did we? We're passing them down from yet another parent. So we're essentially doing a little bit of prop drilling here, I think. We're sending a prop from a parent. We're not doing anything with it here. We're just dumping it straight into a child as a prop. And that's fine. You can do that. You want to avoid drilling through too many parent-children components. But in this case, it works just fine. There's no issue. So Elfin, one thing to kind of note here is that oh, that's true. Yeah, okay, maybe that is true. I would check the official React docs for that. I'm vaguely remembering that it does talk about putting props in order or not putting props in order. I would look in the official React docs. ChatGPT is not always accurate. I'm not saying it's not accurate here, but I would suggest looking at the official docs. They're very searchable, easy to look up. Yeah, definitely, definitely give it a search. Now, the one thing we are doing here, Chubby Puppy says, "What is the reason for avoiding drilling down too many props?" Yeah, so it can be tempting to just declare all your state like as high as possible, and just you know drill everything down, and which we're gonna actually kind of do with this particular application. But as your state gets more complex and your applications have more and more and more parent-child relationships, and they go deeper and deeper, you're going to want to make sure you're moving state down to as close as to where it's needed as possible. Um, because the more props you're drilling from a master parent, the more complicated it gets, right? You can eventually have 12 or 16 pieces of state that you're sending down through a component that never even get used in that component, and that becomes really confusing. So instead of drilling down through like 10 layers of parent-child relationships, depending on the complexity of your application, you would want to learn how to use context, which is a React concept. So if you have a complex React application, your state's getting too complex, you're drilling down too many levels, I would look into implementing context as a potential option to essentially allow your state to skip a few levels. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Take care of yourself. Good to see you, Sean. Put that brain on ice, indeed. Yeah. So, first thing you should do is you should think about, is my state as low as it should be? Can I push this state down to a child component without affecting the behavior of my application? Does the state need to live in the parent, or can it go down one level, get closer to the children where it's actually being used? If it needs to stay where it is and you need to skip a bunch of levels to get it to where it's used, then consider implementing context to implement that skip rather than drilling the prop down through 6 components. So we're getting a little inside baseball there, but just you can look that up in the React docs, and it's a useful concept to learn. All right, so we've got our component here. We're passing these functions. Now, the one thing that we're doing here when we pass the handle, cell, click, and the C menu functions into this child, what are we doing here? What do you notice? What do you notice about how we're passing these into the child? What have we done with, so handle, cell, click, this is a function. When we pass it in, we're giving it some arguments to execute on, right? But we're wrapping it also in an anonymous function, aren't we? Yeah, and so what we're doing here is we're essentially ensuring that when this function gets passed into the cell component, it's essentially ready to fire. Yeah, we're essentially doing something so that this on click event is ready to fire, but it's not going to trigger until we actually click it. Yeah, because if we didn't do that, our function would fire immediately as soon as it renders. Yeah. So we got to be careful about that. That's why I want to call it out. If we don't want this function to fire as soon as it renders and keep firing, and as soon as every time it re-renders, we need to make sure that we're essentially setting it on a trigger by wrapping it in an anonymous function so it'll only fire on the click event. Yeah, it's like a fancy await. Yeah, exactly. Wrapping it in an anonymous function, it's only going to fire, it's only going to call it, this function is only going to call execute when the on click event actually happens. And the same with the context menu event. It's only going to happen when somebody right clicks on the cell, then the function's going to fire. Because, and the reason why that is, the reason why it would potentially fire constantly is because in JavaScript, we know that if we want to call a function, we do it like this, right? That's how you immediately call a function. Boom, fires. As soon as the code encounters that line, it's going to fire it. And so since we're passing data in, we're essentially priming this function to fire. And so to stop that, we wrap it in an anonymous function so that this will only fire when the on-click event actually happens. Yeah. Okay. Last thing I need to do is export my board component. Export default board, I should say. Export default board. Oh, no worries, Celeste. I'm glad that was helpful. Yeah, sometimes we we see these things and it can be just like, I'm just gonna, gloss over that. But it does have a purpose, It is related. All right, so we're gonna export that. So now we can reference our board in the parent component. And then the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and set up our game info. So actually, I'm gonna save this. Hang on. All right, saved. And Chubby Puppy says, apologies if this is unrelated, but is that related to closure? I'm spacing on what that means. And so if anybody wants to genuinely remind me, feel free to say so in chat. No, that's a great question. And I love it when people ask the questions that I don't know the answer to, because that means I get to learn too. I love learning on stream. So yeah, if somebody could give that a Google and let me know, I would appreciate that. Because my brain is working at about half capacity right now. Great question, though. Yeah, is closure being able to get a variable and use it in a nested function? I was thinking it was something like that, but I can't remember at this moment. So good vocab word. That'll be an Anki word to put in your Anki, word to put in my Anki, because I clearly don't remember what it is. So, okay. Yeah, that's right. Closure gives you access to an outer function scope from an inner function. In JavaScript, closures are created every time a function is created at function creation time. Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure. Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Yeah, so closure gives you access to an outer function scope from an inner function. In JavaScript, closures are created every time a function is created at function creation time. So essentially, kind of what we're doing here is we are. So this specific action of wrapping it in an anonymous function isn't necessarily closure, I would say. But we are granting access to the ability to by essentially by passing this function into the cell component, we are granting access to execute the function and manipulate the results at the parent level. So we are doing that. TV Jaws, thank you so much. It is a fun project. It's Minesweeper. I keep almost saying Minecraft like every time. It's not Minecraft. It's Minesweeper. Sorry, I apologize if I was confusing. I meant that specifically the aspect of wrapping. We had just been talking about wrapping this function in an anonymous function. That I don't believe is closure, but the aspect of passing in a function that can be executed within a child function to influence the parent, I would say that is. Yeah. There's a creeper behind you. Yeah. Me in every single Minecraft game. Okay, we finished with our board component. Now let's move on to our game info component. So as a reminder, this is game info refers to the status bar up top here. So the thing that updates based on where you're at in the game. So I'm going to try, there we go. So when I lose the game, um, it changes this message here. It changes the color. It essentially shows you where you're at. So game in progress, and then if I were to win, it would change to green, and it would say you win, and it would say 0 mines remaining. So it's counting down the mines as I mark them off, and I just realized that I don't have a control over. So it'll go into the negatives if you put too many flags on. But actually, I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Because you want to know if you have too many flags on the board. So maybe I won't fix that. Absolutely, Alphonse. Good. I hope to see you again. And also, too, all of my streams are recorded, so I know this is a long one. I can already tell this is going to be a long stream, and so it is perfectly fine to not be able to join me live for the whole thing. That is a valid thing, and you should be kind to yourself. Everybody out there should be kind to themselves and not feel like they have to stick around just to see everything live. All my streams are recorded. You can access any of my streams for 60 days on the video tab on my channel. You can access the stream right now. The one you're watching right now. You can access it on the video tab right now. You can rewind, you can pause, you can catch up. And before they expire here on Twitch, I will move them to my YouTube channel, which is ad free. So you can go back and watch my 2.5 year archive right now on YouTube ad free if you prefer. So exclamation point YouTube there in chat if you need a link to that. So don't worry, you're never going to miss anything, and you should always do what's best for your mind and your body and your health as far as whether or not you tune in. So never going to offend me if you have to leave. That's perfectly fine, and you should never feel bad about it. So I always like to clarify that occasionally, especially when we have a lot of new folks. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Catch it up later. 100%. All right. So we finished with the board component. Let's head over to game info. This one's a small one. There really isn't a lot here. It's really just tracking the text, the count of the mines, and the styling of the background of the box, right? So it's kind of just tracking those things. So this component is going to be called game info. Oh, thank you for the follow, somebody. I can't see who you are. Hey, Bales. Ah, great name. I love that. I grew up on a farm, so hay bales were a big part of my childhood. All right, so our game info component here. Um, what what do we think our game info component is going to need to know about the status of the game? What is our game info as far as if we're talking about like the current state of the game? What is our just in general? You don't have to tell me like a specific variable name or anything. What is our game info component going to care about based on what you see here in the UI? There's going to be, I'll give you a clue. It's two things. Disrupt says win or loss. Yeah, yeah. What have we lost the game? Is so essentially what status is the game in right now? There's essentially three options. Is it win, lose, or still playing? Right? Three things. So that's one thing that that's one piece of state that our game info is going to care about. What do we think the other one is? So that's this right here. That's this text. What is the other thing that our game info cares about? Yeah, how many mines are left? Exactly. So it cares about two things. How many mines are left and what status is the game currently in? Win, lose, or still going? So two props we're going to take in here, which are mine count and game status. And that's all we need for this component. Chubby says, and color change on status? Yes, but it's important to remember that the color change on the status is also derived from what status the game is in, right? That doesn't need to be a separate piece of state or a separate prop because we can get both the text and the color of the box from this one piece of state. They're both derived from the same piece of state. And that's another principle of React, is that you can use a single state variable to control multiple elements of the UI. So in this case, we're using game status to control both the text and the color of the box. Yeah, they're both tied to that. And that's actually best practice in terms of React. If you read the docs, which again, I highly recommend, if you read the docs, it literally tells you, yeah, you should, if you have two elements that need to stay in sync, right? This box should never change color unless the text is also changing. So the text and the color of the box need to always change at the same time. One should never change without the other. Then those two elements should rely on the same piece of state. Because otherwise you have the potential to get out of sync. Or you run the risk of that. Yeah. So inside of our game info component here, we're going to just declare a quick function called get status class. And this is going to be for styling. So what color should the box be? And it's going to be fairly simple. It's just going to be if game status is win, then our class is going to be win. And if game status is lose, then our class is going to be lose, and that's what we're going to add to the div. And we're going to have CSS for win and lose. And so by default, the box is going to be blue. But if it's win status, then it's going to turn it green, and if it's lose status, it's going to turn it red. So if game status equals you win, then return win. Else game status is you lost, return lose. And then otherwise just return null and stick with the default blue for styling. All right. And then finally, we're going to have our return statement here to actually return the UI element. And so it's just going to be a div. It's just going to be a box with some text in it. Return. Whoops. Return a div. And the div is going to have a span up top for the number of mines remaining. And then below that, it'll just have an H1 for the progress. All right, so the styling of this div, what determines the color, is the result of this function right here. So our class name is going to be, wrap this in brackets, because we're doing logic here. Our class name is going to be game info, which is the default styling. Oops, bumped my microphone. Game info, which is the default styling, plus the result of our function here, which is either going to be win, lose, or null. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's so kind of you, Kitsune.
Kitsune_yokai12 just subscribed with
Wow.
Prime.
Thank you so much. You get the special subscriber screen. You're very cool, Kitsune. Thank you so much for subscribing. Good to have you here. And since Kitsune used a Prime sub, they get that sub for free. So if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, please do use your Prime sub. Doesn't have to be on me, could be on whoever the heck you want. But make sure that you aren't paying for subs unless you have to. You get a free Prime sub every month, so please make sure you are using that. It's a good free thing to do to support your favorite streamer. Again, does not have to be me by any means, but somebody. All right, so our class for our div is just going to be the result of that function, get status class. And notice what we're doing here. We are executing this function immediately upon render. Because as soon as this box renders, we want it to have the appropriate styling. So unlike the other functions that we didn't want to execute immediately, this one does need to execute immediately to apply the proper styling. So that's a difference there. Our span is going to have a class name of info, just for styling. And then we're just going to say mines remaining. And then that's just going to be the count of mines. So mine count. Move this over a little bit. And then in our H1, we're going to say, again, class name is info, just for styling purposes. And the information in there is going to be whatever the game status is. So it's either going to be game in progress, you win, or you lost. Those are the only three options. And we're passing those in from our parent. And the final thing I need to do here is export it. And we're done. That's all there is for this component. So we've done the board component, we've done the individual cells on the board, and we've done the status that goes above the board. Now, one thing you might have noticed is that none of these components contain very much logic, right? All of them are pretty much taking in stuff that was passed to them from their parent, maybe applying a little bit of logic to do the render, to figure out, okay, how do I interpret the stuff I'm being passed from the parent, to render out my UI element. But there's not a lot of calculation happening, really. And what we talked about before is that components should never talk directly to each other, right? You don't see the board component passing data into the game info component, right? At no point are we saying, okay, board, now you tell the status box up here, whether or not they clicked on a mine. That's not how that works. How do we pass information? I'm asking, this is a question I asked earlier, but how do we pass information between components that are essentially siblings to each other, components that are relying on the same pieces of state? How do we pass information between them? For multiple components that need to stay in sync with each other and need to talk to each other, to send information between each other, how do we do that? Because all of these components do need to stay in sync, right? As soon as they click on a mine, this status bar better say the game that you lost, right? They always need to be in sync. As soon as they click on a mine, it needs to say game over. And as soon as I flag a box, this mine count better change. Yes, we go through the parent, right? Yeah. So to keep multiple components that rely on the same pieces of state, or the same status values, in order to keep those in sync with each other, they need to have an overarching parent that's passing state down to all those components simultaneously. Yes, exactly. The kids are, so these are all the game status component, the board component, and the reset button. Those are all essentially children of a single parent. And the kids are all grounded. So the parent has to be the one to relay information between all the children. Exactly. As ISO said, you create a parent component that encapsulates all the siblings and makes sure that they all stay in sync with each other. So that is the linchpin to this project. Is we're going to actually create the parent component where all the calculations and all the logic are actually happening. Yeah. So we've created all these pieces and now we need to join them together. Okay? I know, Holly. Yeah, there's definitely other ways you can do it, but if we're playing things specifically by the book and going by the recommendations of the sort of the base principles of React, how we would definitely do it is parent multiple children, keep them all in sync. Best practice. Yep. Okay, and where that's going to live is inside of our app.jsx. Now, inside of our app.jsx, and OneDrive is doing things in the background again. What are you doing, OneDrive? I don't even know. Oh, well, it's fine. Um, inside of our apps.jsx, I'm actually going to call this component not app, but game. But it should still work either way. So uh, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import my CSS file. This is going to apply CSS to not only the parent, but all the child components underneath it. So going to import that app.css. That's going to trickle down CSS to any of the child components of this parent. I'm also going to finally import the ability to set and use state. We've been talking about state a lot, but we haven't actually really done anything with it at this point. So I'm going to say use state and use effect from React. Oops. So we're importing use state and use effect from React. And then I want to import all of my child components. So import game info, and VS Code should help you by auto completing this stuff. We're going to import board. And then eventually we're going to also be importing some other stuff too, but we're going to leave it at that for now. So I know I need to import my game info, so my status bar component, so I can reference that. I also need to import the board, which is the grid. Why don't I have to import the cell component? Why don't I have to import the cell component? I'm importing game info and board. Why not cells? Yeah, because it's already a child of the board component. And I just realized I called this file cells when it should be cell. Um, so I am going to fix that real quick because yeah, I called the component cell. So I'm going to rename this to be um, just cell. Sorry about that. Yes. But yeah, so cell already lives in board, and so we don't need to import it into the parent of board because it's already inside of board as a child. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to have, eventually, we're going to also import utilities, which are those helper functions we talked about before, but we haven't done those yet. So for now, let's just build out the component. So my component here is going to be called game. And just like the other ones, we're going to set it up. Now, I'm not going to be passing any props into this component because this component is meant to be the parent of all the child components underneath it. So we don't need to pass any props into this one because it's the one that's actually setting the props. It's doing the logic. It's doing all the thinking for the children. The children don't have to think. The children just have to let their mom know, or their dad or their parent. They just have to let their parent know when they want to do something, and the parent is the one that's going to be controlling the logic and then passing the result of that logic down to all of its children. So it's kind of like I kind of like to think of it as like back in the early days of telephones, right? Back in the early days of telephones, if you wanted to call someone, you would pick up the phone receiver on the wall and you would talk to an operator, like a central operator for your area. And you would say, "Hello, operator. I would like to speak to my grandmother." And then you would tell the phone, the operator the phone number, and the operator would be the one who had to think about how to connect that call to your grandmother. So the operator would do that and then tell you, "Okay, grandmother's ready to talk to you." And then you've made that connection, but you couldn't call your grandma directly. You couldn't call your grandma directly. You had to always go through the operator who would then route that call back down to grandma. So that's what we're doing here. Our parent component here is doing all the thinking for the children, and everything has to go through the parent first. Okay. I think somebody just followed me. Thank you. I apologize. I missed a few. Double D, thank you so much for the follow. Ah, Copper Lily says my late grandma was actually a switchboard operator for many, many years. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I love hearing about women in technical roles before like that was considered. I don't know, like a I don't know. There's so many like hidden women in the past who did highly technical roles that were looked down upon, just because they were women, and so that's so cool. She hated it. Oh, that's great. I love it. Yins, thank you so much for the follow, Yins. Yeah, she became a drafting clerk for Southern Bell. That's so rad. Very cool. All right, so this is our parent component. Our parent component is going to be managing the state of the UI for every single other component underneath it. So we're going to start out by declaring a bunch of state variables. Now, declaring state variables has a specific pattern, which some of you may be familiar with, some of you maybe not. But state variables are a very special kind of variable. We can't just say, we can't just say like const whatever or let whatever equals whatever and then update that variable whenever we want. The way state variables work is that they are always declared as a const, and then we have to also declare a specific function that is used to update those variables anytime we want to update them, because they're technically constants. So we can't update them directly. We have to call a function, which then updates the variable, updates the contents of the variable. So you'll see what I mean here in a minute. So the first couple I'm going to declare are a little different, but let me get through them and then we'll talk about what they're like. So use state, set this to 8. So first thing we're going to set is the height and width of the grid. It's going to be an 8 by 10 grid. And our count of mines is going to be 10. And then I'm going to set a few more. So I'm going to get through these and then we'll talk about them. I'm sure folks who are familiar with React are going, hey, wait. So our next one is going to be our state variable for tracking the that nested grid that I talk about that contains all of the game data. So this is going to be our nested grid containing all the game data. And then the next one is going to be, the next one is going to be the current status of the game. So status, and I'm going to finish declaring all these state variables. Then we're going to talk about what these declarations mean and what they do, and then we're going to take another break. Okay. So game status, and then we're going to have set game status, and by default, our game is going to be game in progress. And then another thing we're going to be tracking is our count of mines. So how many mines are currently unaccounted for, right? How many mines are still hidden or not flagged? So mine count, and then set mine count. And then by default, so at the start of the game, the count of mines is just going to be whatever is stored in our state variable here, mines. And then finally, we're going to have the last one, which is going to be a secret tool we'll use later. Key, and then set key. And by default, that's going to be that's going to be false. All right. That was a lot. That's a lot of state variables, but there's a lot of things that we need to track in this game, right? We need to track what state the grid is in. So every single cell in the grid, is it flagged? Is it revealed? Does it have a mine? All these are going to be stored in a big object that's set in nested arrays. Now, what status is the game in? Win, lose, in progress? Where's the game at? How many mines are left? And then this one is basically just going to control when we reset the game. Exactly, Holly. I knew you were going to ask that, and I promise I'm going to talk about that. Um, yes. So one thing you'll notice is that these four state items here are all declared in basically the same way. First, we give the name of the variable itself. So you might remember in some of the other components that we built. So for example, let's look at game status. Game status is a variable, just like a regular JavaScript variable. And when we pass it into a component like game info, oh, hello, there it is, game status. Yeah, and so we can check this, we can check what's in that variable. It's just storing the string, it's storing the current status of the game, just like a regular JavaScript variable. Nothing crazy there. The second declaration here is the function that we use to update this status, right? Because we declared this as a const. And so by default, if I declare, in JavaScript, if I declare a variable as a const, that means that I can't update it. It's what's the word for that? What's the word for that when we can't when we declare a variable as a const, let's say. What do we call that? There's a vocab word for that. It is immutable. Yes. Yeah. It's immutable. We can't change it directly. And that's the way state is in React. I can't say, set game status to game in progress and then say, now, game status equals blah. I can't do that. React won't let me. I can't I can't update it directly. But what I can do is declare this function that has the explicit purpose of changing the value of this state variable. That's all this function does. Set game status, that's the only reason it exists, is to update this variable. And then finally, I say use state game in progress. So what we're doing here is we are declaring the variable, we're declaring the function that will be used to update the variable, and then we're giving the default state that this variable will have essentially when it's initialized. So when the page first renders, so for example, if I were to reload this, when the page first renders, the default state of game status is game in progress. So essentially, all these declarations here follow the same pattern. We set the name of the variable, we set the name of the function used to update that variable, and we set whatever the default value is. So in this case, game data is going to be null by default. And then, one of the first things we're going to do is populate the game board with mines and, whether a cell is next to a mine, that type of thing. And then that'll call set game data and populate that state variable. Same with mine count. So by default, when you first start a game, if you start out with 10 mines, the default value of this is going to be 10. And as you flag them, we're going to call this set mine count function multiple times to either increase or decrease the number of remaining mines. So if I flag a cell, it's going to call set mine count and change the value of mine count from 10 to 9. If I unflag the cell, we're going to have a function that's going to call set mine count again and push the counter back up to 10. Okay? Now you might think, well, why wouldn't we just declare this as a let? Why wouldn't we just say let game data and then we'd be able to update it directly? Why do we have to call a freaking function to update this variable rather than just updating the freaking variable? Any thoughts on why? Any thoughts on why we wouldn't want to do that? So you don't accidentally change it? I mean, kind of, I suppose, but think about how variables work think about how variables work. Yeah, so the rendering is part of it, definitely. Think about how variables work in JavaScript in general. Let's say, all right, let's say this. No, I'm going to talk about Holly. I promise. I do. I promise. Just give me another minute. We're not quite there yet. Um, there is a reason. Yeah, so that's scope. That's one reason, right? Let's look at an example. Let's say that I take game status and I pass it into my game info component. All right. Now, what happens if I update game status inside of game info? What happens if I suddenly set game status equals blah inside of game info? Just in terms of JavaScript, if I pass a variable down into a function and I update something inside that function, what's going to happen? Essentially, when I pass it in here, thank you so much for the stretch. So essentially,
Sando Phantom just redeemed stretch.
once I pass game status into here, yeah, you start to become so once if you're updating it locally inside the function, now things are becoming dangerous. So you're essentially and I forget there's a word for it. What you're essentially doing here is you're creating potential conflicts, right? You're saying, all right, what if I'm updating it in this function here, but I'm also updating it in, I don't know, in cell or in board. I'm sending all these updates potentially simultaneously from different functions, from different locations at different times.
Mark White just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. And you're eventually going to end, yeah, you're going to end up with unexpected side effects, potential race conditions. Yeah, you don't have again, this is allowing if you did that, you would be allowing the children to dictate what potentially what their siblings are doing, right? If I'm updating it from here, if I'm reassigning it here, I could have unexpected side effects to every single other component in the app when I only intended to change the status within a single component or something like that. It just depends. You're creating all sorts of unexpected behavior, and you really don't know what's going to happen. If you're updating it locally, you could have global effects on the rest of the app. And so definitely don't want that to happen. And so instead, what we're doing with state variables is if we want to update the value of a particular state variable, we simply pass the function to do that update into the child component. Still, you're gonna you might have async in your might have async in your application, right? You just don't know what's going to happen if you do that update directly. But instead, what we do is we pass the function to do the update into the child, and then we pass the function to do the update into the child, but the variable itself still lives up top. And then as soon as that variable gets updated, the updated state gets passed down to all the children. Yeah. Yeah, use state itself is async. That's a good call out. Yeah. So the variable is always going to live at the parent, and then the children only ever get access to the function that says, so essentially instead of the child performing the action themselves, doing the update themselves, they kind of raised their hand and said, hey parent, hey mom, I need to make an update to this. Can you do that for me? And then the function itself, the logic for that function lives at the level of the parent, and then all the children get the updated state simultaneously. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a mind warp, right? But it's kind of basically a protection to make sure that the variable is always going to live at the parent of all the children to where it's being used. And anytime a child needs to make an update, it's not going to be able to do so directly. It's not going to be able to do so directly. It's going to be able to call this function and basically request that a state update gets made. So it's going to say, yeah, I want to make this update. I'm going to call this function. But the parent is the one that actually controls the logic for that function execution and then updates all the children with the new value of the state variable. Okay? So we'll see that in action. I'll show you how that looks when we want to update a state variable, because we haven't really done that so far with the components that we've built. I don't think. I don't think any of these have actually called an update, but I promise it'll happen. We're gonna need to update state. We're gonna need to update state within this application to control how the board behaves, right? So we haven't done it just yet, but we will. All right, so we've declared all these state variables, but one thing I've conveniently overlooked are these first three right here, right? These first three are just basically being declared as constants. We're setting a default value for them, but we don't actually have a update function. So essentially, these are just flat constants. They can't be updated because state variables are immutable. They can't be changed unless you have the magic function to do it. So why did I do these this way? Because this is essentially a hook for a feature that I didn't have time to implement. So no big secret here, no crazy reason why. Essentially, I wanted to add a difficulty setting into the game to allow you to do beginner, intermediate, advanced, or I don't know what you want to call it, but easy, medium, hard difficulty levels. And there would have been a drop down where you could, choose easy, medium, hard, and then that would essentially update the starting number of, you know, it would update not only the starting number of height, width, and mines, so like the grid size, but then it would allow you to change that on the fly. So it would allow you to essentially, like in the middle of a game. So rather than just on the initial load, in the middle of a game, you could say, I want to make this harder, and you could change the difficulty setting and force a re-render of the whole thing, all the grid and the contents of the cells and all of that, so you could change any of these values on the fly. But didn't have time to, but I still declared them like state variables. So that's why. Nothing crazy, just a feature I didn't have time for. Yeah, if you want to, you can do that for homework if you want to. You can add a an updated ability for this if you wanted. Yeah, I could absolutely declare them as a const. Actually, I think in straight into the future work section, exactly. Yeah, this is definitely. But I wanted to kind of, the reason I left them the way they are. Oh, I know. There is no reason to use state here. Um, these are essentially, I wanted to call these out as, please. I'm literally going to say explicitly here. Please add a feature to change these into to change these to change the difficulty setting and adjust height, width, and mines. Yeah. So I kind of left these here as a call out because I want somebody to do this, is what I'm saying. Yep. Okay, I promised we'd have a break after I talked about state variables, and I spent a long time talking about state variables. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, 5 minutes, and then we are going to. You can if you want to. Yes, you can. If you can do a pull request if you add the difficulty setting change. Yes. If that's what you want to, anybody can do a pull request actually, and I shouldn't put restrictions on it. Anybody can do a pull request on my repos, clone them down, do whatever you want with them. Yes, feel free, no restrictions. Go ahead and add a difficulty setting if you want, or turn them into constants if it's really bothering you. Definitely. All right, 5 minutes break. When we come back, we're gonna actually start building out some logic, and we're gonna see how we can update these state variables and control the behavior of the child components underneath them. And we're also going to do a little math. Don't we all love doing math? We're gonna talk about coordinates on the grid and how we figure out, for example, how many. If I click on a cell, what the number should be in each cell, right? How do we figure that out? How do we know? How do we tell if that this cell right here should have a 1 in it versus a 2 or a 3 or a 4? How do we do that counting for every single cell on the grid? How could we possibly do that? Well, we're going to learn that when we come back. All right? Wee. I'm glad you're excited. I'm glad some of you out there are excited about math. I like it. Yeah, I prefer baths as well. But hey, I love it when people love math, because we should all have things in this world that we dislike that others like, because that means that, that's how we function as a society, right? All right, 5 minutes. See you back here shortly. right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you are ready. Make sure that you are hydrated. Make sure that you have eaten some food. Make sure that if you have been sitting this entire time that you get up and stretch a little bit. And of course, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, and we are back. Disrupt says the dog gets so excited when he hears the break music. That is so funny. My dog knows that when I say bye, like if I'm on like a Teams call for work, my dog knows that when I say bye, there's like a 50% chance that either I'm getting up for lunch and he gets to go outside, or I'm getting up and getting a snack and he might get something that falls on the floor. So yeah, my dog is absolutely trained to know what it sounds like when I'm done with the Teams meeting at work. Yeah, it's funny what they yeah, or yeah, in general, whenever I finish a Teams call, he usually gets some pets as well. Yeah. All right, so just prior to the break, we declared our initial state variables that we're going to be using in the application, some of which we've already seen referenced. And so we've set those up. And now what I want to do is I want to think about which order I want to do these in to make sense. Okay, yeah, so let's do this. So the very first thing I want to do when somebody loads the application, so they visit the website, or they or what happens when I first fire up this server and the page renders, the very first thing I want to do is I essentially want to, if I click reload, I essentially want to render the board in a default state, right? I want to populate the grid, and underneath this grid, right, I can't see it, but underneath the grid, each of these cells already has all of the elements they're ever going to contain. So the cells render themselves out, and some of these cells are going to have mines, some of these cells are going to have numbers in them, and all that data is going to be pre-populated. It's just hidden with styling, and I can show you that by doing this. So if I go into inspect and I expand this out, go into the board and look at a few of these divs, so I can see that these first two have a style value of blue. And what that means, based on, so the logic that we put together before, is that these two cells are most likely next to a mine. So I want to find one that actually has a mine in it. Let's see, purple. Yeah, here we go. Here's a mine. So we already know, even when the game first starts and we can't see, we can't see anything in the cells, all of their data is already set. We have already seeded the board with all the mines, all the data that we're going to need, right? It's already in there. It's just not showing right now. So we have already set the initial state of the game from the outset. And I asked this question a little bit earlier in the stream. So like we already know this is going to be a mine, and so the cells around it are going to be, like the one above it's going to be blue, and whatever. But all the game data, the configuration of the game is already set. And I asked this question earlier. I said, why wouldn't we just set that information for each individual cell when we click it? Why wouldn't we just randomize that determination, make the determination on the cell click? Yeah, in this case, you can absolutely, and that's on purpose. You could absolutely cheat with inspect element, and that's because I wanted to show this information. I wanted to have this information visible to show you how it works, right? It's the fact that the data is already there. We are just controlling what the user sees with styling. But the question still stands. Why do I care about this when I can't see any of it? Why wouldn't I just randomize it and say, all right, when I click this cell, it's going to do a random process to determine what information it should have? Why wouldn't I treat each cell as an individual object? Why do I care about the state of the entire grid at all? Why wouldn't I just put the state down at the level of each cell? Why wouldn't I have each cell control its own state? Why do I have the state up this high and care about the entire status of the grid as a whole? You're getting there, chubby puppy. You're getting there. Make sure they remain in sync. Yes. Why do they have to remain in sync? Why do these individual cells have to remain in sync with each other? If I click on this cell, which that looks funny because of the, there we go. If I click on this cell, why do any of the other cells care about it? Yes, exactly. Yes, because the behavior of the other cells on the grid depends on the behavior of its neighbors. Yeah. Yeah, in simple terms, for example, when I clicked on this cell, it's going to cascade and reveal all the empty cells next to it until it reaches a cell that actually has a mine as its neighbor. So, part of the default game behavior is that the cells, the individual cell components, have to know what their neighbors are doing, right? And even from the very beginning, so to go back to the original question, why don't I randomize the behavior of each cell at the time it's clicked? Well, because part of the strategy of the game depends on trying to visualize the entire where all the mines are, even on the cells that haven't been revealed yet, right? Because by looking at this particular cell here, I know that there's got to be a mine here somewhere. It's going to be either here or here. Same for this one here. There's going to be a mine here, or it's going to be here or here, because those are its neighbors. And so if I clicked all of these and there wasn't a mine, that would be incorrect. I wouldn't know, I wouldn't be able to strategize to figure out the rest of the board and to figure out what cell to click next. So that's why we need a state variable that manages the state of every single cell on the grid simultaneously and keeps them in sync. We can't just treat each cell as an independent object. We need to manage the state holistically at the top level and then pass that state down to the individual cells based on what the other cells are doing. So if I flag this cell right here, which is actually, I know it's a mine based on the markings around it, I click this one, and it's telling me that there's at least one other mine somewhere in the vicinity. So the behavior of this cell now takes into account that, yes, I may have flagged this mine, but there's another mine around here somewhere, right? So all these cells are dependent on each other to give you the correct information about the state of the UI. And so therefore we need a global variable, or not a global variable, but a state variable that's managing the entire grid all at once and making sure that all the cells stay in sync. Yeah. All right. And all of that data is set from the very start of the game, like as far as where the mines are and what those values of each cell are going to be. Even if we don't show it right away, it's still being remembered and stored in the logic. So, with all that being said, we have to do an initial render of the game board. So, first, render, move this over. we need to render the game board, plant mines, and store the initial um, state of the grid in our state variable. So we have to do a few things, right? We have to render the board itself with all the cells and their default status. We have to, plant mines on the board, or essentially insert them, flip the statuses to has mines or is mined um, in our array, and then store that initial state in our state variable. So the way I'm going to do that is, as soon as the page loads, I want to do all those things. So I can do that by calling useEffect, which is a React hook. And what useEffect is going to do is it's going to, as soon as the page loads, it's immediately, without any user interaction, I don't have to touch anything, it's immediately going to do exactly what we said here. So whatever I put in here is immediately going to cause the board to appear and populate the mines and do all the things that we want it to do. So, as we mentioned before, I want to set game data, which is our state variable, right here. I want to populate that with whatever the initial state of the board is. All the locations of the mines, any values of the neighbors to mines, that kind of thing. I want to put all that in there. So I'm going to call a function called init game data, which we haven't declared yet. But into that function, I'm going to pass our height, our width, and the count of mines. So if you were to add a feature to, say, change the difficulty, right, those values could change depending on how difficult you want the game to be. So we're going to call init game data. We're going to pass in the height and width of the grid and the number of mines. And what this function is going to do is it's going to randomly populate the grid with mines and also set the grid to the appropriate size. So init game data is going to do that. And then for useEffect, the dependency of this is going to be a few factors. It's going to be the height, the width, the number of mines, and a key value. So essentially what useEffect is going to do is it's going to automatically render the game board when the page first loads. And then later on, if any of these values change for any reason, it's going to also re-render the game board. So it doesn't have to be because of a user interaction, although in our case it's going to be, but it doesn't have to be because of a user interaction. If any of these state variables changes for any reason, useEffect will fire and re-render the game board. Okay? Cool. So how do we initialize the board? Well, we're going to declare a function called init game data. I realize I didn't quite, that function name isn't perfect, but that's all right. And we're passing in height, width, and mines into our function. And essentially what this is going to do is it's going to create a nested array. Again, like we talked about earlier, when we set up our board component, it's going to create a nested array with a count of rows equal to the value of the height, a count of items in each row equal to the value of the width, and a count of randomly placed mines equal to the number of mines. So we're going to say let data equals, and we're going to have a function that's going to generate that array. It's going to be called create empty array. And we're going to pass in the height and width. It's essentially just going to create the grid for us. And then we're going to add to this data object. So this data object is going to contain not only the grid, but all the properties of that grid. So for each cell in the grid, or each item in our each data item in our nested array, does it have a mine? Does it have a neighbor that has a mine? If so, how many? Should the count of neighbor be 1, 2, 3, 4? What should it look like? How many mines does it have around it? So first I initialize the empty array. Then I add to that data object height, width, mines. I add to that data object the randomly planted mines. And then finally, I add the count of mines, I add the count of mines surrounding each cell that does not have a mine. So it could be 0, could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, could be 4. Data, height, and width. All right, so we haven't declared these functions yet, but we are just about to. Mohammed said, we don't use let a lot in React because we already have use state. No, not necessarily. So are you asking why we're doing it here? Or it really, we can use let and const as much as we want, as long as we're not trying to use them to declare a state variable. So in this case, this variable is just a regular variable. It's just a regular old variable inside of a function that's being used to store the initial state of our grid. And then in the end, we're going to go ahead and return that. Return that. Return data. Okay, so we're calling this function, right? We're passing in height, width, and mines. We're just declaring a regular old variable. We're seeding our empty array. We're planting mines on that array. And then we're getting all the cells that don't have a mine but have a neighbor that does. And we're saying, okay, what's the right number for that? Is it a 1, 2, 3, or 4? And we're just updating the value of data every single time. And then in the end, we're going to return the value of data. And that's going to be that's what we're going to return into our game data state variable. Hey, Olive, good to see you. So essentially, the result of this function gets passed into our game data state variable because we're calling set game data in order to update it. So the result of this function is going to be a nested array, and each item in that array, each individual data item, represents a cell on the grid and contains multiple properties. So I'm going to show you, the very next thing I'm going to show you is exactly what each of those individual data items is going to look like. All the properties of each individual cell. Okay. So with that in mind, we are now going to move to our utilities file. Because inside of our utilities.js, we're going to declare some helper functions, which we are going to be referencing in app.js. So like, for example, the create empty array function, the plant mines function, the get neighbor mines function. We're going to declare all of these inside of our utilities file and then export them so we can use them inside of our app.jsx. So pop over to utilities.js. And the very first one we're going to declare is just a regular function. This is not a component, it's just a function. Create empty array. Because we need to call it in order to initialize the grid when the page first renders. Thank you so much, Clavisi, FW, Dr. Physics, and Zach. Thank you all so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Good to see you here. So create empty array. We're passing in the height and the width of our game board. So those are going to be the parameters. Oh, thank you so much for the stretch.
0SS just redeemed stretch.
Whew. Now, question for you. Why is this create empty array? Why is this just a function and not a component? Why is this create empty array just a function and not a component? Might be an interesting question. This function is just going to be straight up JavaScript. Yeah, exactly, Renitz. It doesn't render anything. It's just doing logic. It's all under the hood. We're not rendering any element of the UI with this. It is literally just straight up JavaScript logic. There's no UI component. That's an interesting question. Chubby Puppy says, what's the difference between a function and a component? So in the case of React, there are certain requirements that a component must have. One of them is that it must return some element of the UI. Yeah. So you'll always see, so some components you'll see that kind of cheat a little bit. It'll have like a, they'll have like an empty tag, or surrounding multiple interior tag. It has to return a singular HTML tag. Could be empty, could be a fragment, but it has to return some element of the UI. Anything else is just a function. Yeah, I just realized I hadn't really asked that question yet. So we're just, some of these we're declaring as functions, some of them are components, but in this particular case, the component is a specific element of the UI that we are encapsulating, that we can then reference elsewhere in our layout. Whereas these are just straight up logical functions that are doing function logic underneath the hood. No, nothing visual here for the user. It does the logic, the result of this logic, the grid, will eventually get rendered out to the user visually, but not here. We just use the result of this to populate the board and then send that into our grid and cells. Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow, Harissa. All right, so this function, we're going to start out with just a plain old empty array. So just call that data. Now, Mohammed says, are you speaking advanced English right now? Because I understand you perfectly. I don't know if it's because you're speaking basic English or I'm just too good. You're probably very good, Mohammed. I tend to try to not use too advanced vocabulary on my streams, just because I know that a lot of folks that watch me are not necessarily native English speakers. However, if anytime I say something that's an English vocabulary word that you don't know, please do ask, and I'm happy to try to find another word that means the same thing, or explain that vocabulary word. So if I ever do say something, anybody out there that a word you're not familiar with, please do ask, and I'm happy to clarify it. Yeah, the goal is to keep it accessible. My goal is to not sound like the smartest person in the world, because I'm not. And anybody that tries to pretend they know everything and make things inaccessible to others, is what's the point of them even streaming anyway, right? So yes, I'm glad that it's understandable. So thank you for giving me that feedback. I appreciate it. All right, so we had our empty array. Now, pop quiz. If I want to generate a grid, we talked about this a little earlier in the stream. If I want to generate a grid of rows, so of rows containing X items, and then X number of rows, sorry, Y number of rows. So rows containing X number of items and then Y number of rows. How do I do that with JavaScript? If I have a height of Y and a width of X, how do I generate a nested array for that grid? Yeah, we use nested loops, right? We use nested loops. Now, in this case, we are basically generating individual rows, and then the individual, so we're generating individual array items for the rows and columns. And so for us to do that, we're going to use nested for loops and just loop through until we reach the given height and then until we reach the given width. This is a little bit different than the nested loops we did before, where we were using map to create the cell contents. Because in the case of us using map for our board, so like what we did here, where we did each row and then each item in each row, here we were working from a predefined grid, right? We were passing in this data element with the grid already laid out. So it's a set, you know, we already knew exactly how big the grid is, and we can just work within the confines of that grid. Here, inside of our utilities, we are literally generating the grid. Oh, come on. We are literally going to be generating the grid from scratch. This is our initial declaration of that grid. And then we're going to use it, to eventually generate the board. So that's the difference here. So we're going to say for let I. What the heck is going on here? Looks like we got some bots. Gotta love a bot. It happens. Lame. I know. It's all good. Hey, I'm glad my accent and vocabulary are easy to understand. And Poco, welcome to the stream, by the way. Uh, Even for native English speakers, I appreciate that you break down the tech jargon to help people understand it easier too. Absolutely. Yeah. Again, that's the goal. That's the goal of the stream, is to break down the jargon so that you can understand it, because I want more people to be coding and I want more people to feel comfortable coding. Just ignore the spammers. It's all good. If they fire up again, I'll ban them all. But we're going to ignore them. Life's too short, right? All right, so let I equal 0, and then actually that might be beneficial to me, because I think the more chat engagement that you have, the more your stream gets shown on like the Twitch homepage. Oh, okay, we're gonna ban them all. It's all good. 2 seconds. Gives a ban. Don't give him any attention. Like I said, life's too short and we're too cool. There we go. Oops, got a couple more. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Okay. So, going back through here. Oh, Connor, thank you so much. Yeah, anybody can make games, right? You don't have to, you don't have to have a bunch of advanced skills with Blender, Unity, or anything like that. I gotta get my notes back up here. Okay. So let's continue our loop. So for I less than height. So first, our outer loop is always going to be height. Yeah, exactly, Connor. Our outer loop is always going to be height. We're going to start with columns first, and you can think of that in terms of Big Chatty Cheerios. I'm glad. Connor Lad, thank you so much for the follow, and Harissa, thank you for the follow as well. So you can think of that in terms of the y-axis, just as a reminder. If we're dealing with a graph, the y-axis is always going to be the vertical axis, and the x-axis is going to be the horizontal. So anytime I say y, I'm talking about vertical, up and down. X, I'm talking about left and right. Okay? So loop vertically first, and then our inner loop is going to be set that as J. New loop is going to be J. And then we're going to use those values as we're looping through. Remember, we're doing vertically first and then each item in each row. And we're going to set the properties of every single individual cell based on that data, looping through. Oops, and this is width. Looping through that. Yeah, so the specific, I'll show you why I did I and J in just a second. So for data, there we go. I and J. And then that's going to be an individual element in our nested array. We're going to have a y and an x property. And the value of x, so the value of y is going to be I, and the value of x is going to be j. So we are then going to assign that value. Oops, we got more spam. Okay, I'm going to lock chat for a minute. There we go. And I'm going to ban a bunch of people. It's all good. They're back. I feel bad for the people that got their accounts stolen. There we go. Okay, chat will be locked for a while, but if you have a question, you can message me on Discord, and I'll pull up. You can message me on Discord, and I can pull up questions from there. So I'll unlock it after a while, but we're gonna stay locked down for now. Okay, feel free to keep following along though. I'll pull up Discord on my other screen. You're good, Mark. Yeah, it should still allow some folks to comment. I think subscribers can still comment. I know you're good, Mark. And I know that all of my actual viewers are excellent people and aren't the ones doing this. It's, random butt faces out there that like to steal people's accounts. But like I said, life's too short. Aw, thank you for the follow, Purple. Hope you're having a good day, Purple. All right, I got Discord going on the other screen, so feel free to message me there if you have a specific question. I know it's a little bit harder, but sometimes we got to do what we got to do. Oh, thank you for the follow, Purification. Yeah, gotta love bots. Oh my goodness, George! Did you just sub? Thank you. Yeah, now they're spamming the follows, trying to get in that way. That's okay. I'm also. I appreciate all the follows. The follow count's going up like crazy. George, thank you so much for the sub, by the way. You're going to see follow notifications popping up for a while. I've muted the stream. There we go. I've muted. See if I can mute notifications. Hopefully it's not too annoying. Let's see if I do. No, I don't remember how to mute notifications, but who cares? You're gonna hear that noise for a while. But yes, thank you for the sub. Who subbed? George, thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, where were we at? So I was talking about how we set the values of y and x. And we're essentially, I'm using I and j as placeholder values to loop through the heights. So the reason I declared I and j the way I did was because I, Purple, wow, thank you for the sub. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Good to have you here. I hope you're having a good day, Purple. Thank you for the follow as well. I think you followed earlier. I don't know. That was like 800 follows ago. You're fine, Purple. Thank you for this. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's your first time here. So the I variable is specifically just for the loop. The reason I didn't declare it as X or Y was strictly because I is meant to only be the value of the loop, and then that gets assigned into the Y and X properties. So, I mean, you could declare them as Y, you could use them as Y and X in the loop if you wanted, but I really wanted to be explicit about, hey, these are the values specifically for the loop, and then they get assigned into the Y and X properties that we're going to be using everywhere else in the code. Thanks, Purple. Okay, get my notes pulled back up here. Do, do, do. So the next property we want to be tracking for every single cell is whether or not it is a mine, right? So is mine is going to be false by default. And remember, this is to kind of roll back to what we're doing here. This is the initial declaration of the grid. So by default, we haven't set any mines yet. We are only setting the values of the initial grid. The very next thing we're going to do after this is we're actually going to plant the mines, but by default is mines should be false. And so then also by design, the number of neighboring mines should also be 0. And is revealed should be false. So none of them are going to be clicked. Is empty is also going to be false. So is empty is essentially the toggle that says, hey, if you click on a cell, for example, this one right here, if we click on a cell like this one right here, this type of cell that has the is empty property is going to trigger that cascade effect. So it's going to say, oh, hey, I'm empty. Open all the cells around me as well. And this cell right here, since it has a number in it, it's going to have an is empty property of false. But this cell right here has an is empty property of true. And so it then also says, hey, open all the cells around me. And then all these cells right here all have that is empty property set to true. And so as soon as they are clicked, they say, hey, you've opened me, also open all the cells around me. So create the cascade effect. And I think that cascade effect is one of the coolest parts of this whole app, and I can't wait till we get there. So is empty is going to be false. And then is flagged is the final thing we're going to be tracking for each cell. Also false. Makes sense. And then finally, once we've declared the empty grid, we're going to return that data. So, oh, forgot a comma. Okay. Comma, and see if I do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think if I do that, that mutes notifications. Right? I hope y'all can still hear me. Does that mute everything or just notifications? If any subscribers can let me know if you can still hear my voice. Yay! All right, cool. So I've just muted the audio, so all those pop-ups hopefully won't be too annoying with noise. Cool, great. Icon, I didn't even know you're here. Good to see you. Good night. All right, so we've set the initial array. And I'm also going to actually mute my own so I don't hear it either. Cool. All right. So we've set the initial array and we're returning that data. Now, just as a reminder, we're going to go back into our app here. So we've initialized the array and we're storing it in a variable called data. Now, the next thing we want to do is, now that we have this empty array, we're going to put mines in it. We're going to choose random cells, and we're just going to basically select random cells on the grid to decide whether or not they get a mine. So let's go ahead and do that function next. Plant mines. Plant mines is going to be our next function. And that's also going to be in our utilities here. So export const plant mines. And again, we're going to be taking in basically the same properties. We're going to say, I foresee math. Yeah, you might just be right. Do you think we might need a little bit of math to determine where those mines should be planted? I'm thinking we might. So plant mines, we're going to be passing in basically the grid data, the height, the width, and the number of mines. Pass that in. And first off, we're going to say let random x, random y, and mines planted. So I'm going to be declaring 3 variables, and I'm going to set them all equal to 0 for starters. So obviously, random x and random y are going to refer to specific positions on the grid. And then mines planted is going to basically be keeping a count of how many mines we've planted so far. So it's going to make sure we don't plant too many or too few, just as many as are stored in that initial state variable. So here we can do, it's okay, I'll ask you guys. If I want to keep planting mines until I reach the number specified in our mines threshold, in this case it's 10, if I want to keep planting mines until I reach that number, what JavaScript what JavaScript principle should I employ? If I want to just keep repeating this action and planting a mine, yeah, we're going to go ahead and do a while loop for this. We're going to say while mines planted is less than mines, keep planting mines. I'm going to say mines a lot. So we're going to get a random x value on the grid. And so we're going to call a function we haven't declared yet called getRandomNumber. And we're going to pass in the value of the width. So this is going to get a random value between, well, essentially in this case, our width is 8. So it's going to get a random value between 1 and 8. And we're going to do the same thing for our height. Get a random number between 1 and 10. Or 0 and 9, I don't remember. Never mind the math. Well, at least we don't have to do all the calculations ourselves. We have a function that can do that for us. And we're going to say, first thing we need to do, if we're going to put a mine in a particular cell, we want to make sure that we don't accidentally try to put 2 mines in the same cell, right? Don't mind if I do. So we're going to say, our first check needs to be, hey, at these coordinates, random y, random x. At these coordinates, is there already a mine? Is that property already set to true? So remember, we're doing we have a bang here. We have an exclamation point, which means the reverse. So we say, hey, is this not already a mine? If it's not already a mine, if it doesn't already have that property set to true, then we set that property to true. So we say, all right, this is a valid coordinate to put a mine. We're going to set that property to true, because remember, it's false by default. And then we're going to essentially increment the number of mines planted. So all we're doing here is we're saying, all right, get me a random coordinate on the grid, check and see, make sure it doesn't already have a mine. If it doesn't, go ahead and plant one there. And if it does, then it's just going to continue the loop. So the reason why we use a while loop here is that it's entirely possible that we land on a coordinate that already has a mine. And so if I had this in like a for loop, we could potentially end up planting too few mines if we weren't careful. So with a while loop, even if we, land on a coordinate that already has one, we don't increment mines planted, so it's just going to go back to the beginning of the while loop, and it's going to loop it's going to try as many coordinates as it needs until it eventually plants 10 mines. Even if it takes 15 or 20 loops, it's going to keep looping until it eventually gets to 10. So that's why a while loop here is really essential. And then finally, when we're done, we're going to return the updated grid, which now contains additional data about the mines. So we're going to say return data. Mondo, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. So as a reminder, let's go back to our app.jsx. So we've done this. We've initialized the empty array. We've now updated that array with the locations of all the mines. Fievel, thank you for the follow. And then finally, now that we've planted the mines, we can look and see where those mines, for the cells that don't have mines, get a count of any neighboring cells that do. So we have to do this in a specific order, right? We have to initialize the grid first, we have to plant the mines, and then we have to count any neighboring mines. So we'll do the random number function in a minute, but I'm going to keep going to the neighbor mines function. We'll do that one, and then we'll do the helper random number function. So export const get neighbor mines. We're going to pass in the actual grid because we're going to update it. Again, we're going to pass in the height and the width as well. Now, we don't need to pass in the count of mines because they're already in place. They're already contained within our data object here. They're already contained within our data object here. So we don't need to pass this value in again. It's already stored in our grid. Oops. Now, in here, I'm going to say let updated data equals data. And now I'm going to loop through the entire grid, through every single cell in the grid, and I'm going to check for cells that do not have a mine. Do they have any other cells in their vicinity that do, and what is the count of the cells that do have a mine? So to illustrate that, let's do a quick reminder. So if I look at this grid here, I know that this particular cell has a mine in it. And so what this function is going to do, let's say I was looking at this cell right here. It's going to have looped through all the other cells in the grid, and it gets to this one. It's going to check every neighboring cell around it and say, hey, do any of these have the mine property? Oh, this one does. Okay, sum it up, and it's 2. Now, for this one right here, it's going to check every cell in the 8 cell grid around it, and it's going to say, oh, both of these have a mine. This value should be 2. So for each center cell, it's checking all the other ones, the properties of the other ones that we've already set, and it's going to update the properties of only this cell to reflect the number of neighboring mines. All right. I just got it, Chubby Puppy. Don't mind if I do. Haha. Sorry, that took me like 5 minutes. I didn't read it very carefully. All right, so once again, we're looping. So I'm going to copy this loop logic from up here. Do. That was a very delayed reaction on my part. Okay. Oops. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay. So I've copied the loop logic from up top, and we're going to do it again to loop through all the cells once more. I need to pull my notes back up. There we go. So, like I said, if the cell we're currently on at coordinates I and j, height and width, is not a mine, then the value of mine is going to be 0. And the area around the cell, so essentially this variable that we're initializing here, this is going to count the number of mines in the neighboring cells. So we're going to increment this if we need to. The area around the cell is going to be handled with math in a function we're going to do in a minute. So essentially we're going to say traverse the board around the current cell. And in order for this function to work, we're going to pass in the y coordinate and the x coordinate for the current cell. So this notation looks a little confusing, so I'm going to talk about it in just a second. I'm going to pass in the coordinates of the current cell, the current status of the grid, and the height and width of the grid. Okay, so what are we doing here? Well, we're saying you're going to traverse the board for this. This is the x and y coordinates of the center cell. So I'm telling it exactly which cell I want to check the area around. That's the x and y coordinates. This is the entire current status of the grid, and then this is the height and the width of the grid. Now, why do we need to pass in the height and width if we already have the grid? Well, we want to make sure that if I pass in a cell that's on the far left, that's essentially in like position 0 on the row, that I don't check cells that are outside the bounds of the width of the grid. I don't want to check any cells that are out of bounds. So in order to figure that out, I need to have the set height and width values of our grid. And it's easy enough to just pass those in since we already have them. Okay. Now, chat should be re-enabled, by the way. I did that a little while ago. I'll turn on shield mode again if I have to, but you may be able to comment again. So you can give it a try if you want. All right, so we're passing all that into our traverse board function, and that's going to get mine precious. Yeah, frankly, that's going to get the whole area around the current cell. Well, if it's not, then we'll just keep on trucking. It's all good. Doesn't hurt anything. So for each now that we have the area around our cell, we've got all those values stored in an array. Now that we have the area around our cell, we can just loop through that array. Just loop through that array and count the number of mines in it. So for each value in that array of all the cells around our current cell, we just say, hey, if value dot is mine. And I could have done this as a ternary, but I didn't think of it. We would just increment the value of mine plus 1. So just doing a count, looping around. If there are no mines in the area around where we currently are, if mine is equal to 0 after we've done all that counting, then we want to set this as an empty cell. We want to set this as an empty cell. Now, why do I care? Why am I tracking whether or not a cell is truly empty? Just in terms of gameplay, why do I care whether a cell is truly empty or not versus has a number? Why do I care about that? In terms of how the game behaves. So you don't draw a number if the number is 0. That's one thing. Yeah. But what is special about Minesweeper specifically? What's special about Minesweeper when you click on an empty cell? What happens in Minesweeper if I click on a cell that's truly empty? Yeah, the cascade, right? If I click on an empty cell, there's special behavior that triggers based on that. It's going to keep cascading that reveal for as many cells as it can in the chain. Yeah, it checks the neighborhood, exactly. And it looks for other empty cells and reveals those as well. So we're going to eventually have a function called reveal empty. And if one cell is empty, then it's going to cascade. And I'll let you guys think about how we're going to cause that cascade. What's a way that if this cell is empty, then it's going to reveal all these, and then if this cell is empty, and it's going to keep going until it reaches the end of possible cells to trigger. I'll let you think about from a programmatic standpoint how we might do that. There's a principle that we can use that will essentially perform that cascade. All right, and so finally, at the very end of the function, if there are mines, it's counted all the mines, it's gone around the area, it's counted up all the mines, it's going to store those in the neighbor property of our cell on the grid. Okay? Yeah, those are some good guesses, Chubby. We'll see when we get there, huh? But yeah, how do you trigger a cascade to keep going until it can't go anymore? I'm not going to tell you whether you're right yet, but okay, so we've kind of got our utility functions going here, but we're still missing a couple things. We need to set up. We need to do a little math. This is where the math part comes in. So finally, we're going to do some math. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out how we get random numbers. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out how we can possibly traverse the board and get the information in the cells surrounding a cell. I promise it's not that bad. And I even in the repository, I made you ASCII art. I made you illustrations. Disrupt says, I thought we were doing, we are going to. We're going to do math. But the thing is, we're programmers, right? We're gonna make the computer do math for us. Isn't that the point? That's the whole reason why I got into originally data analytics and then being a developer, is that because I learned the magical concept that I could make the computer do math for me and I wouldn't have to do it ever again myself. So that's very important to me. All right, let's do our get random number first. Same. Get random number, baby. So if I want to get a random number, how do I do it in JavaScript? Pop quiz. Anki question. How do I get a random number in JavaScript? Oh, do I have a typo? Oh, you're right. Yes, thank you. Yeah. How do I get a random number in JavaScript? Math.random, yes. Yes, math.random is definitely the starting point. Except here, I want to make sure that I am. Now, remember, we're working with arrays here, and I have to get a random number. It's not. It can't be truly random. Let's think about what we're trying to do here. I need to get random coordinates on the grid, right? I don't want to get just any random number. It needs to have very specific characteristics. Number one, it has to be a whole number, right? Because any coordinate on the grid can't not be a whole number. It has to be a whole number to exist on the grid. And number two, it has to be within the bounds of the grid itself. Yeah, so we can't just use math.random. That's not going to work. It's a good place to start, definitely. But we need to add some additional restrictions to it. It needs to be a whole number and it needs to be within the bounds of our grid. Okay. So to get a random number, we're going to return math.floor, math.random, and we're going to say +1. I need to not talk while I do this, otherwise I'm going to get it wrong. And then modulo dimension. Oops. And I'm missing a at the floor. I'm missing a parenthesis, I think. So +1 dimension. Oh, yeah, here we go. Missing parenthesis. Boop, there we go. Okay, so essentially what we're doing here is we are restricting our number that gets returned to be only within the bounds of whatever dimension we pass in. So whether that's the width or whether that's the height, we're essentially saying, for the width, we're saying, all right, give me a whole number, a positive whole number, up to the width of, I think it's 8, right? So it could be any number between there. Give me a positive whole number up to that point. Well, in this case, it's going to be 0 through 7 because we're working with arrays here. But and then the height, it's going to be the same thing, 0 through 9. So it's only going to return one of those possible choices. And now I can call this as many times as I need to with width or height, and it's going to give me a valid option for either one. And Nerdable says, I want to be a programmer so I never have to math again. If you really never want to have to math again, get really good at using Excel. Get really good at using Microsoft Excel. That's a big helper in not only like actual programming, but like just everyday life stuff like budgeting and anything you need to do like that's just casual data manipulation. Get good at Excel. That'll really help you out. Or Google Sheets if you prefer. You don't have to pay for it. You use Google Sheets for free. It's all the same thing anyway. And then learn Visual Basic. Actually, Holly, did you know that like new versions of Excel, you can use TypeScript? You can build TypeScript macros in Excel now. You don't have to learn Visual Basic, Holly, anymore. It's amazing. You can write TypeScript functions in Excel. Yeah. You never have to use Visual Basic again. It's so cool. I love it so much. Okay. But I will never use I love Excel. I come from a data analytics background, so Excel is my jam. I love it so much. I actually got like there was a so it's not my current role, but like in my current role I don't get to use Excel nearly as much as I used to because I'm a dev now. So I don't get to use Excel nearly as much as I did when I was a data analyst. And in our last sprint, there was a ticket to like clean up one of our like utility files that gets ingested into another program, and it's in Excel. And it's like, oh, we need all this, we need all this data cleanup in this spreadsheet. And I'm like, yes, spreadsheet. So I got to spend half a sprint working on a spreadsheet. I did. I absolutely jumped on it. Yep. Hey, got to do what you got to do, right, Holly? Excel is awesome. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I think some of it's just a lack of familiarity with all the cool stuff it can actually do and how versatile it really is. So I will defend Excel until my dying day. Okay, anyway, I'm getting off topic. All right, but I could talk about Excel all day. I really could. All right, so we got our random number generator. Now, the next thing we need to do, our next utility function is going to be our traverse. So we can get a random cell on the board, but now we need to figure out how do I get all the information about all the cells around it. So let's kind of think about this logically. Let's say I'm looking at Jai. Oh, I swear, it's just because it's not evil. It's just misunderstood. Excel isn't evil. It's just misunderstood. I love it so much. I love it. Okay, last thing I'll say about Excel. Um, I love Excel because it is the great equalizer. Can you do everything that you can do in Excel with code? Absolutely. Can I, do really complex data operations really quickly in SQL? I mean, that's the language I use every day. Absolutely, I can. But Excel is the great equalizer because you can build something in Excel that you can immediately hand off to someone who has never seen code a day in their life, and then they can use the logical tool that you built with no difficulty. Everybody, you know, Glenda, who's been working in data entry for 50 years, in the finance department, can understand something in Excel just as easily as you can build it. And Excel is the great equalizer when it comes to business tools. Who knew Excel would be such a divisive topic? Yeah. Yes, but Glenda in accounting isn't going to be able to use it. Yep. Can I do it? Can I parse data faster in SQL than I can in Excel? Absolutely. Do I still love Excel? 100%. Yep. Because Excel also is a visual medium of explaining logic to non-business people, which is extremely valuable. Yes, can I do all of it in, can I write a bunch of SQL code to quickly parse data? 100%. Can I show that code to Glenda and have her understand it? Nope. But I can show her a spreadsheet. Someone did a roller coaster. Yeah, people have built crazy games in Excel. Okay, I got to stop talking about Excel. We got to finish this. I could talk about it all day. I swear. I could drive this debate into the ground. Oh, anyway. All right, random. And this is actually this. I'm really excited about this next function we're gonna do. So, all right. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so I'm gonna put it right here above our random number generator. Also, thank you for the folks that have been following over the past few minutes. I'll admit I haven't been looking at that because of the spam that we had earlier, but I do appreciate all the folks who have genuinely followed me here in the past few minutes. There's been a lot of you, so I do appreciate it. Donsmac, Patas, NBK, Nixie, Hinchy, Marmo, Rahul, Fivel, Mondo, thank you so much. Create empty array. Okay. Hey, Never Legend. Good to see you. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. So traverse board. Again, into our traverse, we are passing our height. We're passing our we're passing we're passing a set of coordinates, individual coordinates. We're passing the entire grid because we're going to need to read the current coordinates and then all the cells around it on the grid. And we're passing the height and the width. Now, could we calculate the height and the width based on the values of the grid or based on the parameters of the grid arrays? Yes, we could, but we already have height and width in as values that we can easily pass in. So we can save a little bit of calculation by just passing in those values. Although we could intuit it if we needed to, but we don't. So let's just pass it in. So we're just going to use L as our, essentially as our placeholder array. And also, again, it's been a while since I mentioned this, so I do want to give credit. I did not come up with this function. This function was written by someone else who built a Minesweeper game. I wrote, the code that I wrote the rest of the code that we're working on right now, but I want to give credit to Ivalo Pavlov for coming up with this traversal logic that we're about to do. So thank you, Ivilo, or Ivilo. So if I am looking at the grid, hey Harissa, welcome. If I'm looking at the grid and I'm at this cell right here, so that's 0, 1, 2. If I'm at position 2, 1, and I want to get data about this cell, what coordinates would I enter? We're going to go height, width here. If I want to get information about this cell, what coordinates would I pass in? So this cell is at position 0, 1, 2, 1. And I want to get information about this cell. What would the coordinates of this cell be? Not relative, not, but yes, technically, yes. So it's going to be y minus 1, x minus 1, right? Yeah, exactly. So -1, -1, if we just pass those in as raw hard-coded coordinates, that would be outside of the grid. We need to think about it in relative terms to the cell where we're currently located. Yeah. Oh, you're fine, Harissa. It's okay. That wasn't on you. That was just a, random butt face. So I genuinely appreciate your follow, Harissa. It wasn't anything you did at all. Okay, so the coordinates of this cell in relation to this cell are going to be y minus 1, because we're going up 1, y minus 1, and x minus 1. The coordinates of the cell immediately to the right, it's going to be y and x plus 1, right? What would the coordinates of the cell directly below be? So directly below this 2, what would the coordinates of this cell be? Yeah, Copper Lily. Oh, I get you, Lockraine. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be y minus 1 and then x. X stays the same because we're staying at the same position within the row. But we do x plus 1 because we're moving down one level on the board. So we're talking about from the upper left, all these coordinates are going to be, based on 0, 0 being the upper left, top down. So y plus 1 and then x staying the same. So with that relationship in mind, we now have the ability to get data, or to get the current properties of every single cell surrounding our current cell, because we understand how to access the relative coordinates of each cell that surrounds the one where we're currently located. So we have the ability to access any of these, and we're just simply going to add their properties to our array of elements, and then return them from this function. So the first one, and I'm not going to type all these out, but we will talk about them. So the first one is going to get the cell immediately to the left. But before we do that, we're going to say if x is greater than 0, if our current x value is greater than 0, then get the information from our data grid for that cell, for the cell at location x minus 1. Harissa, it is Minesweeper. You're exactly right. We're building Minesweeper today. But right now, what we're working on is some of the utility functions that are going to be required to display the right data to the user. This function right here is called traverse board. And what it does is it helps us get the count of the number of the neighboring cells that might have mines in them. Because, with Minesweeper, if a cell is next to a cell that has a mine in it, it's going to display the count of neighboring mines. So if a cell has one neighbor that has a mine, it's going to display 1 inside the cell. If it has 2, it'll display 2, etc. And so we're working on getting that count right now. So if our current x coordinate is greater than 0, then add the element immediately to the left to our array. Why am I checking to see if x is greater than 0? If our current x coordinate is greater than 0? Why am I checking that? Yeah, we want to make sure we're not going out of bounds. Yeah. So if this is our the O here is meant to be like the cell we're currently evaluating for checking its neighbors. And so if our cell we were checking was against the left side of the board, like here instead, we wouldn't want to try to get something that's out of bounds. That wouldn't be valid. All right, the next thing we'll check is the one at the diagonal. So in order to get, so again, if 0 is the cell at the XY coordinates we're checking for, if we want to get its upper left diagonal neighbor, we're going to say if y is less than the current height minus 1 and x is greater than 0, then add that element. Because again, we have to check both the x and y here. We have to check the x and y bounds to make sure we're not going to accidentally go out of bounds. So all of these checks are really just to make sure that if we're up against the edge of the grid, we don't go out of bounds. So I'm not going to go into depth on all of these. But essentially, for each one, we're making sure that we aren't going out of bounds at any point. Diagonal top right. I'm going in clockwise order here with these. I hope you enjoy my ASCII art. The ASCII art wasn't in the original function. I made that myself. I'm pretty proud of it, honestly, for illustration purposes. Bottom. Good. I'm glad it's helpful. All right. So let's look at like one more here. So yeah. So for the cell on the right, we're going to say if x is less than width minus 1, again, making sure we're not against the edge of the grid, then add the information about the cell immediately to the right. And for the cell at the top, if y is less than height minus 1, then add the cell immediately above. And on the bottom, we do the reverse. If y is greater than 0, because again, we're using arrays here, so the lowest position on the bottom of the grid is going to be 0. So if y is greater than 0, then add the cell immediately below. Okay? And then finally, we're going to return our array, which contains the properties of every cell surrounding the current cell we are in. Now, I know we didn't talk about every single one of these, but I do want to give a pause. If you're still not sure how this works, please let me know. Just drop in chat and say, hey, can you go over that again? I'm happy to do it. A lot of these are similar, so I didn't want to like talk about every single one of them. But if you understand the basic concept of how we're accessing that information, you can really retrieve any data from any surrounding cells relative to the position of the current cell that you are in. But I don't know or I don't understand is a perfectly valid thing to say if you're still not quite sure how this works. Because it is a little wild. Oh, and one thing we didn't explicitly talk about either is the notation that we're using here. So let me find an example. So for example, if I say data ij, this is array notation, right? This is array notation, but you might be more used to seeing array notation something like this, where it's just a single reference. This says, all right, look in the array called data and get the ith element, whether it's the 0 element, the 1 element, it's going to say, all right, elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Get that element and return the value. But when we have double notation like this, what we're saying is we have a nested array. So for the ith row, whether it's the row at position 0, 1, 2, 3, go into that row and get the value of the jth item. So we could say data 0, 2, and that would mean we're going to go into our grid and get data 0, which is the first row, and then 0, 1, 2, which is this element here. So data 2, 3 would be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. This element here. So just wanted to clarify that notation. Yeah, it's double indexes there. It's a matrix. Yep. Chubby, yeah, if you think about if you want to think about your question and you remember, you can kind of think about how to word it. You can feel free to ask it, at any point. It's okay. If you think about it later and you're like, oh, I think I know how to ask this now, feel free to ask it later, even if we've moved on. So we're essentially retrieving all this data, we're returning it, and then we are using it. We are using it. Oh, sorry, we're actually using it, not there. We are using it inside of our neighbor mines function to traverse the board, get all the data about all the cells in the area, check if they have mines, and then get that count and store it in the neighbor property. So when all that's done, every single cell is going to have a count of nearby mines stored in its properties. Good. I'm glad that was helpful for you, Chubby. Yeah, I realized we never explicitly talked about that. So, all right, I think that's all of our utility functions. Just double check there. We've got our empty array. We are traversing the board. We are getting random numbers. We are planting the mines. We're getting the neighboring mines. Oh, last one. We need one more function, but I don't think we've referenced it yet. So I'm going to pause. We will fill in that function, but we'll come back to it. So there's one more function that we're going to put in our utilities file, but I want to come back to that. I also need to save this. All right. So we're going to go back to our app.jsx. So what we've done so far is we've initialized the game board. Hooray! Good job. We've initialized the game board and populated all of its properties. I promise there's not that much more to do. It feels like a lot, but it's really, there's a lot of front loading on the initial logic. A lot of properties to set, right? Nixie, thank you so much for the follow. And Regine Don's Mac, Patas. I think I already made thank you for you. Oh, sorry, that's one of the spam followers. Never mind. But Regine Don, I don't think I thanked you. And Don's Mac, thank you. I got to separate the real ones from the spam ones. It's a little hard. All right. We'll finish with a bang, exactly. So we've initialized the game data. And actually, let's go ahead and take a break. We're going to take a break. I'm thinking we've probably got about another 30 minutes or so to do, worth of work to do. So we should take a break. We'll take 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to finish out the rest of the logic, build one more utility function to essentially get a count of specific items. And then we'll test this out and see if it works. Yeah, frankly, we're going to finish with a bang, definitely. All right, 5 minutes, and I'll see you back here then. Oh, thanks, Holly. I'll be sure to take a look at that. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, and I just realized that since I had the stream on mute, you can't hear the music. Oh no! Hopefully, that wasn't too much of a hardship for you. But we got about 50 seconds left in the break. So get yourself a glass of water, get up and stretch if you need to. Pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. I know, Strain. No crisp beats. I know. No crispy nugget, crispy beats. It's too bad. Yeah, Holly, you can share that repo if you want to. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. We are on the home stretch, my friends. So, prior to the break, we set up a bunch of utility functions to help us initialize the game board to set essentially all the properties for all the data in the board. And now that we've set those initial properties, really everything else we're going to be doing is just updating those existing properties from their starting point. So, some of the properties won't get updated at all, but for the ones that do, I think I may be able to unmute the notifications now. I'm gonna try that. Looks like it's done, spamming crap. So, hooray! Okay, we're unmuted. I'll be able to actually hear when people follow me or whatever now. Oh, I should also unmute my computer volume. There we go. Okay, I think we're back on an even keel at least for now. Love summer coding. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way, as well. Speaking of, thank you. So we've initialized all the properties. Anything from now on is essentially just going to be updating those properties using, by updating state variables or checking those properties to do other things. So the next function we're gonna code here, and we're out of our utilities file, and we're back in our app.jsx file. The next thing we're going to code is what happens when the game ends. So when a game of Minesweeper ends, essentially what we want to do, whether they won or lost, we want to show the player the entire layout of the board. If we want to uncover all the squares on the board and show them everything. So I'm going to ask you guys, go back over here, given that the properties of every single cell look like this, we have a Y value, X value, is mine, neighbor, is revealed, is empty, and is flagged. If I want to show the contents of every single cell on the board, what property would I flip for every single cell on the board? Out of these properties, which one would I flip to essentially show the entire board at the end of the game? What property would I update? What property would I change? Yeah, it's a pretty simple thing to do. To reveal every single cell on the board, I'm going to set is revealed to true for every single cell in the grid. And by extension, what that's going to do is it's going to trickle down into that cell component. Because remember, in that cell component, we do a bunch of checks against various properties. In that cell component, one of the checks that we do to say, hey, if it's revealed, then remove the hidden property if it was already there, or never add it in the first place. So if value revealed is true, then make sure it's not hidden and show all of its contents. So that's a pretty easy thing to do. If I want to reveal the board, I just flip that property to true for every single cell. I'm going to map through each one of these and update their properties. essentially it's just a, again, nested map for each row and then each item in the row. And I'm actually going to change, I'm going to map row, map. See if I can map. Okay, there we go. I want to get each item properties. So I can use the spread operator to spread those out and then set is revealed to true. And then I'm going to call the set game data function and update that data. So what I'm doing here, let's walk through that, is map through each row and then get each item in the row, take its properties and use the spread operator to spread them apart, specifically update the is revealed property to true, and then finally update our state, our game data state variable, to essentially reveal all the cells and re-render the board with everything revealed. It'll be easier the state to be is revealed or game ended when deciding what to show. This way you flip only that setting. Well, we're doing it here. We're only flipping that one setting because we're using the spread operator to spread out all the item properties. So we're not flipping all the settings here. We're only flipping the one specific one that we want to. Yeah. That's what the spread operator is doing. We can use that to specifically target that one property. Locran says, yeah, but you are changing the data this way. Well, we want to, because we want the board to re-render. The board needs to re-render because it needs to re-render all the cells and show what's in them if it wasn't before. So we need to force we want to force a re-render of every single cell on the board. I mean, technically we could cherry pick and, but I mean, we could cherry pick the is reveal, I guess, status. Yeah. But I think it's a little bit cleaner to loop through every single one. Yeah. But I mean, hey, that could be a judgment call, right? If you get a larger grid, it might cause unacceptable use of resources. If they've already revealed 99 out of 100 cells, then you could, have it do an extra check to say if it's not already revealed, then do this. Yeah. But yeah, you could absolutely make that logic a little bit more nuanced, especially if you want to allow for larger grids. Then that might be better to do. But I see where you're coming from too. Okay, so we've got that. That'll reveal the whole board at the end of the game. And then the next thing we want to handle is what happens if now we have to program the cascade. So remember, we talked about it a couple times. If you click on a cell that's truly empty, that has no neighbors that have mines, we want to not only reveal that cell, but all the cells around it. So we can use our traversal function, traverse board, to get all the cells around it. And then if any of those cells are empty as well, we want to essentially do the same thing again, get all of its neighbors until it can no longer reveal any cells. So we're going to call this reveal empty. And we're passing our current coordinates, y, x, and data. We're going to set our area to be the area around the cells. Traverse board. And traverse board needs the current coordinates, the grid, the height, and the width. And once we have that, again, we're going to look through each of those values that we get back, whatever's around it. Say for each cell in the area, the first thing we're going to do is a few checks. We're going to say, okay, in order for us to also reveal this cell, we need to okay, let's think about this way. What are the conditions that would cause a cell to not be revealed? If I click on an empty cell and I want to reveal all the cells around it, what are the conditions that would cause a cell to not be revealed? Yeah, exactly. Maybe it has a mine. Yeah, of course, Harissa. Yeah, all my streams are recorded. Feel free to watch from the beginning. I'm sure you can do this on your computer at home. As long as you have Node installed, VS Code and Node, then you'll be able to do anything that we're doing right here. Nothing, you don't need anything else special. Yeah. Well, if it's next to a mine, so for example, this cell here, when I click this empty cell, this cell was revealed and it is next to a mine. So we got to be careful. We got to be careful when we're doing these checks that we're remembering we're not checking the center cell, we're checking all the cells around it. Yeah. So, okay, what about this? Let me do this. Let's see if I can force it. Reset. Nope. Try to do something here. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Harissa says, "Oh, I only have Visual Studio on Microsoft. Is Node is free? Yes, you can install Node right now for free. It's open source. Well, actually, I don't know if it's open source, but it is free. I think it is open source. Just go to Node.js. Just Google Node.js and go to their official website and download it. It takes a little while to install, but once you've done that, you can actually build full stack web applications just with Visual. I would say, Harissa, make sure you have VS Code. So you can do stuff with Visual Studio too, but I would say VS Code is better for little projects like this. You probably have VS Code already. Is probably what you're mentioning. But yeah, you can install Node for free. If you want to build full stack web applications like what we're doing here, Node is the place to get started. I just got a new laptop this past weekend, and it took like 20 minutes to get everything set up and going. So shouldn't take too long. No worries, Harissa. That's exciting for you.
Jaw 125 just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you, Ja. Yeah, Node.js. 1 second here. Let me. Here you go. I'll just put the link in chat for you. There you go. Spammed it a few times for you. Campus says, yeah, Bun is just another alternative, but Node is by far let's start with the most popular one, which is Node. And once they get familiar with Node, they can branch out if they want to. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I see my typo there. Thank you for that. Good catch. Yeah. Open source is great, isn't it? We love open source and free. We'd like to support products that are open source and free. Okay, sorry. What was I talking about? Let me get back on track here. No worries, Harissa. Good luck. Congratulations on starting your web dev journey. It's exciting. If you need help, you can check out the 100 Devs Discord, which is a free a place where a bunch of folks are learning web development, just like you. And so do exclamation point 100 devs in chat. I can do it for you. That'll get you a link to go to the website, and it'll get you a link to our Discord. It got about 30,000 people in there, and you can ask any questions that you have as you're working on learning web development. You can ask questions there on the Discord, and folks will help you out. Or if you have trouble setting up Node or anything like that, Yeah. Good luck to you. All right, so we're looping through. We're traversing the board. We've got the area around our current cell. I'm on window what? We're looping around. We're getting the area around our current cell. And for each value in that area, we want to do a few checks. So that's right. We were talking about checks. Yeah. So the first thing we're going to check and say, oh yeah, actually, oh yeah. So I think yeah on the 100 devs Discord, okay, up to 65K. That's awesome. So 65,000 people in the Discord, every one of which would be happy to help you if you have any questions. I'm one of the mods there too, so feel free to say hi. So the first thing we want to check and say, we don't want to reveal a cell if it's already been flagged. So for example, what you see here in this current game is that I clicked on an empty cell and it revealed all these other cells except for these ones that are flagged. So even if this cell didn't contain a mine, even if it was actually empty and I flagged it by mistake, we still aren't going to reveal it because you flagged it, so it stays hidden. So we want to make sure first check is going to be value is not flagged. Value is not flagged. And value is not revealed, because if something's already revealed, then there's nothing to show. There's nothing to cascade if it's already been revealed. And two more checks. We want to check that the value is empty, so we should only do the cascade if the value is empty, or the value is not a mine. Now, we're checking two things here, and either of them could be true in order for us to reveal the cell. So what we're doing here, it's important to make the distinction, is we're saying this must be true and this must be true and this or this must be true, and all of these things should be true in order for us to continue the cascade and reveal that item. And if the overall evaluation of this entire statement returns a value of true, so essentially none of these things can be false, then we finally set the reveal property of that cell in the area. So as we're circling around, we set the value of that area surrounding our current cell to be revealed. Value.x, and then is revealed is true. And then finally, how do we do the cascade, right? So we've essentially, what we've done here is we've said, okay, for the cell we're currently on, get all the cells around it, and for each of those surrounding cells, check and see whether or not they should be revealed. But how do we continue the cascade? How do we keep it going? Because the only thing that's going to do is just reveal 8 cells around the current cell. But if one of those surrounding 8 cells is also empty, then how do we keep it going and reveal the cells around that one and around that one and around that one? How do we keep doing it for as long as we need to? Potentially forever. Yeah, exactly. Locrine says recursively, and Renit says we need to call reveal empty again. Yeah, and you're exactly right. So we're going to say if the value of any of those surrounding cells is empty, if there's no value in any of those 8 surrounding cells, then we want this function to call itself again for that surrounding cell. So this effect is going to keep propagating out. It's going to keep propagating out to as many surrounding cells as it can until it's forced to stop. So we are calling this recursively. Yeah, this is recursion. And something that, I think many of us have heard of, but we might not have had a lot of cause to use. We might have used it sometimes, but this is a true application of recursion. And so again, we're having this function call itself if there's more empty cells surrounding the current one. It's a loop with a party hat on, exactly. And Campus says flood fill. Yeah, I don't know what flood fill is strictly. I see you posted a link there. Thank you for that. But the description or the definition flood fill does sound appropriate. You're essentially, it's like you're creating a flood within whatever boundaries you set. So the effect of your function is going to fill the entire container that's defined by the boundaries you're setting. And it's not going to stop until that container is full. Yeah, loop with a party hat. It keeps the party going until it has to stop. Yeah, so this is going to keep calling itself and starting over and checking the area, checking the area, checking the area until it stops. And then finally, when it's done, it's going to return data. So return that updated grid with with all the possible cells revealed. And then it's going to, re-render what it needs to. Okay, return data. Let's see, am I missing I put this, I put this return statement in the wrong place. My apologies. There we go. It needs to go there. Now, we are nearly done. The next thing we're going to do is make sure I get the right function here. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So now we've had all these utility functions, we've had all these helper functions. We've done all these things to, get information about the board. We've done all these things to, update certain properties of the board. But one thing we haven't done is actually write any functions that give the user the ability to interact with the board. Oh, that's a good question, Lokrain. They say, do you mark which has been traversed already, or it's enough that they will flip from the first wave there? Yeah, because one of the checks that we're doing is whether the value has already been revealed. So if this is not true, then this entire statement will return false, and it'll just skip this whole section. So I think the really crucial check is this right here, which is saying, hey, did we already check it? Did we already flip it? And if this is false, then this whole if statement gets skipped, and we quit. Yeah, self fix, exactly. Mm-hmm. If we didn't have this check here, then yeah, you would eventually probably exceed the call stack and your app would crash. Totally. So, like I was saying, we've created all these functions to kind of set parameters and update specific cell parameters, and get information about surrounding cells. But what we haven't done is actually make it so that the user can interact with the board in any way. Right? We don't have any functions yet that can actually handle user inputs. We way back several hours ago, in when we defined what each cell is going to look like in its behavior, we referenced an on-click function and a right-click function, so a left-click function and a right-click function, but we haven't defined those yet. So we haven't defined our left-click and right-click functions, and so let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and define our cell click, handle cell click. We're going to pass in the X and Y coordinates of the cell that was clicked. And this is going to get passed all the way down into our individual cells. So each cell is going to have this left click and right click behavior. Now, when going back to sort of general game behavior here, if I'm playing Minesweeper, if I'm playing Minesweeper and I click on a cell, what are some things I'm going to want to check to determine whether or not I should update the cell's appearance? So think about it in terms of appearance. What are some things I should check in order to determine, hey, if I click on a cell, should something happen? Should the user see a difference if I click on this cell? What are some things I should check to figure out, should I update the appearance of this cell if a user left clicks on it? I'll be specific. If a user left clicks on a cell, what are some things I need to check in order to determine whether or not to update the appearance of that cell? For example, oh, yes, Renate says check is if mine. Absolutely. Check is if flag. Yeah. Copperly says check is it revealed? Yeah. So, as an example, this cell right here, it's already revealed. If I left click on it, I don't want anything to happen. There's nothing this cell needs to do. It's done. It doesn't need to update its appearance at all. It's fine. It should stay exactly the way it is, and nothing should happen. Same as if I click on this one. I mean, it's going to highlight the one, but that's not actually changing the cell at all. It needs to stay exactly as is. However, if I click on, what about if I click on one that already has a flag? Left click. If I left click on a cell that already has a flag, again, nothing should happen. If I left click on a cell that doesn't have a flag and is not a mine, then it should reveal itself. Same with this one. Oh, that's right. I forgot I put random flags on this one. Hang on. Well, if I click on one that does have a mine, then it should do a couple things. It should essentially reveal the whole board, and it should show the cell contents. So those are some good examples. Those are all different left click behaviors and checks that we should do when we figure out whether or not the appearance of the cell should change and the state should be updated. So a few of those checks, if the cell at the current location is already revealed, or the cell at the current location is flagged, then don't do anything else. Quit. End the function. There's nothing to do. No changes should be made. Let's see. What am I seeing? Oh, I forgot a dot there. Yeah. However, if neither of those things are true, of course, Campus, it's great to have you here. If none of those things are true, then we want to check and see, is it a mine? Then, if it's a mine, what should happen? If it's a mine, what should happen? Game over. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have to do a couple things in order to trigger an immediate game over. We're going to have to say, well, not game data, set the status of the game should change from in progress to you lost. And we also want to reveal the board. So we're going to call that new function, and then we're going to quit the function. So that's an immediate game over. Set the game status to you lost, which is then going to also update our banner up here at the top, just like this. That'll update the banner, and it will reveal the board. If none of those things are true, then we want to show the cell. So show the cell contents. And we also need to update the current status of the grid. So not only do we want to reveal the individual cell, we need to record that change in our overall game state grid, because then again, that's going to alter the behavior of the cells around it as we reveal that cell, or potentially. Let updated data. So we're going to grab the whole grid, pull it apart. We're going to retrieve the specific cell. We're going to retrieve the specific properties of that cell. So each of those individual properties, and set is flagged to false, because if a cell has been revealed, it can't be flagged. So that property needs to be false. I think technically it's already going to be false, but it's just more of insurance. And then is revealed is true. Yeah, because we're already doing that. We're already doing that check there. So technically this doesn't need to be there, but it's not hurting anything, so I'm going to leave it. And then if that cell is empty, then we want to call reveal empty, and potentially, essentially, we're going to take the results of that cascade, whether it was 1 cell or 10 cells that get revealed, and we want to update the entire grid. So we're going to update the value of our grid with the results of that cascade. And then the final thing we want to check is what happens if we have, for example, see if I can do this here. What happens if I have played so well, even if I never flagged anything? What happens if I, not that way, what happens if I play so well, which I might not be able to do, that I automatically flag stuff, that I've just clicked on every single cell on the grid that doesn't have a mine? And now the only remaining possible clickable cells are ones that have mines. Well, that's technically a win condition, because even if I didn't flag anything, I still clicked around all the mines, and I've essentially clicked so perfectly that I won the game and didn't reveal any mines. So that's the next check we want to do. We want to check for a win condition. Is the cell they've currently clicked on literally the last possible cell that they could click that doesn't have a mine, that won't force them to lose? So instead of forcing them to lose, we want to do a win condition check and say, hey, does the total amount of remaining mines on the board, or the total grid of remaining mines on the board, exactly equal the total grid of remaining unclicked cells? So out of the total grid, do the exact positions of the remaining mines match the exact positions of the remaining unclicked cells, non-revealed cells? If those two are exactly equal, then you win, game over. So in order to do that, we're going to have our last utility function, which is going to be called filter board. And that's going to take the current state of the grid, the specific item that we're on, or sorry, each remaining data item in the grid that is not revealed. Check those. So we're going to say, all right, like I said, if the length of remaining, if the grid of remaining unclicked cells, if that length equals the number of remaining mines, then we're going to set the mine count, which is our state variable, set that to 0, set the status to you win, Safest course of action is not to play. And we're going to reveal the board and end the function. Minesweeper, yeah. Okay, so we're going to finish coding this function, and then we'll build the utility function to handle this. Finally, we're going to set our grid to reflect the current state of the board, which is whatever that may be. It may not be a win condition if any of these other conditions are met. Going to set the game data and then set the remaining mine count to be remaining mines minus the number of current flags. Global thermonuclear minesweeper. Is flagged dot length. Okay, so as we interact with the board, we want to keep track of a couple different things. We are tracking essentially the position of the remaining unclicked cells. We're tracking the position of the remaining mines, the length of both of those arrays. How many are left? Is that do they match? Right? Do those two arrays match? Also, too, another win condition, right, is do the total number of flags and the position of those flags also match the total number of remaining mines? So we have to check that as well. And we're going to do that check in our right click function. It's been years since I thought about war games. Yeah, that's a classic. All right. So real quick, let's go ahead and build out this filter board function. This is a pretty short one. We're going to head back over to our utilities. And we can just go down here to the bottom. And the purpose of this function is to essentially loop through each of the items in our grid. So each of the cell properties in our grid, and record the current appearance of each of those cells. So it could be for a variety of things. We can check for mines, we can check for flags, whatever property we want to check for, we're going to record that and store it in an array. So it can be a variety of different properties, but we're going to say filter board. We're going to take the entire grid and we're going to filter it down to a single dimension array for whatever data type we specify. So check type could be flags, could be whatever we want. And if that check is true, then store the item in the array. So our result array, single dimension array. Actually, no, sorry. It's still going to be a grid. My apologies. It is still going to be a grid, but it's going to be a grid that only contains the specific type of value that we're checking for. So for each value, no, it is going to be a single. Wait, no, it is going to be a grid, I think. Yeah, I did. I don't remember. I think that is going to be that is going to be a 2D grid. It's going to be an actual matrix. Yeah. Yep. So for each row and each item, we're going to loop through. And if the thing we're checking for is true for that item, then add that to the array. That, make sure I close everything properly. Boop. And finally return it. Yeah. Okay, so loop through there, get each of the remaining properties for whatever we specify. So if we're checking for mines, we want to see, okay, what mines are left that haven't been revealed? What flags are left? Do those things match exactly? Do their coordinates and their properties match exactly? And if so, then potentially win. Oops, save that. So that's what we're doing when we call filter board. We can pass whatever kind of check we want to do. So here we're checking for, is it revealed? Or sorry, is it not revealed? Are there still cells on the board that have not been revealed? And is that equal to the amount of mines? So is the length of this array, so for example, if there are 10 unrevealed cells left on the board and that's equal to 10 mines, then you win. And what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, if the count of mines minus the amount of items that is not flagged, then we set the remaining mine count to that value. Oh, sorry, is it? Hang on, double check that. No, that's backwards. My apologies. Sorry, it's been a long stream. We're almost done though. There we go. So for the items that are flagged, then we reduce the amount of mines. And that's going to reduce, that's what's causing this count here to decrease. So for example, as I flag something, reset this. As I flag something, it's going to count down that ticker. Mark says, off topic, but War Games, is that with a very young Matthew Broderick? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that was one of his first movies, I think. Yep, that's a real blast from the past. Little typo there. I typoed that more than once. Holly says, what is the time for you, Maya? Current time for me, it is 8:13 p.m. So been about 5-hour stream. Longer than I intended, but it usually is. Never fails. Got some War Games fans out there. All right. Next thing we need to do. So we've handled our left clicks. Now we need to also handle our right clicks. Oh, you're fine, Copper Lily. It's a long stream. You can always come back and watch it later. So for handling our right clicks, we're handling context menu. So we're going to call this function handle context menu. And we talked about this a few hours ago, but I'm going to touch on it again. The reason we're calling this handle context menu is that when you right click on something, that brings up a context menu or a menu that is appropriate for the place your cursor is located on the screen. So if I right click here, it brings up a context menu of stuff that I can do inside of the code window. But if I click up here, it brings up if I right click up here, it brings up an entirely different menu. That is a menu that's based on the context of where you're located on the screen. That's why it's called the context menu. So in case you were wondering. But for our purposes, we want the right click to do something completely different. Right click in Minesweeper should flag a cell instead, right? It should add a flag to the cell. We don't want it to bring up the right click menu. And so that's why into our function here, we're passing a value of E. So does anybody know in the context of JavaScript, what does E mean? If you see E going into a function, what is that pretty much always going to mean? Yeah, it's an event. Exactly. It's an event. So anytime you see E, you might sometimes see it spelled out as event, but I think normally 99% of the time I see it just marked as E. Oh, you're good, Michael. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you. Now, why would we pass E into our function for handling right clicks in Minesweeper? Why do we care about that? Why are we passing E into our function? Yeah, Strain, exactly. Because we need to do something, we need to call a very specific method that is attached to that event object. So a built-in method that allows us to prevent default, because we don't want to see the right click menu when we right click on a cell. We want to put a flag on it. So we're going to suppress that behavior by calling prevent default, and we get that by passing in that event object. So essentially, that's all we're using E for. We don't need it for anything else. We just want to call the method and bounce. Yeah, we don't need E for it. We're just saying, all right, call prevent default, prevent any default behavior that this interaction might cause. So E actually, I don't know if you've ever console logged an event, but it contains a hell of a lot of stuff. It contains pretty much every single possible detail about the type of interaction, where it occurred. Yeah, there's you should, if you get the chance and you're using an event somewhere in your code, just drop a console log in there. Just do a console log on the E, and see what you get, because it's quite something. It's amazing how much information is stored from every single interaction you have with with a web application. It's amazing how, I shouldn't say how much information is stored, how much information is captured in that event. Yep, try it sometime. So now we're going to do a series of checks, kind of like we did before. So if so same with the left click. If the cell where we're currently at is already revealed, if the cell where we're currently at is already revealed, oh, I built this one a little differently. That's okay. Fine. Then we just want to quit the function. So a right click should not work. We should not be able to add a flag to a cell that's already been revealed. I want to grab, there we go, this. But if that's not true, then we can potentially flag it. So we're going to grab the properties of the grid. We're going to say how many mines are left. And if the cell is currently flagged, oh, Celeste, you're back. Welcome back. Yeah, we're still on. I knew this was going to be a beefy one. There's just a lot of logic here, multiple rules and things and levels. But that's okay. So if the cell is already flagged, then we want to take the flag off. So essentially, we're just saying, hey, if it's flagged, flip that property to false. Otherwise, flip it to true. So if is flagged is true, I'm going to do a little truthy check there. Then flip it to false. And I could have done bang, I could have just set that to reverse it, but that's okay. And if it's already flagged and we're removing the flag, we want to increment the number of mines. We want to increment the number of mines and go up by 1. So if I remove a flag here, boop. If I remove a flag here, that counter should tick up, and you could see the little update there. Well, it's probably behind the chat box, so you can't, but it's re-rendering. You can see the flash there behind the chat messages on screen is it updating the HTML element, but only that HTML element. That's the cool thing about React. It's only re-rendering what it needs to. So if it's already flagged, remove the flag, upwardly increment the count. Oh, hydrate, thank you.
Just redeemed hydrate.
To feed the cookie monster. Yeah, it is a monster. Yeah, the Holly mentioned too. The mouse down. The right click is number two. Yeah, see, there's you can look at the properties that way. But yeah, the other thing about this is that we also have to prevent default behavior here too. Yep, like you said. Hmm. So first check, and then if it's already flagged, we want to remove the flag. If it's not, then just add the flag. Set that to true, and decrement or decrease the number of mines. Say mines minus minus. Go. Otherwise, if there are no remaining mines, so if this count is now down to 0, so if I've added enough flags to take this count down to 0, that doesn't mean I did it right, right? I could just put flags wherever the hell I want. Get this count down to 0. Do I win? Nope, I don't. I have to make sure that those flags are in the right place. So that check has to be done. So we're going to say if mines is equal to 0, then we want to check whether it's a win condition. We need to prevent the context menu. Yep. Const mine array. We're going to run it through. We're going to run this through filter board. And again, we're going to compare the array of mines against the array of flags, and we're going to see if those two are identical. If I've put flags on top of every single mine on the board, then they're going to be in the same place. Those two arrays are going to match, and we win. So how do I check those two are identical? Well, I can turn them into strings and just compare them against each other. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but it's the lazy way to do it. And sometimes lazy is best. So I'm just going to stringify both arrays, or turn them into JSON, sorry. See if they're equal. And if they are, then we win. So once again, we have a win condition, set mine count to 0, set the game status to win, and reveal the board, and then return. So essentially, we've set up our two win conditions and our lose conditions. Oh yeah, totally, Holly. I get where you're seeing from coming from with the right click. Totally. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can check for this kind of thing, and that's the cool part. And then finally, if we didn't meet a win condition, Dr. Stone Sage, thank you so much for the raid. Wow. Hello, how are you? Yay for a raid. Hi. Good to see you. Doing pretty well. How are you? All right. Finally, if we haven't met any of the win conditions, then we just need to update the grid with the fact that we've either added or removed a flag. So we're just going to update our state there. And we need to update the count of mines, so that way we can update the status at the top of the screen. So either we've increased or decreased the number of mines, and so we need to update the entire state of the grid to show a flag if we added a flag, remove a flag. So these are that specific cell being updated, and we also need to update the mine count to update the banner up here. And it looks like I'm missing a bracket somewhere. Who knows where? Hey, sometimes you got to headbang a little bit to get something done. Totally. Feel ya. I'm missing a closing bracket somewhere in my code. You love it, don't ya? Oh, I know what it is. I don't have my return statement yet, so we're fine. We're good. I'm gonna need to add, this is, remember, this is all inside of a component, so I'm gonna need to add a return statement eventually. All right, last thing we need to do is we need to set up the reset function. So we have all of our interactions and behavior, but the last thing I want to do is what happens if somebody clicks the reset button? Well, we kind of talked about this before, right? If somebody clicks that button, I want to essentially set all of my state values back to their initial value. And on top of that, I also need to make sure that I force a re-render of the entire game grid. All the cells should render back to their initial state. Oop, what was that? It was a,
Servnet45 just redeemed
oh, thank
hydrate.
you for the hydrate. Y'all are making me drink water. I appreciate it. I did switch to water from tea. Once I could tell this was going to be a marathon, I was like, I got to go with the straight H2O. It's better for you. No caffeine. So, I think this is still. Okay, yeah, I need a closing, and I need a closing bracket here. There we go. That did it. Cool. Yes, they're right here. Sorry, I forgot my closing bracket, Copper Lily. That was, yeah, my mistake. So they're inside the function. Yeah. Yep. I missed the closing bracket. All right, so let's set up our reset game. That's what our reset button will call. Yep, totally. I usually get there eventually. So when I reset game, I not only need to reset my state, I also need to force a re-render of the game board. I know. I didn't. Hey, I said it when I typed it out. I said I don't think this is probably the best way to do it, but it is the lazy way. And so I acknowledge that. So I'm going to set the game status back to in progress. It might already be that, but if we, let's say I've lost, well, then my game status is going to be you lose. So I need to set it back to game in progress. And then I'm also going to call set key here. This was our one piece of state we haven't used yet. We'll talk about that in a second. And I'm going to set our mine count back to the initial number of mines. So we've been reducing it as we've been going through, and as we've been adding flags or removing flags, that count has been changing. But if we want to set it back to the initial so it shows properly here in the header, we just set it back to that value of 10 or whatever it might be. Whatever the initial value was, set it back to that. Now, what is this key for? What this key is essentially doing is it's just a cheap way to force this use effect hook to fire. And it's almost like as if we had just reloaded the page. Except what it's going to do is it's going to force the game board to re-render. And implicitly, since we also reset like the game status and the count of mines remaining, that's also going to force the fact that updated is also going to force the header to re-render. So we're going to re-render both the game board, even though we didn't interact with the game board directly. We're going to force a re-render by calling use effect to set it back to initial values and set the game data grid back to initial values, and then resetting the number of mines remaining and the status is going to force the info box to re-render as well. So that's our reset. And then finally, we can return a UI element. Yeah, so the tricky thing about that comparison that I'm doing with the JSON is that this is a grid, right? So that's the tricky part when you're talking about comparing two arrays. Um, there's probably a better way to do it, like I said, but this is the cheap way and it works. I ain't too picky. Yeah. So got to be careful with that. All right, so what am I returning here? Well, remember that this component is the parent component to both the banner up top and the game board and the reset button. So I'm just going to have a div here. It's going to have a class name of game. And inside of this div, I'm going to render the game info, which is our top level, which is this top component here. And then I'm below that, I'm going to render the board component. And then below that, I'm going to render my reset button. So what do I need to pass into game info? Well, it's expecting our mine count and it's expecting the current game status. Oops. Okay. The board uh, the board is expecting a few more things. It's expecting the current, essentially, grid of all the properties of every cell, because it needs to actually then render out the individual cells inside of it. So the board takes then that data and loops through it and renders all the cells. And into each cell, it's going to pass our left click and right click functions. So the data and then how each cell should behave when they are left click or right clicked. And then finally, below the board, we're just going to have a nice button. This could be a component. I didn't bother making it into a component just because it's only being used once. So there's no harm in just having a plain tag in the UI below components. Not everything needs to be a component. In this case, I didn't think it needed to be, but you could make it into a component if you wanted to. It's literally just a button. And then on click, it's going to reset the game. And the text is going to be reset. Okay. Wow. So we might be done. The only other thing we need to do is drop in the styling and and we need to also export this component. All right. So, question, if we already know this is the parent component, right? This component we just finished. It contains all these child components that we already built. So if this is the parent component to all those children, why am I exporting it? If this is the parent component to all of those children, why do I need to bother exporting it? Thanks, Isaac. I'm going to test your knowledge of how a React app actually works. Yeah, exactly. Because we still do need to import it into our main.jsx. Now, before I talk about this again, I want to go back in here. I'm going to rename app.jsx to game.jsx. You'll notice that I did that in the source code too, just to keep the name of the component consistent with the name of the file. So, and I'm also going to rename app.css to game.css. So just renaming these two. Here we go. So you'll need to update your import here. So if you update this file name, update your import, change the name of the file to match the component, and then VS Code will generally help you by uh, updating any import statements. But anyway, why do I have to export this game component? Because that's how, actually, I need to change that as well. That's how React actually renders all this stuff out as HTML. It's hooking this React stuff into the DOM, right? Because the DOM itself is essentially like a tree. It's a tree, and each element in the DOM, HTML elements nested inside of each other, it's all a big old tree. And that's how the browser knows what to render where and how to figure out the layout of the page. And so even though we've been writing in JSX this whole time, in the end, it still has to render out as a tree in the browser. And so this main.jsx is literally saying, get the HTML element with an ID of root and hook all this React code, attach it to that point in the tree. So if we go into index.html, it's literally just a plain old empty HTML file with a div with an ID of root, and that's where all of our React stuff is going to go, hook into the tree there, and render out in the browser as HTML. So that's why. Let's see. Oh, did I miss something else here? Oh, yeah. Import game. Yep. Good call. So the couple of things we updated there was we updated the name of the component we're exporting and the file we're exporting it from to both be game. And then the actual reference here updated from app to game as well. Yep. Good catch. You can check the repo to make sure that you got them all. Your main.jsx should match this. And so game.jsx, we are exporting that. It gets pulled in here. And then all of this gets attached to the index.html at the root div. Okay? So let's see if we can run it and see how many typos I made. So in the end, it's important to remember that all of this is a tree. The React has its own sort of internal tree when we're talking about passing state up and down, that kind of thing. But then in the end, when it renders out, it all goes into the DOM tree in the end. So if you're curious about how these nodes and trees and stuff work, again, the React docs has a great breakdown of it. It has some great visual examples to show you where things sit. Virtual DOM. Yep. It has some great visual examples to show you where things sit and how things get attached at various points depending on how you structure your application. It was really interesting to cover. So again, I got to plug the official React docs. They're great. Literally, I learned React just from going through the docs live on stream with all of you. I don't know, maybe a year ago. And then I immediately after I finished going through the docs, I was ready to take off and build stuff. They're really that good. And I can't say that for a lot of docs. All right, let's see if we can run this bad boy. How many typos did I make? Oh my god, what is OneDrive doing? Look at that. What is OneDrive doing? Oh boy. Look at this. I remember I kept saying that OneDrive was doing crap, you can't see it because it's behind my video here on the screen, but OneDrive kept downloading stuff, and so I'm afraid it's done something heinous. I'm gonna cd ... here and see where it takes me. Oops. Okay, we're okay. Okay, good. It didn't actually take me anywhere. It just acted like it did. All right. Also, thank you for the follows, folks. Uh, West Coast Wolverine, Campus, Ailes Dev, Jai125. Thank you so much. How many typos did I make? Sisson Street. Yes, that should be like that. That actually should be like a like a web show or whatever. Sisson Street with Sisson felt Muppets. That would be amazing. I would watch that. Minesweeper. What did I call this demo? Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely does sound like a college humor skit. Yep, Sisson Street. By the way, subscribe to Dropout if you like college humor. If you like that YouTube channel, subscribe to Dropout. It's absolutely worth it. I guarantee it. Oh, sorry, Hyper, I missed your question. Thank you for answering that, Holly. They asked, "What's a shadow DOM?" And Holly says, "You have the root DOM. Then you can have a shadow DOM inside of it. It's separate HTML elements from the root. Not really sure, but I see it with custom elements." Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Again, it's probably in the docs if you wanna search the docs. Holly's searching himself. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can run it. Thank you for looking at that, Holly. I appreciate it. How many typos did I make? Oh, okay. We didn't get any errors right away. Now we've got a Yu-Gi-Oh spinoff where you get banished to the Shadow Dome. I never actually watched Yu-Gi-Oh, but I did watch Yu-Gi-Oh Abridged, which in my opinion was, better than the original experience. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, nothing rendered. That's okay. Let's inspect and look for errors. Okay, good. We've got errors, so let's see. Renate says, I stopped putting programming projects in the OneDrive folder when I found out that the default React project has over 30,000 files. CPU fan goes burr. Yeah, I'm kind of paying that price now. I shouldn't have done it, but I'm also too lazy to fix it. So, oh, okay. So in here, create empty array is not defined. All right, that's probably just a capitalization mistake. So that's on line 26 in game.jsx. Okay, create empty array. Oh, aha, I know what I did. I know what I did. This little note that I had up here that I said we were going to do that later. Yeah, I didn't do that. We did not. I need to import all that stuff. So we defined all those functions in our handy little utility file, but then I just did straight up didn't import them. So we need to import, I'm going to make sure I get them all. We need to import filter board, traverse board, create empty array, plant mines, get neighbor mines. I think that's all of them and grab them from there. Okay, great. Boop. Okay, now we got an error. Mm-hmm. Filter board, traverse board. Okay, what doesn't it like? Oh, traverse board has already been declared. Okay. Well, I'll just search for it. Oh, ha. Yeah. It's already there. Okay. Save. And again. Okay. No new errors. Hooray. Okay, so we cleared out the existing errors. Good start. So just a little troubleshooting note there. So notice that I was looking for errors in a couple of different places. So if you're troubleshooting an application, don't forget to check both the console in the browser as well as the console inside of your whatever coding tool you're using, VS Code or whatever. So check the console for errors in here as well as rendering errors in the browser. So you probably have to check both places. All right, let's reload. Okay, so I saw something for a second there. That's good. That's a start. Let's look again. Okay. Oh, okay. Can't set properties of undefined. So setting 0 at create empty array. Okay. Thank you for looking that up, Holly. I appreciate it. So I could see that it started to render. Um, oh, and I also, the other thing I didn't do, I didn't paste in the styles either. So what I'm going to ask you to do is just go into the repo and grab all the styles for the board. So just go into the repo, !project if you need a link. Go in there, grab all the styles, drop them in your game.css, and save. All right. I don't think that was the problem, but got to remember to do that. Okay, great. Yeah. So, so it seems to be the same thing triggering all these errors. Setting 0. So in here, oh my goodness, CM Griffin, thank you so much for the raid. Long time no see, my friend. How you doing? Wow. Omonku, Tiago, Toxic QT, thank you so much for the follows. Hey, we're just doing some troubleshooting. We just finished building out. Minesweeper for funsies. So this is the working version. That sounds fancy. Updated your SDKs to use a new hashing algorithm. Some hacker stuff. That's rad. So yeah, this is just Minesweeper and React. Not nearly as cool as what you were doing, but still fun. So it's Minesweeper, with all the proper Minesweeper stuff that you can do. Yeah, it is fun. I spend all day writing SQL. I usually like to do fun stuff, on the weekends. Oop. Thank you for the follows, folks. Four Wheel Gator, Locraid, Sob. Thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna see if I can win this game for you all you raiders. Let's see if I can win this first try, and then we'll go back to troubleshooting. Okay, almost got it. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, did it! Woo! First try, baby. But yeah, if any raiders want to run this code yourself, do !project in chat. That will give you the finished working code, which you are welcome to clone or fork or whatever you want to do with it. Me code is you code, so any of this stuff is, you can use it yourself. You can modify it, add features, whatever you want to do. And the only thing I ask is that if you do use any of my code or anything like that, just tag me on Twitter and show me what you built. All right, let's go. I won the game, and so as I promised, let's go back to troubleshooting, figure out where the problem is, and the one we just built. Okay. So cannot set properties of undefined. Setting 0. Oh, Comet, thank you for this. Thank you for the follow. So let's see. Oh, okay. So it's in here potentially. Yeah, I think it is going to be in here because we're passing in the height and width. And so either a couple things. Either the height and width aren't being passed in properly, or I screwed this up. So let's take a look. I'm checking against the finished version. That plus. Oh, ha! I found the problem. Yes. All right. So the mistake I made here is actually creating the proper structure for the nested array. That's what I forgot. Yeah. So essentially what we're doing here is we are, and also I screwed this up too. So, oh, that's the wrong function. Wait, hang on. Nope, get the right one. Whoops. It's been like 7 hours that I've been on. Okay, so we did that. Now I need to, this is the right place. Yeah. How long has this stream been going on? 3, 6, and 6 hours. Yeah, we've been going 6 hours, so pretty good. There we go. That should do it. All right, so what is this doing here? Well, first, remember that when we are initializing our game grid, it's essentially that's interesting. It is essentially, so still something funky there, but at least it renders. And I bet I bet this is telling me exactly where the mines are. That's awesome. Uh, so we essentially have a two-dimensional grid here, right? We are saying, all right, y number of rows, and then x number of items in each row. So initially, we declare this one-dimensional array and create our essentially sort of our stack, vertical stack. And then we need to create the nested portion of that array to start to generate our grid. So that's why this wasn't working before at all, because we didn't have that two-dimensional grid structure set up properly, because I forgot this line right here, which is actually creating that nested element. Exactly. There are no mistakes, only happy learning opportunities. Yep. All right, so we're getting closer. It renders now. I wonder what happens if I click reset. Yeah, so if I click reset, reset appears to be working. It's still not showing the correct appearance for the cells. I think these are probably being marked as revealed. Let's see. Ooh, that's fun. So it's trying to show the values. Okay, so we're getting there. What if I do this? Okay. Also, too, it looks like the appropriate behaviors aren't being attached to the cells. Okay. We have some errors. That's helpful. Aha. All right. Yes. This is good. E is not defined. Disrupt says, on the finished version, I don't see the game.css linked in the HTML. No, you don't need to link it in the HTML. You're going to import it at the game component. Yeah. So game.jsx. And yes, React will add it to the HTML automatically on start, and trickle those that styling down to any children. All right, so now let's look at board. And what am I passing the correct? I'm probably not passing the correct values into board. So data, handle cell, click, pass that in. Let's see, data item y. Oh, here we go. Yep. I forgot to pass this. I forgot to pass this value in to the anonymous function here. That's why it wasn't defined. Okay. That. Okay. Reload this. Ooh, that's different. All right. Troubleshooting is fun. Okay, do we have any errors? No, we don't have any errors. Good. Okay, that's a bomb. Perfect. So I think this has something to do with the styling, but let me try something here. Okay. Can't click that. That's appropriate. Can't click that. And if I try to flag one of these, okay. So the counts are updating correctly. Click that. If I click one of these, I'll lose. Okay. So I think we're getting closer. I'm going to check that my cell logic is correct, that it's applying the proper proper comparisons. Right, let's look at the cell component. So value on click, we're getting those things in properly. Get value if value is not revealed. Return a flag, else null. Value is a mine, return a mine. If it has no neighbors, return null. Uh, Otherwise, return the value of neighbor. Link those values together. This flag, else. Check the value of the neighbor. Blue, green, red, blue, purple. Okay. Oh, there we go. Another miss. That. To start. Okay, that looks better. Yep. I missed a single little closing parenthesis there. So what? Okay. So what happened here is I had created this anonymous function to handle the this switch case here and immediately return the appropriate value and add it to this concatenation of strings. And then when you create when I created this function, I essentially forgot to uh, I essentially forgot to end it the way it should have been. So just missed that, and I think after that, I think it's behaving properly. Let's see, so I can flag. Oh, but I can't click. Okay, so I still can't reveal things, but we're getting closer. Every day, it's getting closer. All right, and when I reset, it's behaving properly too. So cool. So my left click still isn't working. Last name. Okay, so this is passing those things inappropriately. So there's a problem with my left click um, function, but we're getting closer. Okay, so we're going to head back up here and we're going to look at that handle cell click function. This is going to handle our left clicks because it looks like the right clicks are working fine. So passing in Y and X, if game data is revealed or it is flagged, return. Otherwise, if it's a mine, console log time. Yeah, we're gonna probably we might need to. I'm gonna do a quick scan and see if I can find anything obvious. So far, I think we've been doing pretty good. But yeah, console logging is a great way to narrow down what's going on and the properties of the things you're trying to manipulate. Definitely. If filter board, updated data for each data item, field length is equal to mines. Then set mine count to 0. Okay, so that's the win condition. Otherwise, set game data equals updated data. Subtract the number of mines. That seems to be working. Flag equals length. Hey, Tan1962, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are doing some troubleshooting. We just finished building a version of Minesweeper in React, and I'm just rooting out the remaining errors in my code. So it's a fun skill to practice. Passing in game data there to this component, handling the click, handling the context menu, on click, reset game. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and console log. Let me see. I'm gonna try this. Console log each of the cells in the grid. So, because I'm pulling that value, okay. I'm not updating any values here, so I'll just do this. Try that. See what we get. There we go. Okay, so what I'm doing here is when the grid renders, I'm console logging each of the cell properties at render time. All right, so for example, I don't know, let's see, actually, probably need to drag this over so you can see it. We can see it's plotting the grid of each cell. Oh, now actually, interesting. Oh wait, no, we're in strict mode, so I wouldn't expect it to see repetition like that. I'm going to try it on the finished version. See if I get the same thing. If that's just the oh wait, or is that the that's the thing where it is that the thing where it renders stuff twice in dev mode? We'll see. I'm going to try it on the working version. Time for learning. Yeah, strict mode. That's what I was wondering about Holly is the strict mode thing. If that was what was doing that. Yep. Okay, well, we'll just leave it alone. All right, so I want to find one. Is mine is revealed. Okay, let's look at these properties. The two renders, yeah, that's what I thought. It's not a bug, it's a feature. So is empty is false. So at the cell at 0.101, so at 0.0 and then 0, 1, 2, 3 on the grid, it is a mine, and it's not revealed. So I want to see what happens when I click on it. Okay, so that works. And I'm actually going to clear the console and reload. I want to see everything again. And this one is not a mine. Okay, I'm going to click it. There. Oh, wait, that works. Oh, I think I just needed to reload. Oh, okay, but we're still missing. Okay, so we're missing some of the information, but we're getting closer each time. Now the clicks work. Do that. Okay, so it's when it's doing the cascade, it looks like it's not stopping at the border. Oh yeah, and it's not stopping at the borders because these numbers aren't showing up. So I wonder, okay, what's the value of this cell right here at position 0, 1, 2, at position 2, 0? Position 2, 0 has a value 0, 1, 2, 0 has a value of, okay, so it's not supposed to be empty. It should be a 1. Interesting. Okay. Look to the second one. Which second one? You talking about the second render? They look the same. I don't think it's a. I mean, and yeah, there are two of two. Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the strict mode. Yeah, because it's double checking to make sure that it's not going to render differently. So essentially, what that's doing is it's kind of like a safety feature. It's checking. It's rendering everything twice to make sure that there isn't a there isn't for one state change, the component should render the same each time. So it's rendering it twice to double check that you aren't going to have a difference in rendering for the same piece of for the same state, because that should never happen. Each individual component should render identically if the state being passed in is the same. So if I pass the same value of state in more than once, that component should return the same value every single time. And that's why React is doing that. That's what that's for. It's a safety feature to say, hey, all right, I'm going to pass the same piece of state into this component twice, and it better return the same output twice. Otherwise, there is something wrong with your component. So that's why we were talking about that. Hey, Tonics, did you find a mistake? I can tell if you're calling out a line in the code or if you're just commenting random numbers, which is fine too. Although I would have said 42 instead of 54. I think 42 is, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. But yeah, these two appear to be identical. Okay, so we're getting there. I think I have a hunch as to what the problem here could be. I think I probably reversed my x and y coordinates at some point, and that's why this kind of has this staggered look. That's my guess. So I'm going to go back up here just as a hunch. I probably have a mistake in my x and y coordinates. All right. Dev Reeds, thank you so much for the follow. And Once a Legend, thank you so much for the follow. Chief Auto Parts, also thank you for the follow. So height, width, mind, key, passing those in there. Height, width, minds, height, width, data, height, width, minds, width, return data. So just to let you know what I'm doing, I'm checking I'm checking all the stuff that has to do with those coordinates and making sure that I've got stuff in the right order. Value is flagged. I'm still mystified. What does 54 mean, Tonics? What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me? Value y, value x, data. Okay, that looks good. I think this function is correct because when I click on a particular cell, it's not revealing a different cell, but I'm just going to double check it. Okay. I don't think there's an issue with this either because when I right click on a cell, it does flag the correct cell as expected. Might be in my utility functions. I love that there's like 114 people who are enraptured by my troubleshooting right now. I love it. Which, as you should be, troubleshooting is a good thing to practice. But if any of you 114 people spot the problem, feel free to let me know. Hey, line 86, thank you. Line 86 in which file? Oh, here? Oh, did I misplaced a bracket, huh? No, that bracket's supposed to be there. Uh, exactly. Deb says, I was told that once that 90% of coding is debugging. I think, oh, absolutely. Debugging is a huge, great skill to have. 100%. Now, so in this case, it's not closing the function. Yeah, it was just me with bad tabs. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's good to check this stuff. Absolutely. All right, let's check the utilities. Don't feel bad for making a suggestion. Okay. IJ, set that. Usain says, "What are we debugging? We are debugging a version of Minesweeper. So this is the version that I built earlier today when I wasn't on stream, and it works perfectly. And then when you try to build something live, it turns into this. So it happens. We're just practicing our troubleshooting skills right now, and that's a good skill to have. So, okay, initialize that. The initialization of the grid looks fine. And I literally just copied these directly from the finished code, so it's probably fine. Not saying for sure, but make sure I didn't miss any. So we've got left, that, up, right, right, down, down, left. Yeah. So we've got the whole clock there. Usain or anybody else that just joined us, if you want to see the finished version, the working version, and maybe spot my mistake, you can go to the repo by saying exclamation point project in chat. Okay, it's not going to be, the problem's not going to be in there. Is it looks like it's planting the mines just fine. Those are staying on the grid. They're not going off the grid, going out of bounds. This might be the issue here. Height and width. Check that. So checking height and then width in the grid. It's on a mine. Traverse the board data for each cell at the particular coordinates. Data height width. If that 0, it's updated data is mine, and then return the updated data. Okay. Don't see any issues yet, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any. It just means I haven't spotted it. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to take this. I'm just going to drop in the finished version and see if it works. Because if I'm going to try to identify which file the problem is in. Okay, so it's not in the utilities. So the utilities are fine. That's good to know. I'm going to back that out. Oops. And the reason and the difference in file length there is just because in the finished version, I have a bunch of comments. So that's just the difference. Let's see, and put that back. Okay, that needs to be there. Okay. Create empty array, do the push. All right, cool. All right, so it's not in utilities. Yeah, it's probably going to be in, well, it could be in board. Let's check. So looping through each row and then each item in the row, we're setting the key value, passing in the y and x coordinates, handling the context menu, passing in that, passing in the y and x coordinates, and the values data item. No, I think this one is fine. So board is okay. I think the problem lies in our overall game component. So I'm going to try to paste that from the finished version and then see if it works. Once I do that, then we'll know where the problem is. Oops, and I hit the wrong button. Hang on. Okay, save that. Yeah, okay. So the problem is in our game components somewhere. Because now it is working splendidly. Yep, it's behaving just fine. Okay, so the problem is in the game component. I'd still like to find it because that would make me feel better. So I'm going to take another look. We found the location, which is helpful. So doing all the imports, those seem to be fine. Okay. Oh, I figured it out. Right there. That's it. Oh, we're closer. Okay. Okay, so it's not registering all of my clicks. It is for that. Okay, so yes, Holly, I think you're not wrong. I think you're not wrong. So 8, 8, and 10. Okay. I think there is still a problem with the left click. Every day, getting a little closer. Okay, yx. So I'm just going to try replacing that function and just make sure that that is the problem. And then we'll figure out exactly where. Save. We're narrowing it down, people. All right. Now it's registering my clicks. Perfect. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, we're cooking. All right, so the problem is in that function. You were right, Holly. So it was not only that, there was, it was more than one thing, but absolutely correct. So undo that. Okay. Handle so click. 59, 61. Okay, got some candidates. Oh, yes. Here. There it is. Just set it to the wrong value. Yep. So is revealed. So yeah, when you click on something, is revealed needs to be set to true, which wasn't happening before. Yep. Exactly. So I just had a wrong value there. Hooray! It lives. All right, I think we finally squashed the bugs, my friends. I'm gonna make sure the win condition is correct here. I love it that I have more people watching me troubleshoot now than were on when I was. I love that you guys are interested in watching me troubleshoot. That's rad. I appreciate that genuinely. Can't say for no. Hey, it wasn't. But that's the thing, right? With so much of coding, it's never going to be first try, right? So today's experience was a lot more realistic of the actual development process, because don't get me wrong, when you see me build this stuff on stream, I've already built it like before. I'm working off of like a script. And that's not really how actual coding works. It's an iterative process. It's a process of banging your head against the wall, of rooting out errors. And so the troubleshooting that you saw here was more representative of the actual coding. Yeah, exactly. If it's first try, you probably got something wrong. First try is weird. Uh, yeah. All right. Speaking of first try, let's see. I'm going to make a guess. Oh, all right. I want to win at least one. Okay. You'd love to see the process live. Yeah. Well, the thing about me actually, there's a lot of great folks that do live coding, and that's amazing. The thing about my process is that I'm not only like, I'm kind of trying to do two things, right? I'm trying to build a project, but then also convey specific topics and explain specific topics and answer questions. And so, uh, as much as I would love to just do a straight up from scratch, not pre-built project totally live on stream, I would probably need like a full day to do it. Because I would also be, I'd also want to achieve my second goal of explaining concepts as I'm applying them. And then also doing that in an iterative way makes things take a long time. Lower Torres, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. We just finished building Minesweeper. I keep saying Minecraft. We just finished building Minesweeper in React, and I'm just testing to see if I can get to the win condition so that I can confirm that everything is working. Oh no. Uh, oh no. Which one is it? Oh no. Mine Creeper. Yeah. I'm gonna pick one. Oh yes. All right. Cool. It still doesn't help me though. Nerdable says, I first read the tweet as if we were building Minecraft. Man, I wish. I'm not that good of a game dev. Actually, I'm not a game dev at all. I'm a sequel dev, for crying out loud. Okay. I don't know which one to choose. Oh. All right. I got to get the win. Can do this. Okay. There. Yeah. I just want to test my win condition. There's always cheating. No, I refuse. I refuse to cheat. Holly, oh, you don't know how to play? Actually, so the rules are pretty straightforward. You know, obviously you have a grid with mines on it, right? The numbers signify the count of mines in the neighboring cells, just like we built that function to do, right? So, for example, if I look at this cell and it says 2, that tells me that there are 2 mines somewhere in the 8 cell grid around the edge. Went straight to Counter Strike. And so, for example, look at this. So, look at this right here. Look at this cell right here. I need to figure out whether or not I can click on this cell to get rid of it, right? So, the way I do that is I look at the neighboring cells and say, okay, well, this one has a 2 in it. And I already know that these 2 cells are mines. I flagged them previously. So, because this cell is a 2, and I already know that these 2 are mines, I know that this cell is safe because 1, 2, both mines are already accounted for that are in the 8 cell grid surrounding this particular cell. So I can click this. It's fine. And the same with this one as well. If I look at the 8 cell grid around here, both mines in that grid have already been flagged, so this cell is safe too. Now, this one remaining cell I know is a mine because in the 8 cell grid around it, there's only one other mine. So you get a lot faster. You know, you get faster over time, and you can just kind of see it. But for example, here I know this one's a mine immediately because this cell right here is a 1, and the only possible cell that could be a mine is this one. And so by extension, I know that this one is also a mine, but this one is not because these 2 are already flagged. There we go. This one is mine, and I win. Hooray! So pretty easy. I don't know. I really love Minesweeper. I used to play it a ton, like I mentioned when I was younger. I wish it was still on Windows. I would legitimately play it for fun. Uh, like, I mean, I would play it for fun like today, and I have a PS5. Like, I would still play Minesweeper for fun. I love it. It's such a contemplative game, especially the harder versions that have like a 100 square grid. You know? Yeah, it's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. And especially like I would say, if you play the hard versions, like with a huge grid, then it's really fun because it gets really complicated. You get like cells with that could potentially have 8 mines around them. Um, Strain says next week we build Ski Free. I would love that. I loved Ski Free, Ski Free, Rodent's Revenge, Solitaire, Spider Solitaire. I played all of those games. This is the kind of thing we played them before times. I still talk about them. I still love them. They're super fun. I have a soft spot in my heart for all these games. I grew up with like no internet, so these games were legit entertainment for me. Still are. There's something to be said for more analog games like this. You can make poker. Yeah, Maxwell's Maniac Chips Challenge. Oh, Windows 3.1. Yeah, that was a little before my time, honestly. Uh, yeah, Windows 3.1 was Windows 95 was my first home operating system. Celeste says, "Do you remember Number Munchers?" Vaguely, yeah. Number Munchers. Yeah. I didn't have that at home, I don't think, but I did play it at school. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it had the little alien goobers, and they run and they bite the numbers, right? Pac-Man. Oh yeah, I definitely played Pac-Man. Not like on the arcade, but I had the N64 version. You Pac-Man? Did I do Pac-Man already? I did. I did Snake. Yeah, I did Snake a while back. We've done Snake on stream. We haven't done Pac-Man though. Yeah, I did. We did Snake on stream without React, so it was legit reloading the page like every quarter second or something like that. It used so much memory. It was great. It was super fun and super inefficient, and it was amazing. Yeah, like the Nokia snake where you drive your little snake around the board and it eats apples and it grows. Yep. I don't know if I can win this one. Ah, there we go. Treasure Mountain. Oh, I don't know if I played that one. I played my school, my elementary school had a bunch of like the whole computer lab just had Apple IIs. This was yeah, like 1995. But my elementary school still just had a bunch of Apple IIs, and so we just would play like yeah, uh, like classic Oregon Trail and stuff. It was great. Ah. Oh yeah, it was the floppy version too. It was awesome. Want to win one more time. And then we gotta wrap this puppy up because I've been live for 6.5 hours. So I'm gonna need to eat food eventually. I'm glad you had fun, Disrupt. Secret Island of Dr. Quandary. Haven't heard of that one. Oh yeah, I'm glad you had fun, Disrupt. Def's coming back for the next one. You stream on Sundays? Yes. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Woo! All right. So yes, generally Sundays. Not sure whether or not I'm going to be streaming next Sunday, only because I've mentioned this before on stream, but as far as my like streaming software goes, I was using Twitch Studio, which is like a in-house app that Twitch built to like be a quick like out of the box program for streaming. Because I mean nothing about my stream is very fancy, and so I just kind of like quick out of the box, set it up, create your screens and everything. Well, Twitch announced that they are discontinuing Twitch Studio like next week. So May 30th, which is just before my next stream, it's no longer gonna work. So I have to like rebuild my entire like I have to transition to a completely new streaming software. Probably going to be Streamlabs, but I have to like set everything back up, all of my alerts, all my notifications, um, everything. So yeah, I have to redo everything. And so I don't know how long that's going to take me. I've actually used Streamlabs before or OBS before, and it was fine. I wasn't ever a huge fan, but I'm sure that's a me problem, just a configuration thing. Yeah, and plenty of folks know how to do stuff like that. I just didn't want to switch unless I was forced to, but now I'm being forced to. So but I don't know how long that's going to take. So I don't know if there will be a stream next weekend or not. It just depends on how long it takes to get everything working. But yes, I'm having Twitch Studio pried away from my cold dead fingers. Hooray, we win. Yeah. I just mostly have to buckle down and like spend a day just setting everything back up. Loa Torres says, "How did 100 Devs work?" Well, 100 Devs is still going on. Yeah. 100 Devs is a community where you can learn how to become a web developer. You can go from knowing nothing about coding to learning how to become a web developer. All of the material is free. Um, Thank you, Holly. All of the material is free, and there is no barrier to entry. There's nothing to sign up for. You don't have to pay for anything. Um, and if you want information, you can do exclamation point 100 devs in chat. Check out the website, and I promise it is truly free. I went through it 2 years ago. 100 devs. Here we go. Yeah. Check out the website, see for yourself, join the Discord. There's like 60,000 members or something on the Discord. It's very active. Uh, and if you want to check out the material right now, you can go to communitytaught.org. Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of the folks here in chat, um, have also gone through the program, so they can share their own experience. But like Strain said, they went through cohort 2, the same one I did. And yeah, I went into it thinking web pages were literally magic, and I came out of it being able to build whatever I want, basically. um, Disrupt says, is Leon still streaming on Twitch or is it all in community.org? So there are no live classes at the moment, but like I said, you can access all of the classes and all of the course materials, all of the homeworks, and you can get live help from the community on the Discord anytime. So there is going to be a new cohort starting soon, but I cannot give you a date for that. There's a lot of things, a lot of variables that have to fall into that, but eventually you are going to see live streams of new classes on Twitch, hopefully very soon. Yeah, it's a great community. Like I said, I went through it 2 years ago, and I am still repping the community today because I think that it's a very. I'm actually I'm a mod on the Discord. You'll see me on the website. If you go to the 100 Devs website, you'll see me there as a co-educator along with Leon because I volunteer my time to work with folks in 100 Devs and mod the Discord and do all these things because I think it's such a valuable community. I don't get paid for any of it. But I think it's worth it. Yeah, exactly. The material you can learn anywhere. It's all this stuff is freely available online, but the point is the community. Exactly. Learning with other people, learning from other people, asking questions. That's how you really learn. Yeah. Good night, Holly. Thank you so much for joining us again, Holly. It was very helpful to get your knowledge of React. And thank you for the pull request. I'll be sure to take a look at that. Thank you, Holly. Good night. But yeah, if you're interested in 100 devs, check it out. Like I said, again, there is no obligation to sign up or do anything. Everything is free because your time is valuable and education should be free. So, why should you have to pay to learn something that you want to learn that's going to make your life better? Why can't you just sit down and learn it? Because your time has value and you're going to spend time learning it. So you're already spending something, you're spending time. Um, so yeah, I mean that's the kind of the philosophy. Yeah, Poca. If you're already a dev, we love having folks in there who are already devs who are going to be helpful and positive and encouraging toward folks. Um, and you can answer questions in the coding channels and things like that. Another valuable thing about 100 devs that most other programs don't do is it actually teaches you how to or gives you the skills that you need to get a job afterward. Because the main pitfall for a lot of coding boot camps is that they teach you how to code and then they cut you loose and they're like, all right, bye bye. And, good luck. Good luck. You already paid us. Bye. The thing about 100 devs is that they stick with you and help you build out your portfolio, help you build out your resume. And you can come back anytime and ask questions about getting a job or getting interviews or how to be successful in an interview or deal with social anxiety in an interview, all those sorts of things, which most other communities don't do because they're money based. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Strain. We have a thing called the catch up crew, which is folks that are starting at any point. They can find other folks to work with and work through the material. Yeah, Poca. Actually, right now, Poca, if you are in the job hunt stage, we actually have live like huddles. We call them huddles with Leon, where you can interact with folks live on Discord, like with Leon, ask Leon questions about getting a job, about interviews, about negotiating offers. So that part is live if you are in the job hunt stage. Those are currently live on the Discord Tuesdays and Sundays. Leon had a family emergency last week, and so there won't be any huddles like in the next week probably. But I would expect them to resume here shortly. So yes, we are offline for just a short period due to some personal things, but those are going to be coming back here very soon, every Tuesday and Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Absolutely disrupt. It was great to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. All right, folks. I gotta eat some food. It's about 9:30 p.m. where I'm at, and I didn't really eat lunch either, which is not a good thing. You should always eat at appropriate times. So I did have a snack during one of the breaks. I had some beans, but I should probably eat an actual meal here pretty soon. I did eat breakfast though, so there is that. But yes, I did not time my meals very well today. So no worries, Poca. It was a lot of fun. I was pumped to stream this. I'm still energized. Like it's been 6.5 hours, and I'm still like, yeah, let's go, because this project was so much fun and I love building it so much. It was a blast. I honestly love React. It's fun to work with it. And yeah, I had a great time building it again with you today. Thank you, Loa. I appreciate that. All right. Any last questions? Feel free to ask questions if you have anything. Otherwise, we're going to try to find somebody to raid. Yes, very intense. Yeah. Again, also too, these all these streams are recorded, so go back and you can rewatch stuff if you need to. And before it expires, it'll move to my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube, which is ad free. So if you hate Twitch ads as much as I do, head over to my YouTube channel. You can watch my entire archive ad free forever, um, and never have to worry about the annoyance of ads ever again because I hate them. All right. Feel free to ask any questions if you have them. I'm going to open up a raid in another window here. All my React streams are like super popular. I always get the highest viewer counts. Everybody loves React for some reason, which I mean, it's great. I like it too. It is so funny though. Michael says, "Have you ever deployed a full stack app live?" Let me think about that. Like, do you mean like hosted? Like, because I've done a bunch of like of local deployments of apps. Um, running them with APIs and databases and all that sort of thing. That's actually usually what I do. It's unusual for me to do an app that doesn't have a backend here. This React app not having a backend felt a little weird. I'm so used to setting up that way. Uh, oh, Michael says not on GitHub pages. Like you mean like to a Netlify instance or something like that. Let me think. I've actually set up a real host. I don't know that I've done it live. I've demonstrated some of my hosted stuff before. I don't know that I've ever done the whole process live though. It's a good question. I can't think of an instance where I have. Okay. No worries, Brennan. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Okay. Getting raids set up. Oh yeah. Well, Michael, I will say that depending on what you're trying to deploy, I mean, most sites make it pretty easy to do nowadays. If you already, especially like if you already have purchased your domain, they make it pretty easy to do that link up and give you, step by step instructions on how to do it. So as long you got your domain and you can just kind of link them together, most steps, most uh, sites will allow you to even link directly to GitHub and just push directly to your deployment. So yeah, I mean, I would do it through a pretty easy platform, something like you could try it out on Netlify, which is pretty simple. And just yeah, just put together a static site and see if you can deploy it on Netlify by following the steps that Netlify gives you. And that's probably a good place to do a practice run. 100 devs, I don't remember if that's specifically in the. No, I think 100 devs does do it. Yeah. Heroku's not free anymore. Netlify is, though. Yeah. Netlify still is. All right. Let's see who we can raid, shall we? All right. Looks like we got a freelancer here. Oh, and we're going to also do similar or smaller size. Let's support small streamers. Yeah, so Michael, Netlify is free. That's where I have my portfolio hosted right now for free. Um, Netlify is free if that's where you want to try something out. You don't have to pay anything for that. I did buy the domain, but you don't have to buy a domain. Netlify will give you a free domain. So it's a totally free process if you want it to be. Like I bought my portfolio URL, but you don't have to. I like that. Bugs happen. That's why I really like their stream title. I don't know if they're streaming in English though. Maybe they are. Yeah, and Heroku used to be free, absolutely, at the time of broadcast. Sometimes it's hard to tell. I want to try to pick Portuguese. Okay, so they say there's okay, so there is a language tag on here. All right, so they're streaming in Portuguese. Um, I really like this person's stream title. Let's just see what they're up to. Of course, I get a commercial. I hate ads so much. I don't know about you all. I don't even own a TV anymore just because I never want to watch an ad again. I pay for YouTube Premium, so I never have to watch ads on YouTube either.
It's not hurting you in any way. They're not speaking in chat. They're not triggering alerts. The only
Okay, looks like they might be having a little bit of a challenge. I don't want to give them a rate if they're dealing with something right now, problem members or anything like that. That don't make it worse. All right, let's find somebody to do. Can't get mad at Jason Momoa. Yeah. Oh, this person's they might be doing some freelancing, redesigning a $38,000 MRR. I don't know what MRR is. Let's see what they're doing. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, whoever did that. Longing Cat, Topu, Loa, thank you, Doc Brandon, thank you so much for the follows, folks. Usain, Pinky Slinky Dinky, thank you for the follows. Dev Reeds, Once a Legend, Chief Auto Parts, thank you. Let's see what this person's doing. Looks like they're doing some UI stuff. Pat's Hello World, okay. If you got a suggestion, all right, let's see what they're doing. Pat's Hello. Okay. Yeah, I love recommendations. See what they're up to. They are doing. Looks like are they doing a challenge? Looks like, oh, they're doing Python, maybe? Okay, well, sure, let's give them a go. They're doing LeetCode. All right, awesome. Yeah, if it'll make him happy, let's rate him. If we're gonna make somebody happy, we gotta rate him. Absolutely. Let's do it. Rate him. Yes. All right. Let's go make him happy. Spread some love. Say hi from me. I gotta go get something to eat before I, you know, no longer exist. I'm gonna fade into like a two-dimensional image. All right. Starting the raid now. Spread some love. All right, raid is gonna start in. It's not giving me the timer, but okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man, follow him to make him do push-ups. Okay. See you all later. Have a great rest of your week. And thank you all so much for tuning in. Bye-bye.